Capitalism!
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome in and welcome back as well. Hi, I've missed you terribly. How are you all doing? Welcome, welcome. Ooh, thank you so much for my pal tech. Fuck, I'm never gonna catch him again. There's so many chances. You're giving me so many chances. Ooh, I caught one in my head. Thank you. Who was the one with the excellent shot? Iridius, thank you so much for my pal hat. Fuck, I'm sorry. I can't decide where to put my hands. This is amazing. Look at all the pals. This might be a record. Not for me catching, obviously, but for you guys throwing. Ooh. Ooh. I'll take those. I'll take those. I eat them. Don't eat the pals. I won't accidentally eat the pals, I promise. Holy crap, this is incredible. I'm feeling so much love. It feels like marshmallows. Marshmallows are being thrown at me. Holy shit. Oh, there's more. I was like, oh, is that it? Is that it? Sorry, that's not what I mean. I mean, that's a lot. Ooh! I catch the hearts so that I can go. Ow, 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 ow. My pals! I might not be able to say thank you for all the pals all in one breath like I normally do, but we'll give it a shot. Holy crap. Hold on, it's still scrolling. Oh, no, don't eat the pals. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. Welcome in, cutie pies. Welcome in. Firstly, let me say... Thank you for the pal attack, Awesome Ozzy. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Joyous Jesse. Thank you for the pal attack, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Riot. Thank you for the pal attack, Joyous Jesse. Thank you for the pal attack, Valley Batch. Thank you for the pal hat, Incredible Iridius. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lith. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Riot. Thank you for the pal attack, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lab. Thank you for the pal attack, Joyous Jesse. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lith. Thank you for the pal attack, Valley Batch. Thank you for the pal attack, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lith. Thank you for the sticky hearts, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lyra. Thank you so much for the pal attack, Nix, for the slice, Jeff Slice, welcome on. Thank you so much for the pal attack, Sweetest Solar. Thank you for the pal attack, Incredible Readers. Thank you for the pal attack, Sweetest Center. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Riot. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, Incredible Alec. Thank you for the pal attack, Sweetest Sir Jazzy. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lyra. Wow. Thank you for the head pat, Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the pal attack, Dearest Darkonis. Thank you for the sticky hearts, Radical Riot. Thank you for feeding me, Lovely Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, Lovely Lil Bit. And thank you for the care package, Cutie Cursed. Shit, I forgot to get some more water. Sorry, I've been sitting here for the last 2 hours trying to get this Songify thing to work. I think it's working okay. We'll go over that shortly. But first I want to say hello to everybody. Welcome on in. Oh, Lovely La. Out here with the 160 streak. Incredible! Thank you so much for your amazing support and dedication, Lovely Lab. 160 is outstanding. Also, Lovely Nobody, welcome in, darling. It is a pleasure to have you in here. You're always a somebody here. How are you doing? Bad Tao, get wired. I will, I promise. But I've missed you guys. It's been all of like 2 days. And boy, oh boy, do I have some fucking developments for you. Gorgeous Gamers Reach, welcome in, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I love your energy. That makes me so happy, sweetheart. Well, I'm so happy that you do. I am very high energy, it is true, but it's a warm energy. My goal is to be the, to kind of function as the fire in the, your hearth in your home, in an instance where like you're in the middle of a snowstorm and the fire gives you life. That's what I want to be for you. If you're ever coming in here and you're kind of like, oh, I've had such a shitty day, I just really need someone to kind of fucking distract me and to bring me up a little bit, I would love and be honored to even contribute to that the tiniest bit. Radical Ryo, Sweetie Pie, thank you so incredibly much for the 30 stream streak. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much for 30 streams. That is so awesome. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much, darling. Also, dear Sir Honeybun, I'm so sorry I missed your 10 stream streak. Thank you so much for your amazing support and dedication. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely outstanding. Don't mind me as I start streaking in your chat. Oh, don't mind at all, darling. Thank you so much for doing it. Let's see. You're getting snow this Sunday. Oh, Gamers Rage. I wouldn't actually kill for snow, but I would almost kill for snow. It's hot. It's in Australia. It's summer. Well, we're gradually eking our way out of summer, but it's still fucking hot. Hi there, cutie Cursed. You're cute. That is definitely why I like these streams, and today was tiring and a bit stressful, so I think a TAS stream is just what I need. I am more than happy to provide, darling Lyra. I'm sorry today was tiring, though. You want it? I'll give it to you. Yes, please. I'll give you some sun and some UV. Yeah. Sweetest sun. How are you? We'll be listening for a bit while I rewire our computer. Is this the computer that was causing issues during the dispatch stream? Because if so, I hope that you can fix it. That'd be great. You got Butters the kitty curled up watching the stream with you. I'm so happy to hear that, lovely little bit. That's awesome. Give Butters a little pat for me, please. Please, I do need, do I need sun? Yes, I will provide it to you. Vitamin D is good. Yes. Vitamin D, you know, like the D in sun. Yes, naturally. I've never understood why they call it vitamin D, to be honest, considering that you get it like largely from the sun and the sun has no D in it, but what do I know? Anyway, I'm gonna scroll up real quick and say hello to everybody that I've missed, and then I'm gonna give you guys some updates, including the Songify. I noticed that some of you have noticed that we've got a different song request system in the works right now. I'll explain that shortly, and I know that some of you are standing by to hear about how my job got stolen from me by AI, and you're interested in kind of finding out what that means for the stream. I now have information on that, so please do bear with me, and I'm going to catch up with everybody first, and then I'll scroll back down, and once I catch up with everyone on the way down, we will talk about both of those things, okay, darlings? Lovely little bit, Abby's for you.
Good little bit.
And awesome Aussie. Welcome in, sweetie. Uppies for you.
Good Aussie.
Let's see. Sweetest Sola, how are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Miss Tassie, I'm a new viewer here. Gorgeous gamers, I'm so happy to have you, darling. I really hope that you enjoy the vibes today. This is a fantastic first time stream, I reckon, because I can be very communicative. I'm always, I think hopefully everyone here will tell you that I'm pretty interactive even when I'm playing video games. But for our art streams, they are, yeah, I would say 75% just chatting, and then occasionally I'll put a mark on my canvas. I get to talk a lot more during our art streams, and so I get to know you a little bit better, and you get to know me a little bit better, and I can scroll up because I don't have to like tab out of stuff, so I'll be able to keep up with you guys a little bit better too. Once we get into the art, I apologize if I miss anything, because especially when I scroll up, when I'm gone for like the first 10 minutes of stream, sometimes always, it like obliterates messages from like 10 minutes ago. And we've already been live at this point for 22 minutes. Oh! Let me see here. Sweetest Jassy, how are you? Oh my god, I have to tell you guys, because Bash is here, so it reminded me. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, wonderful Will. How are you? Is anybody watching Trigun Stargaze? Oh, I love it. It's so good. Dude, I love that show, man. Nathan and I just marathoned all of the dubbed episodes last night. There's like 4 out. Yeah, it's so fucking good. And god, the like choreography and combat animations and like, it's so cool. It's so fucking cool. Every time Vash reloads the gun, I'm just like, it's so cool. It's so satisfying. I just want to watch a GIF of it over and over and over. It's like visual ASMR for me. Anyway, sorry, we had to get my mind off of stuff yesterday, so I was like, listen, I know that you want to wait until like this weekend to watch Stargaze, but I really want to fucking watch this, so you're gonna let me watch it. And he's like, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Let's see, lovely love, Abby's for you.
Good love.
Dearest Dustin, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. Sweetest Storm, welcome on in. How are you? Let's see. I see some relatively positive feedback on the song request thing. It does give you the feedback that, like, it's taking your song. And also, since obviously I'll be here the whole time, the idea is that I'll be able to tell, you'll be able to tell me if it's gotten the wrong song or something, and then I can just like manually go in and fix it. But sorry, I'm getting all caught up. Attention go. Alec, hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in, darling. It's so good to see you. Also, you guys, Alec, Why Trash Earth here, has sent us something to the P.O. box. So the next time that we do a hand cam stream, we're gonna open it up on stream. And he has very kindly also written us a note that I am very happy to read on stream as well. I did already ask his consent for all of this. This is, whenever you guys send me something via the P.O. box, I will always make sure you're okay with me opening it on stream. If you are not, I will keep it to myself and I will love it all the same. But yes, so we have a little package to open from the amazing Alec the next time that we have a hand cam stream. Let's see here. Excellent, Eugene. Welcome in, darling. How are you? Lovely Lyra, how are you, sweetie pie? It's so good to see you. And shit, that's as far back as it goes. I do know that Ozzy and Strat came in even before stream started, though, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for the support, darlings. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. And it's always nice to know that I have cutie pies in the chat when I'm fucking around with and spamming the chat with my experimental song request stuff, so I apologize for that. Hi there, sweetest shy paper bag. How are you, darling? No need to be shy here. We're happy to embrace you. I hope you're having a good one. All right, I am scrolling back down. Let me see. It's okay. I at least got a lot of productive stuff done. I just also don't like when I gotta use the day off from work to get caught up on stuff instead of relaxing. That does suck. I'm sorry about that, lovely Lyra. I've determined another thing that's not the problem. Yay? You know what, Sam? I think that is a yay, because there's only a finite number of things it could be. So you have just reduced the possibility of what it could be by one. Good job. Good job. You deserve kudos for that. Let me see here. I would love some sun over this way. Please take the snow and ice. The exchange rate doesn't even need to be good. Dude, I went to the bank the other day because I still have like a little bit of money from like cash, American cash from when I was visiting the States, my family. And I went to the bank the other day and they were like, oh, listen, the exchange rate isn't great. Oh, Dustin! Oh my God, you single-handedly made us have a... Thank you so much, darling, for exactly 12 subbies! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12! Thank you so much for the 12 subbies, darling. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you for making us have a raffle today. Yay! Also, sweetest TauTassie, you as well. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, and lovely Liv, thank you so much for the gifted. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much, you guys, for your incredible support and generosity. It means the world. Thank you, cutie pies. Thank you, thank you. I'll on our first break, I'll go and oh, pass! Thank you so much for the Palatine, cutie cat. Welcome in. On our first break, I'll go clear the sub goal, the weekly sub goal, so that we can start it back over. But we will do a raffle today because you've hit the 50. So we'll do a raffle for one chibi style art from me today. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Sweetest Aussie, thank you so very much. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, and lovely Love as well. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies, cutie pie. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much. Oh, and lovely Shy, darling. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much, cutie pies. Thank you so much for a level 5 hype train right off the freaking bat. That's incredible. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for the amazing support. You guys are too precious. Thank you so much. Thank you ever so much. You guys are just the sweetest. Thank you, cuties. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin for the 12, sweetest Sir Jazzy for the 5, lovely Lith for the 1, Ozzy for the 500 biddies, and lovely Lab for the 500 biddies, and sweetest Shy for the 100 biddies. Thank you ever so much. That is so kind. Thank you so much, cutie pies. I really do appreciate it. Oh shit, a star! Holy crap! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! The 5 gifted subbies! Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you, darling. Thank you so much. Thank you! You guys are so sweet. Thank you all so much for the incredible generosity, kindness, support, dedication, all of the words that I like to say. I mean every single one of them. I know I say them a lot, but I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys are incredible. I'm gonna be even more grateful, if that's even possible, once I tell you what's going on with the fucking job that got taken from me. And thank you so much, Radical Rayo, for the 1, 2. Thank you so very much for the 2 gifted. Holy shit, terrific talent. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, cutie pies. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, darlings. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are too kind. Thank you so much. Holy crap, 60 out of 50 now. That is banana. Thank you for the level 7 hype train. Let's fucking go. Thank you, cuties. Oh my god, lovely life. Holy shit, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, 5 more gifted. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Holy shit, thank you. You guys are way too sweet. Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you. Aussie, thank you so much for the gifted to Gamers Reach. Gorgeous Gamers Reach. I must confess, this is a pretty typical experience as far as like someone realizing that you vibe with the community well and then they gift you a sub. This is just the kind of community that this is, like very supportive, very sweet, very loving, very generous. And I am so incredibly grateful. Ozzy, thank you for gifting that to our new pal, our new precious pal, lovely Gamers Reach. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Holy crap! Thank you guys so much. That was insane. Okay, but might be getting to have a call / bit of a date night. Oh, with my girlfriend. That'd be awesome, wonderful Lyra, and incredible Rivias. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies and going to the next fucking level. Level 8. Level 8. Awesome! Excellent work, you guys. Thank you so much, incredible Rivias. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you. Thank you, Rymel, for the 35 biddies, cutie pie, and for the 10 stream streak. Oh, I really do appreciate it. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you for your dedication and support, darling. Let's see. What? Stole by AI? Okay, whose kneecaps do I gotta buy? Oh, I cannot wait to tell you. Hi there, terrific talent. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. No worries about lurking. I hope that you have a great day at work. Oh my god, Umbra! Holy shit. Thank you so much, darling, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted! Holy shit! Thank you so much, honey bun. I really appreciate it. That is far too generous. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Umbra. Welcome in, by the way, sweetheart. I'm giving you preemptive uppies. Good, Umbra. Thank you so much, cutie. I really appreciate you. I'm doing okay, Tao, trying to get motivation to do things. What kind of things do you want to do, Solar? And Cutie Cat! Arr! Thank you for the pal attack. Welcome on in. How are you? Oh, holy shit, Storm! Fuck! Huh? Thank you so much for the 3,000 biddies? That's a whole fucking box of candy! Thank you so much, sweetest stuff! Thank you! Oh my goodness, it's all over my head. Thank you so much for 3,000 bits. That's crazy. And the level 9 hype train. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much, you guys. That is... Thank you, cutie pies. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Storm. Thank you so much for moving us to that level 9 as well. That is insane. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, darling. And I'm glad you're doing well, wonderful Will. Lovely lab ones. Uppies. Good love. Ooga Booga, Mike Arugula. Hey, Tau, have you seen a black and green Pokemon anywhere? He's got off his leash again. Are you talking about, the dog? The legendary dog? Welcome in, Apparition. How are you? Also, dearest Daniel, welcome on in. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, it's a precious politely. Thanks. Thank you for the Paladex, sweetheart. I appreciate it. I'm so glad you've been enjoying the new season. Work has been overworking me, so I haven't had time to watch it yet, sadly. Oh, really, Vash? Okay, don't worry. I'm not spoiling anything. You know that Vash reloads, guys, so. They did that animation last season as well. It was so fucking cool. But let me know when you do watch it, Vash, because I would love to talk to you about it. Oh, I love it. So good. Also, amazing HM, darling nobody. Thank you so very much for the gifted, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. That is very, very kind of you, sweetie. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. It's very, very sweet. Also, Daniel, thank you for contributing to the Discord community game night challenge. And do I have anything in the song queue? I don't know, Sweetest Solar. I am not sure if it's working. You can try doing ! song pause. So it's without any space, SONGPOS. But I don't know if it's working because it wasn't working when I tried it. And fucking Umbra just, okay, we're doing 2 raffles after all. Thank you so much, Umbra, for the what the fuck, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, amazing Umbra. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. That is so sweet of you. Holy shit. Thank you, and thank you for exceeding and getting to level 10. We're in the double digits hype train levels. That is insane, Umbra. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. That is so generous. Sedu, you can actually do !Q, and it'll tell you the next 5 songs in the queue. If that helps. Let's see. What if your redeems included a daily uppies? That's okay, Apparition. You guys, I do have an emote for uppies. But even if you don't have a sub, if you just ask for uppies, I will give it to you anyway. Being shy is my thing! Oh no, Precious Politely. I will take you out of your shell, don't you worry. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much again for the 12 gifted. I really do appreciate it. I have discovered the source of all the problems in my life. Me. The problem is me. Oh, Liv, it's not your fault. It's okay. We all go through these moments where we're like, I am at fault. I am the terrible person, blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, it's other things around you that are making you react in such a way, and you just gotta modify the behavior in the reaction, and then you will be good. You will be golden. And sweetest Sir Jazzy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Again, I do appreciate it. And lovely Lith for the gifted. Thank you so much for the get loved on, lovely Jazzy. I appreciate you. I also like Ozzy's message, blub blub. Also, fuck AI. Yeah, fuck Gen AI specifically. Raffle yet again. Yeah, we have two raffles. Time to break down. Don't break me. I almost broke yesterday. I was like, oh, I should not commit violence. Let's see here. Oh, Radical Riles, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the gift, Dad. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much for your amazing support and generosity, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much. I joined the server and verified for the rules. Do I wait? Yeah, so Gorgeous Gamers, actually, you may have, it's very possible. This is already, because I'm 10 minutes late right now. I'm 10 minutes late. But in case I'm not, ow, sorry. as long as you put the keyword from the rules into the verification channel. It's not automatic, so myself or a mod will like match up the handle with your Twitch handle, and then yeah, and then we'll let you in as long as you got the right keyword. But yeah, please just be patient. I appreciate it. Also, Sweetest Storm, thank you so much once more for the 5 gifted. I do appreciate that enormously. Thank you. Yeah, birthday, Ozzy. Let me see here. The Tau enjoyment is real. The Tau enjoyment as far as like me enjoying you guys, yes, that is very real. I'm afraid I might be a little much for you guys sometimes. I apologize. Ryo, thank you so very much for the 2 gifted. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet. And Terrific Talent for the 5 as well. Thank you, thank you. Let me see here. Lovely Lith for the 5 as well, sweetheart. Awesome Aussie for the 1. Thank you so very much. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up and everything. Nix, Matos / Down Slice, uppies for you. Good, Nix. Also, Precious Proof, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Let's get it. You got it. Thank you so much, Precious Proof. I appreciate ya. And Terrific Talent, back to work for you. No worries, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. Have a great time at work. We'll see you soon. And thank you for the luck. Let's see. Amazing Umbra, thank you so very much for the 10 and Sam! Oh, fuck. Sam, my darling, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you so incredibly much for the 10 gifted, my sweet, sweet Sam. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate that. And welcome in, by the way. Holy shit. Thank you, darling. Thank you for hitting level 11. Let's fucking go. Thank you, honey bun. Very, very kind of you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I love this community. I do too. You guys are like the absolute sweetest. Thank you so much. I like how Umbra's like, I join. See, Hype Train must make it bigger. How are you doing, amazing Umbra? And yes, yippee, uppies, thank you so very much, amazing Umbra. Thank you, Storm, for the 3,000. Cutie Cat, I hope you're having a good one. Terrific Thomas, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. 20 streams, let's go. Hi, Sleety Pie, thank you so much for the support and dedication. Sorry that about your job. Thank you, Raya. That's all right. I'm working on doing whatever I possibly can to keep on streaming instead of having to go and get another job doing shit like that. Let me see. Tao, has your hair always looked like this? I've never noticed the big braid and vine. That's lovely. Oh, thank you. Yes, my hair has always looked like this. Yeah, I have a very big braid. I have a helicopter. When I thrash around too much, it goes. Not gonna lie, I really feel the love energy here. It feels great, actually. Yay! I'm so happy that I'm able to like bring that to you through your screen, lovely gamers. That makes me so happy. That is my one goal with this channel, to be honest, is helping you guys, making you guys kind of feel that despite our separation by potentially, you know, tens, hundreds, or thousands of miles. Or K's, sorry, Aussies I had to, or like anyone but Americans, I had to translate that for for the metric. What the dog doing? The dog is sitting back there. He's a little baby. He's my little baby. Nobody, thank you so much for the community sub gift. I really appreciate it, darling. And 30 minutes into stream with a level 9 hype train. You'd think there was some special event, but it's just pals being crazy. It's pals being so incredibly generous. You guys are the best. I cannot even articulate it. Thank you, sweethearts. Also amazing Umbra, thank you once more for the 20 gifted. You are the sweetest. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So much Tao love. I am feeling very loved right now. Very, very loved. Nothing says fuck AI more than hopefully breaking the hype train record, right? Oh my god, you guys only just did that a few weeks ago. You can't do it again. 9 more hype level and we'll break the record. That is true! Ah! Thank you for the goat scream apparition. Much appreciated. Good. The Q command is working. That makes me happy. And Sweetest Storm, uppies. Yee! Good Storm. Sweetest Scarlet, welcome on in. How are you? Did you hear the rumor about butter? Well, I'm not going to be spreading it. Very good. I love it. Umbra gets more uppies. Yee! Good Umbra. Awesome Aussie uppies.
Aussie.
Capitalism!
Pretty lady.
Oh, you pretty ladies. All the ladies in here are pretty. All the men in here are very handsome. All the non-binary people are very attractive. Ryo, thank you so very much for gifting that sub as well. I really do appreciate it.
Would you care to rephrase the assertion that we can't break the record in the form of a wager? Mama tell?
No. No, I won't do that. I won't do that. I can't do that. I cannot bring myself to do that. You may have to take a look at some of the song requests. Some haven't gone through properly. Really? How do you mean? I'm watching them like pop up on here. I do see. If you guys see that when you request a song, it's not spitting out the right response, let me know and I'll go manually fix it. Raffle reminds me I need to dig into some relevant references. Oh yes, please do, Incredible Iridius, please do. Thank you for the clarification, of course, gorgeous gamers. Lovely Lilith, sweetheart, thank you so much for the gifted, darling. And thank you guys so very much for the insane level 11 hype train. I really appreciate it. That was absolutely outstanding. Thank you, cutie pies. Thank you! 79 sub gifts and 4,200 bits. That is crazy. Thank you ever so much. You guys are far too kind to me. I really appreciate it. You absolute treasures. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. I wish I could give you more Sai. Oh, please, Ryo. Don't even worry about that. Honestly, you guys being here at all is like, I think I've said it before, but like your presence, you spending your time with me is like the biggest and bestest contribution ever. Mind you, no, I can't like live off of it, but like I feel like living because of it. Does that make sense? Let's see here. Sweetest Sam, welcome in. How are you doing, darling? Thank you so much for those 10 gifted. That was crazy. Thank you, honey bun. How are you? Let's see. Sorry, I'm still so far behind. Level 18, 38% is the high score. Do with that info what you will, chat. No, that's okay. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You not too much ever. Oh, thank you, Ryo. Thank you. Now both kitties are watching stream. Let's go, lovely little bit. I'm so glad that I have their attention. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll need to get some more water. Let's see. Let me see, just a little scroll. Is the chibi model no longer a redeem? The PNG. Oh, I do need to turn that on actually. Sorry, I was so preoccupied with getting the Songify thing to work today. I will turn that on. Actually, before I forget, I'll just do that now because I will forget. I know me and you guys know me, so let me just, allow me to just do that real quick, like, once this loads. Okay, Oh, also, you guys, please, if you are not a part of the Discord, you may want to consider joining, because if you are a part of the Discord, we are going to be putting a poll up, probably about halfway through this stream, as to which movie you would like to watch on our Discord movie night. Which will be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm going to close submissions, or suggestions, I guess. I'm gonna close suggestions for it about halfway through stream. So make sure that you make your suggestions so that I can put them all on the poll, okay? Excuse me. Did you know that ears of corn can be grown individually? Therefore, unicorns are real. Yes, I love that version. Sweetest Sam, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, Alan. I appreciate it. And lovely Lilith, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Kawadi. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. That is very, very kind of you, darling. Let me see. I shall hold this conductor badge till I miss a stream or pass out vibing with the pouch. Umbra, enjoy the conductor badge, darling. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I had a few in the start that I had to refund. Haven't checked any since. I was trying to keep up with chat. That's fair, Strat. That is very fair. Let's see. Scroll. Gotta start up work here soon. Oh, all good, sweetest Sam. Thank you so much for watching from afar. Have a great time at work. We will miss you terribly, but we know that you will spiritually be with us. Let me see here. Nick, /Damn Slice, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord community game night challenge. The good news from my side for Tau and chat, I have been approved for my second preference of places to move to. Yay! And my first preference is just waiting for landlord approval. At a minimum, I have somewhere to move to. I am waiting to hear back on the first preference before signing. That's awesome, Sweetest Storm! I'm so happy for you, darling. Well deserved. I hope that this new place brings you, whichever one it is, whether it's your first or second preference, I sincerely hope that it brings you far more joy than the one you have been in. Lovely Layla, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, gorgeous. That makes sense, and same, your streams help a lot with the vibes here and your amazing personality. Aw, you're so sweet, cutie pie. Oh, thank you, honey bun. Thank you so much. Okay, we actually are about to head off into a quick break. For those of you who don't know, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It is not long, but it is just long enough that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to, and you still won't miss any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, therefore there's no content being made, so it doesn't matter that you miss it. And then I suggest you also walk away from the computer. But before I do that, I have 2 things to tell you. I'm gonna start with the less heavy of the subjects, which is we have a new song request mode. As you guys have been seeing, it is an automated thing called Songify. It is not AI, it is just programming, don't worry. And it was actually, here, let me actually give him a shout out real quick. It was, the lovely Palamedes actually helped me out with it. Is that, wait, no, I think that's the wrong person, hold on. Hold on, wait, don't look at that. Wait, hold on, I have to make sure I've got the right fucking person. I'm a little bit dumb. Wait a second, hold on. We're gonna go to, I gotta make sure I got the right. That's not him, that is not him, hold on. I must find him, no, wrong one. Don't click that. Don't click that. That's not him. Wait. I'm so bad at this. I'm never gonna be a professional streamer because I can't fucking figure this shit out. Oh, I think it's VT. Is it VT? Yeah, it's Palamedes VT. Okay, that's why. That's what happened there. I totally spaced the VT part of that. Okay. Oh, I have to wait a minute. Okay, let me do it this way instead. Palamedes is a fellow Aussie Vtuber. And a sweetheart, and he actually has helped me get the Songify thing working, so hopefully it works out. Yeah, I will be here the whole time, obviously, so if the app doesn't work for some reason, if you're like, oh, Tau, it chose the wrong thing, just let me know and I'll go look for it personally and like remove it from the list and stuff. But yeah, you can also, there's some other commands you can do with it. You can do !Q, and that will allow you to see what the next 5 things in the queue are. So if you want to know if your song is in the next 5, then that's how you find out. And I don't know if it's working, but there's supposed to be an ! Song pause, as in song position, SONGPOS. And that's supposed to tell you where it is in the queue, but I don't know if that's working because it's not working for me. But I don't know if that's because I'm the streamer. But yes, that also means that you can now either type, it seems like, you can either type the song and who it's by, like we were doing before, or more directly, you can actually copy and paste the link, which I know I've previously said we can't do because if I click on it, it just obliterates the entire queue. But with this, it just adds it. So that works. You haven't started playing it, so the song POS may not work. Oh, maybe Strat. I did have it playing when I was testing it and it just didn't come up, but yeah, could be. Okay, so that's one thing. Now, the other thing I wanted to tell you guys, because I promised to keep you updated, is, do you guys remember me telling you that I got an email from my job of 4 years, my only consistent job, basically my only non-freelance self-employed job, that they are making me redundant because they have outsourced to a company that uses AI to clone websites, and so they cloned the website that I hand-coded. I thought, based on what they had said in the original email, that I would have at least a month and a half to 2 months because that's what my fucking marketing manager said. I will be made redundant as of March 12th. So I barely have 3 weeks before I am no longer getting paid the consistent income to afford my mortgage. And to make things worse, I think I might have mentioned to you that my marketing manager was like, she was like a personal friend of mine and like really, really lovely, and I really liked her. So pretty uncool. She actually is the one who suggested this. I thought for sure it was gonna be my boss, the CEO, who suggested it, because that's the kind of asshole he is. But it was actually it was actually his friend who suggested it, and she was like, yeah, we should do that. Get rid of Tau. And so with that said, she is also the one who's going to be, because don't get me wrong, and this is where I may have a case with Fair Work, and I might be registering a bit of interest with the commission, that they will still have a website. And for those of you who are Australian, maybe you know that unfair dismissal is, there's a few different reasons that you can be, well, not reasons, but there are a few different things that are grounds for unfair dismissal. I won't go through all of them, but one of them, and the one that's relevant here, is if someone takes your job from you just to give it to somebody else. That's what she's literally doing. So I've been on the phone for the last like couple of days, basically for like between yesterday and today. I think I've been on the phone for 6 hours, jumping between like 7 different referrals, and they have basically said, oh, you may actually have a case with that because the redundancy, by the way, is not a thing because the company has less than 15 employees, so he doesn't have to offer redundancy at all, even after working there for 4 years. And so the idea is that maybe I can lodge a complaint with Fair Work Commission because they're getting rid of me so that she can do the job that I already had. And so despite the fact that I probably would have wound up quitting if I found out that they were literally just going to, you know, pull the job out from under me and have me work on an AI website to update the fucking content. I have been dismissed before they even gave me that option. They did not give me that option. So now they're giving her the responsibility of maintaining that website, all the content and everything. And there may be grounds possibly for unfair dismissal on that. Yeah, so that's where we are right now. Like I said, I do have a job for until March 12th. And that's pretty anxiety inducing because I genuinely thought from the messages that my marketing manager had sent me that I would have a job until at least April, but it's not even close to April. It is actually the day before I'm being dismissed, on the day before Monster Hunter Stories 3 comes out. So you might have to oblige me losing myself in that game with you guys by my side, of course, on the day it releases, because yeah, which I think unfortunately is a Friday, and I know normally that means that we do art, but I think that day I'm really gonna want to kind of forget about things, and I think that that is probably what I'll want to do. I'll probably want to play Monster Hunter Stories 3 on that day. We will, of course, resume art the following week, but I think I'm really going to want to lose myself in a story is all. If she said that this was the situation, wow on her. If he said that it was her choice, he may be scapegoating. They both met with me, and they said, yeah, we have collectively decided this. But it was actually my boss who said that, that my marketing manager was happy to take over the responsibilities as the website admin, basically. And she she nodded affirmatively. So I think that is probably the case. Hi there, beautiful blue. Welcome on in. I come in to hear this. That's terrible, Tao. Hope things go well. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. I certainly hope you have a case that can go through the system. I have no idea how this, well, fuck. Like I said, I have no words. This just really sucks, and that's an understatement. I wish for the best outcome here for you. Thank you so much, Jairus Dustin. It is quite disappointing, and I think I've mentioned this before, but I guess it's even more proof to me that, like, I don't employ well. Like, I am not someone that gets along with any employer I have ever had. I get along great with clients in my all of my freelance stuff, any voiceover stuff I've done. As an English teacher, self-employed, like, I've literally never had anything but glowing reviews. But every single job that I have been hired for under an employer in a business, every single one initially really likes me, and then within a couple of years, maybe 3, maybe in this case, it's the longest one, 4 years, they are looking desperately to get rid of me. And so if I am able to make ends meet without being employed again, that would be great. But I guess we shall see. I have a lot of avenues that I'm gonna keep on trying for, but the issue is, of course, mortgages due consistently, right? It's like rent, you have to pay it on this date. And the thing with being freelance is it's a feast or famine profession, no matter what freelance business you have, where there are some months where you might bring in thousands of dollars. There are some months where you might barely make 100. And you have to be so careful, and it is so anxiety inducing. And it's why I wanted to keep that job, despite how much I fucking hated it. I really wanted to keep that job just because it did barely cover my mortgage every week. And without it, I now am essentially in the hole by a good bit. And there are some weeks and months where I make enough to meet it without that job, but there are others where I don't. So I'm gonna throw myself into this. I'm gonna probably be streaming a little bit more for 6 months. Nathan and I have agreed that I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna give this my all for like 6 months, as well as some of my other stuff. I want to start doing some Audible stuff. I want to get more into voiceover. I'm gonna be doing more auditions and stuff like that. And I might run some sales on art, depending, in like March, April timeframe. But if after 6 months this doesn't pan out and I can't make ends meet with other things, I will have to reduce streaming substantially, because I will need to go and get a real job. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see what happens. That's just cruel. You're right. Yeah. Thank you for clearing that doubt in my head. Of course, sweetest Storm. So many hugs and good wishes going Tao's way. Thank you so much, precious politely. And hi there, beautiful Bad. How are you? Apologies that you're getting the ultimate betrayal, Tao. Yeah, it's all right, Bad. I'm surrounded by cutie pies like you, so that's what matters. It may take 12 to 18 months, 12 to 18 to work through the fair work system. Well, it's better than getting nothing, which is what I am getting if I don't work through it. So I guess I'll hang on to that. She's happy to take over, get a raise, and all she had to do is stab you in the back while smiling and looking you in the eyes. Basically, yeah, yep, that's exactly right. Hi there, cutie cart, welcome in. We doing art tonight? Yes, we will be doing art. I'm just catching up with chat. That's terrible. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Sending you all the love, and we are always here for you. I'm a chronic therapy friend, along with many others. I know you don't necessarily like to vent, but we are here no matter what. Thank you so much, lovely love. That means the world. I really appreciate it. Hi, beautiful Bublin. How am I? I'm just telling everyone about probably the worst thing that could possibly have happened with the job that I'm getting fired from. Not really a you problem so much as a higher up problem. In my experience, the more experienced people stay near the bottom, and most that get higher on the ladder are or become extremely complacent or out of touch. Yeah, I think you're right, Dustin. I think you're right. Try to get as much evidence as you can to stand your case. I really hope it works out for you. Thank you, Ryo. I appreciate it, cutie pie. And Umber, thank you so much for the care package. I promised to get a sippy of water during this break because I'm out of water right now. Heartwarming that Nathan's still very supportive. He is. He's amazing. I don't know what I would do without him, to be honest. He's such an incredible man. Yeah, he's so encouraging. But yeah, it is nerve-wracking because the thought of not doing this is really scary. So hopefully I don't have to think about that. We need to get that podcast going if possible. I still don't know what I would do for a podcast. Thank you for the hugs, sweetest Strat. Hugs for you, cutie pie. Do you have EPF benefits? I don't know what that is. What does that mean, Strat? Hello there, beautiful bad. And happy belated birthday, cutie card. I hope it was amazing. The evening VC is always there if you like a distracting hangout. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. I'm gonna be figuring out how to lodge this complaint properly and trying to I remember I still have my insanely busy schedule for another couple of weeks while I still deal with that. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Hearts for you, precious politely. Absolutely shattered for you, Tao. I can tell in your voice you're shattered as well. Sending you all the love and hugs you deserve. Thank you so much, Awesome Aussie. I'm just fucking pissed. I've told you guys before about like how bad my trust issues are, and I know everyone says that, but like, fuck, dude. I feel like every single time I do let somebody in, or I do trust that, okay, I'm a permanent part-time employee. They can't take this shit from me, because I'm doing my job, and then they've managed to do it. They managed to do it. So. Hello, Swedish Shadow, how are you? The Tau cast would totally listen to that. Oh, let's go, Umbra. Thank you, sweetheart. I just didn't even know what I would talk about. Would you guys want to send in ideas for what I should talk about, and I'll just do some quick research on it and then blab about it like I'm as an uneducated individual. I now have a nephew and he's a little fat boy. Oh, hi there, don't like work. Welcome in. Oh, congratulations on your new nephew, and hugs for you, lovely lab. I love him, and he's just a widow guy. That's awesome, cutie pie. Hugs for you, awesome Aussie, lovely Nix. I leave that up to me. I shall set stuff up for the podcast. You just do what you do. I will send a detailed format later. Thank you so much, Strat. That's really sweet. My birthday was good. Got some Steam games. Night in the Woods, Deltarune, and Dredge. Oh, nice. Your very first horror game. Dredge is one of the first, I think Dredge was one of the first games we played through all the way, actually, on this channel. That was fun, even though, yeah, it was a bit scary. Talk about Tasmanian Tigers. I don't know how much I could talk about Tasmanian Tigers, endlessly. I could probably do one episode on them. Doing good. I was playing Pacific Drive. Kind of lost track of time. That's all right, Swedish Shadow. I hope you're having a great time with it. Do what I do. Talk about the randomest shit. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Dredge is such an amazing game. It is actually. EPF is Employee Provident Fund. I have never heard of that. Is that an Australian thing or is that in India? Or he's got the longest fingernails I've ever seen. Wait, a brand new baby has the longest fingernails you've ever seen? That's so scary. All right, cutie pies, we gotta go on a quick break, but while we do, I am going to clear out our weekly sub goal, but we're gonna do a raffle for 2 TVs. Thank you guys so much for the overwhelming love and support there. I really appreciate it. We were originally not gonna do any, and then boom, you came out of left field. Also, I am just gonna shout out lovely Palamedes now that I can. This guy is, like I said, a fellow streamer, fellow VTuber, and fellow Aussie, and he's the one who is responsible for helping us with the automated song request. Hopefully that will make it easier for you guys as well, but I am also at your disposal, don't get me wrong. Oh,
Thank you, Will, for the Will.
Sweet Storm, hold on, I gotta clear my throat.
Thank you, Will, for the Will. Thank you, Storm. Will.
Thank you. We have that here. I don't know about Oz. Yeah. I think that's kind of what redundancy is supposed to be, but because the business is too small, he doesn't have to pay a cent, which sucks. All right, my darlings. Let me go. Yeah, we gotta go to our wheel of names. And while we're on this break, I am going to put your guys' names onto our raffle list, okay? If I'm a little bit late, it's probably because I'm still copying and pasting because of your incredible generosity. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely fucking outstanding. I just fucked up. What have I done? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. So you don't have to wait. Oh, Abra,
Thank you, Will, for the Will. Thank you, Will. Umbra.
Thank you, Cutie Pie. I'd love to hear you talk about the cultural differences and what kind of adjustments you had to make between living in the US and Australia. Oh, that might be fun. Wait, we could do like a YouTube visual podcast and then also put it on like Spotify or something, if you guys wanted. That might be fun. I guess it doesn't really necessarily have to be like VTuber oriented, does it? It could just be like other stuff. I just kind of always assumed I'm a pretty boring person and that like everyone would have already done this stuff, but I don't know if there's like an Aussie versus US observational podcast out there. Who knows? It's different from that. I will explain it to you in your DMs. Okay, thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Trusting in others is always hard, but sometimes worth it. I look for the similar signs of personality / vibe of those who betrayed me, keep those people at a distance. I think that's my problem, Ryo. I keep on like letting people in and then trusting them, and they're always different from the previous people. So I'm like, oh, this is a personality type I haven't experienced before. And then they fuck me over. So, oh, thank you so much for the lurk, lovely gamers. That's all right. You don't need to talk. We still appreciate your presence, honey bun. Thank you so much for being here. That's the plan. I thought it would be edited, not live. Yeah, absolutely, Stra, absolutely. There are markets for it. Look for expat posters on Instagram, for example. Oh, yeah, okay, Storm. Thank you, hun. I will keep that in mind. If you wanted to, you could do like a storytelling podcast. There'd be like paranormal stuff or even just vibe and talk about anything and everything type of podcast. I could try that. Again, I just feel like it's been done before. So I'm like, why would anyone listen to me? I guess if you guys enjoy listening to me talk and be my high energy self, I suppose that's reason enough. But yeah, maybe we'll try it for a little bit because I'll have, I won't say I have like extra time. I'll have time that I'll need to fill with trying to make more money doing other things. But yeah. Oh, good. You're filling out a checklist. Looking forward to seeing what the final boss is for personalities to be screwed by. Yeah, don't worry, Save. I'll let you know when I find out. All right, cutie pies. Let's go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink.
Whoa,
have a little stretch.
they made the Save icon in real life.
They did. Oh God. Excuse me. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications and vitamins. I might be slightly more than 3 minutes this time, simply because I need to go fill up my water, and also I need to make sure that all of you get onto the raffle, the raffle wheel. But then, when we come back, we will jump into the raffle. We're doing a raffle for two chibis. And then we will decide what we're working on, okay? All right, darlings, on that note, I will miss you terribly, but I will also see you soon. Mwah. Certainly not. I'm fishy now. Big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi, long live TauTassieTiger, the one true VTuber. That's right. Tell all the other VTubers that. Save them. All better. What did you say? I hope someone clipped that. The bell would never betray me. I'm gonna call it now. Strat is gonna add something like exclamation point. Hide weight. Just do every. God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there?
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa? Right, darling. You didn't scare me. Thank you for the palette tap, lovely. Thank you for the palette tap, lovely. Thank you for the palette tap, lovely. How many times do you want me to repeat it?
Mother, we will.
I'm tired, I'm not. Literally during like the 1 section, like literally 1 second where there was like a downtime between dialogue and music.
Mother, will.
Ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15, shower you guys with singing all my praises. Bye. Towers 18th century peasant maxing, enjoying her crops. Just wait until I lick this bad boy. No, I won't actually do that. I don't want you to see my tongue, Fritz. Another report. I want to make another report about what I've been doing. What was that sound, you will? I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, amazing Ashton over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my god. Thank you, fucking holy shit. Do you guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think? Fanart idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tau streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it? Hello there, my darlings. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Like I said, I had to get everybody's info all on here. Also, let's actually start listening to the music, shall we? We have a lot of music from last week. Let me know how the volume is. Just making sure that's running. Yep. Hi there, awesome Aussie, you beautiful being. Hold on, let me get it myself. Whoop. There we go. Uppies for you, Aussie. Get Aussie. Hi there, terrific Twister. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Also, let's see, Valiant Vash. Welcome back, uppies. Good Vash. Lovely love, uppies. Good love. Wubble dogs. Wubble dogs. Wubble dogs. Next photo slice, jam slice. Uppies for you. Good nicks. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Uppies. Good Umbra. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Let's see here. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, sweet Seru. All right, you guys, we've got a beautiful wheel here that you guys are directly responsible for. And also, hold on, I'll just need to 1 second. I'm just gonna go refresh our weekly sub goal. 1 second. That should be, yeah, there we go. Okay, great. So I just want to make sure that that's working, which it is. Okay. Oh, this is you guys, I want you to know that if you guys Thank you for the fart storm. I want you to know that if you guys do not like this automated version of song requests, we can return to the old way, but I will say that for myself, this is very convenient. And like I said, if there is any problem with the song requests, just let me know and I'll just go in and delete it. Because I do have like delete and, you know, do the right one. Anyway, okay, we have 2 chibi art pieces coming your way. Let's see what we've got here. We have Croon! Oh shit, let's go, cutie! Croon! Congratulations to Crooning Wolf. That is a lucky one. Very nice, very nice. Hi there, Magnificent Mastiff. How are you? It's good to see ya. Great Tasmanian Tiger voice actor of much skill and much awesome talent. Hi there, Magnificent Mastiff, my darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. I do like the new way of requesting songs. Just hope it isn't gonna end up scuffy. Me too. But I do see, like, it is popping up on the queue, like just like it would if I right-clicked it and said, you know, add. So hopefully it'll be good. Let's see here. I will let them know. Thank you, Strat. Thank you so much. I mean, it's Tau. Of fucking course it's gonna be Scuffy. That is true. I am the princess of Scuff after Queen Amelie. Okay, that's one. And then our next chibi wiener is Ozzy! Hey, let's go, awesome Ozzy! Awesome, Ozzy! No fucking way! Let's go, Ozzy! Congratulations, sweetheart! I take it you have... Strat, you don't need to let Ozzy know. Ozzy knows. Let's go, Ozzy! Congrats, cutie pie! That's awesome! Yes! Perfection! Okay, great. So we have Croon and we have Ozzy for those wins today. Thank you guys so very much for your amazing support. I really do appreciate it. Now we have the opportunity to decide what we're working on. Now, for clarity's sake, I have a fuck ton. That is the technical term for how many chibis I have to do. I have a fuck ton of chibis, so I'm actually going to just put chibi as an option on the poll, and then if you guys vote on chibi, we will expand it to the chibis that we can do. Let's see. Let me first... Also, Yuki has a reference sheet commission in the works with me, so we can work on Yuki's commission, as well. But sorry, I need to remember what I'm doing. Let me bring up our... How's our volume, my darlings? Is it doing okay? Okay, that's not the right one. Did I appear? Oh no, that's literally the... That ain't it. One second. I'm pressing everything except for what it's supposed to be. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Oh. There we go. Okay. Sorry. I just had to get that working. Let me just get to the right page. Hello? Okay. Okay, so let's see here. We can work on, I'm gonna give you a tour of the things we can work on. So this is the Tavern Keep outfit that Sweetest Sedu made the last time that we did a contest. Oh, you guys, please do vote in the poll that Strat has just put up. How's the background music volume? If you're the Princess of Scuff and Amelie is Queen of Scuff, does that mean one that stream together? I would love to stream with Amelie. She doesn't even know my name. But if anyone knows her personally, let her know I'd love a collab. Okay. So this, when I put on the thing, I will put Sedu outfit. Okay, so this will be Sedu outfit. And oh, you're about to fall asleep. All good, lovely little bit. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. And hey, thank you so much for your amazing generosity, sweetheart. It means the world. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. All right, let's see. So that's Sedu outfit. Now, I am actually going to put this back on the list because we will at some point have another horror stream. So we will put the opportunity for horror starting soon screen. That's what this is. This is the in progress version of that. So far we have Sedu outfit and horror starting screen. Okay. We also have Chibi, which I have so many Chibis to do. I can't even tell you which ones there are right now. But if you choose Chibi, we will decide on a Chibi to do. Let's see. Strat. How do you feel about me putting your reference sheet on as an opportunity to work on today? I don't have to, and I won't show it until you give me permission, but you can if you like. Strat may have gone AFK. I didn't. Oh, can you put the chibi art instead? Ah, yes. Okay, so that'll be included in the chibi section. The other thing we can do is a Geralt outfit. This is another thing we had going on. Is this Geralt outfit? So when we vote, I'll put Geralt outfit on here. Also, hello there, Outstanding Omega and friends. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. It is a pleasure to have you in here. Omega, how was your stream, darling? You guys, this is Omega 0X EXE. Sorry, I'm so used to saying mint EXE. Sorry. EXE, who have graced us with their presence, having just conquered the trials of escape from ever after. This valiant VTuber ventures through digital realms, from the depths of Hollow Nest to the peaks of adventure. Their quest to slay pixels and spread good vibes, all while repping that LGBTQI+ pride. Truly a monarch among gamers. Sweetie Pie, how was your stream? And sweetest Cinema Z. Hi, lovely Cinema. It's so good to see you again, darling. Welcome, welcome. Outstanding Omega, how are you? Let's see here. Welcome, Raiders. It is a pleasure to have you. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also an artist, so as you can see on Fridays Aussie time, we do art. I let you guys decide what we're working on, and you can request music to put onto our queue. Additionally, we are also playing through Persona 5 for the first time. Please no spoilers, but if you'd like to see a total newbie play that, that's on Sundays Aussie time. On Mondays, we play Final Fantasy XIV, also for the very first time. You're welcome to join me for that. Tuesday nights, we are finishing up Pokemon ZA, hopefully this week. And then we are going to join in on the fun of Monster Hunter Stories 3. We have some other stuff coming up when it comes out, which is Witcher 4 and Blood of Dawnwalker. If any of that interests you, we will be playing those as well. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. When is your next stream, Outstanding Omega, if I may ask? It went super well. Played from Escape from Ever After today. Super fun Paper Mario indie game that I have been loving. That's awesome, sweetheart. I'm so happy you're enjoying it. Hope you are doing amazing today, Tao, and hope the stream is going fantastic for you. Thank you so much, Outstanding Omega. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you for coming in. And Cutie Cinema, it's so good to see you as well. Thank you so much for coming in. I don't get to raid Tau often, so I saw the opportunity and had to take it. Thank you so much, Omega. It means the world. I really appreciate the raid. I really appreciate having you here. Thank you, Cutie Pie. All right. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Oh, lovely Love It. Welcome on in. And Ozzy, that's okay. Hotel California is valid for, that's a valid one. I'll add that personally. There you go. That's on the list now. Next stream is going to be on Sunday. Not sure what the game is yet, but still making the schedule, but it's going to be around 5 p.m. EST on Sunday. How good! Amazing. Well, Outstanding Omega, thank you for bringing your gorgeous community in. You guys, Omega will next be streaming on Sunday at about 5 p.m. EST. I'm not sure what they're playing yet, but I'm sure it'll be wonderful, whatever it may be. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, Cutie Pie. I really appreciate ya. Aw, thanks, Ozzy. That's very sweet, Cutie Pie. Okay, so that's our Geralt one. Let me see, what else can I give you guys as an option? Oh, I'll show you the Yuki ref. She specifically said that she would like me to work on this on stream, so I will give you guys that option. This is Yuki's new reference sheet. We're still on the line art phase, but I think that I'm able to, she seems to like everything, so I'll start coloring it. But there's a couple of things in the line art that I will just let her decide on and honor her wishes on. But yeah, this is Yuki's ref. So when I put Yuki's ref on there, that's what this is. Let me see, what else have we got here? Give me just a second. I think that might be kind of it for now. Oh, we do have this this storm one. So this is gonna be a DM specialty piece for Storm that I owe him. So this will be Storm piece, okay? In the raffle. Poll. All right, let me put that poll up now. What shall we work on today? We have Chibi's pick later. We have Yuki ref. We have Storm piece. We have horror starting screen. And fuck, hold on. I think there was one more thing. Let me just go. Oh, wait. Oh shit. We actually have, okay, we have either Sedu outfit or Geralt outfit. If you vote on the Sedu outfit / Geralt outfit, I will do a second poll and then you can decide on which one you would like. I think that's everything. So please do vote, sweethearts. There you go. And great job on the draft sheet. Thank you, sweet start. I'm glad you like it. Please vote, cutie pies. You got 3 minutes. That will decide what we work on for the whole rest of the day. So please think about it for a moment and let me know. I'll do another quick once over. Pretty lady. I'll do another quick once over of the things. So we've got, this is the storm sheet, storm piece. Sorry, storm piece. This is capitalism. Yep. Capitalism. This is the horror starting soon screen. Right here, in progress, obviously. This is the Geralt outfit, right here. This is the Sedu outfit right here. And yeah, that's everything. And then chibis, many chibis. So let me know which one you prefer, okay, cutie pies? It automatically adds it to the queue now. It does indeed, lovely little bit. But you do have to still utilize the song request. Yeah, the song request redeem. I'm gonna go have breakfast. Absolutely, sweetest strat. We'll see you soon. Chibis will take over the world. Yes, they probably will. All right, it looks like we have a horror starting soon screen that is leading, but just barely. The Yuki ref is it's 4 to 5 right now. So Yuki ref's got 4, horror starting soon screen has 5. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Chibis have 3 votes. Storm has 2. Sedu outfit / Geralt outfit have 2. Oh, I've already requested my song. It was 1991, Enter Sadman. Oh, okay, perfect. Would being a chibi be so bad? What do you mean, Nix? All right, you guys got 1 minute left, but it does look like we're probably going to be doing our horror screen progress. So I will get that ready for us to roll on. Lolbit, if you're looking for the command specifically for Songify, it's just CMDS, exclamation point CMDS. Oh, it's Yuki and horror starting stream have a tie. Anyone want to break that in 10 seconds? Yuki and horror, it's between the two. If someone doesn't break it, we will have to do another quick poll for the 2. You returned from eating, dinner, and showering. Hey, lovely Lyra, I hope it was good. All right, let me do one more poll. So it's the Yuki ref and the horror starting soon screen, which we work on. We have horror starting soon. I can't write horror. I don't put that final R there. Yuki ref. All right, I'll give you 1 minute for this one, you guys. Please do vote. Well, but you're very cute. If you were a chibi in IRL, would you be happy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like the world's too judgmental for that, unfortunately. I'll give you guys a quick reminder of what these both look like. So this is the horror starting soon screen. This is where we're starting with that one. And that one will also be animated. And then this is the Yuki ref, in case you would like to vote on that. You got 30 seconds, cutie pies. Please do let me know what you would like to work on. The poll is live, baby. Yeah. Also, this is a quick reminder, cutie pies, that that we also have over in the pouch. If you go over to the pouch couch right here, this channel, and then you go up to threads. Wait, sorry, I'll show you. Threads right up here. Click on the movie night right there, and please suggest your a movie that you would like to watch on Discord with all of us, and then I'll put them onto a poll. And but I will tell you, this is probably the last. I'll give you like 1 more hour, 1.5 hours or so, to make your suggestions in here for a movie to watch during Discord movie night. But then I'm gonna actually have to close those submissions, and we're gonna put everything to a poll, and then you guys will get to vote on what you would like based on what's in here. So you got 1 more hour to submit your suggestions, okay? All right, you want a horror starting soon screen? You have got it. It would be good to get this done. We won't get it done all today, obviously. There's still a lot of like shading and lots of layers and stuff, but it would be good to get this done because we will have future horror streams. And then we can use this anytime. Anytime! Date night with girlfriend is on for tonight. Yay! That's awesome, lovely Laura. I'm so happy for you, cutie pie. We got exposed. No, don't you worry. I would never expose you. Alrighty. Let's see here. Let's continue. I think I was mostly doing, what was this? I gotta remember where I was actually. Oh, right. We're doing more hair. More hair. Did you draw that yourself? The one in the background where you're in the tree? No, this is actually a commission. I really love this one. This one was really, really cute. That's why I have it as my background. It's also very relaxing to look at. But no, this is actually, that's a commission. I can tell you who it's by. Very reasonable as well. Hold on. Let me go find their link. Oh my god, why? 1 second, I just gotta go find that commission. Wait, I'm done. Where's the thread? Oh, Lith, it's in the pouch couch, and then you go to the thread, like the thread icon, and then it says movie night. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Is it my request? Nope. I always get lost on VGen trying to find out where my... Where is it? Damn it. Sorry, I have to... Where is it? Why is this kind of a banger? It is very much a banger. I have no idea how it has any right to be this good, but it is on my personal like because I really fucking think it's good. 1 second. I actually know how to do this on mobile better than on here for some reason. Erg. Crap. I wish that this was more straightforward because like you click on commissions and then it takes you to the commissions that you do, but then you click on my orders and then it says no, you have no orders because that's not, and then you click on my request and that also, no, that's it, my request. Okay, that's the one. All right, sorry, let me give you the name of the person who did that one. Wait, did I not get it on VGen? Where did I get it from? How odd. I guess maybe I didn't get it from VGen? 1 second. I must pay tribute to the artists who do amazing things. So let me go see if I can find where I got, oh God, it's called Commission 53. That is not, that ain't it, Chief. I might have to get back to you on that one. Sorry. I'm not sure who this is by. Fuck. I think it was on, maybe it was on Discord? Shit. Sorry. Yeah, I think I must have gotten it from somebody over on Discord, and I sadly don't know their name. It's been a while. Okay, sorry. We'll get into the drawing now. Sorry, we're like 3 hours in, and I'm like, I'm not drawing. What the heel turn for the music? Oh yeah. I'm known in the pouch as elder. Are you, Saru? Are you elderly? Are you elderly? Okay. What am I doing here? I think I'm merging this. Actually, maybe not. I think I wanted to do... Oh my god, why? Zach, how are you? Is your neck okay? It is. I actually should probably raise my desk a little bit. Okay. Sorry if you heard that. Roar! We were drinking in a cornfield and now we're a circle of druids doing rituals in the woods. I know. Isn't it great? We're so flexible. Thank you for the care package, Osmozy. Hi, Koda. Sorry, doggy's here. Hey, baby. How are you, Zach? It's so good to see you on Precious Proof. Thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. I'll appreciate it. Koda. He might have to go out. I think I thought I might have heard him scratching, but I also wasn't sure if it was the music or not. I think it might have been at the door, but... Good boy. You need to go? You need to go outside? You already have sunscreen, so you can if you want. You need to go home? You need to go outside? Sorry, kitties. Give me just a second. I think he might want to go outside. I'll be right back. I must let him out, as we do not have dog door. Is Koda a dog? He is! He's my little baby! I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Wee! Sorry, I just need to make sure he doesn't shit inside, you know. Classic. Classic doggy concerns. Check DMs? Oh, sure, 1 second. Oh. 1 moment, please. Ah, okay. Good call. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know that we've been streaming for, like, over an hour and a half, but, I want to reiterate some new-ish rules that we have. The first one, and probably the most major one for stream itself, is, oh, hi there! Hey, Cutie King, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. You guys, this is, Dragon King. The ruler of the digital realm bequeaths good vibes and gaming camaraderie upon their subjects. Minecraft realms, from Minecraft realms to Gartic phone and festivities, their streams are a royal decree of fun. All are welcome in this LGBTQI plus friendly space. Let us honor their reign with a warm TauTass hug. Yes, indeed. Welcome in, Cutie King. How was your stream, and when will your next one be? Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're just doing some art today. Okay. I'm so glad you had a good time, Cutie King. That's awesome. All right. Sorry. Can you tell I have like terrible memory? Okay, I was reiterating the major thing, which is this new rule we've got for streaming, which is please do not resend any messages unless it's a sentence or less. And even then, only resend it once or twice. If it's really important, please use TTS. But I don't want to have any more of those like multi-paragraph resends, just because it traipses over other people's messages, and then they wind up getting ignored, which I don't want. So, yeah, please do keep that in mind. Don't resend unless it's a sentence or less. And if you do want to resend, just resend it once or twice. And then if it's important, use TTS. And then we're also trying to avoid spoilers a little bit more, especially about future events and games. Please don't backseat unless I'm asking for help. That rule will get relaxed if we're just doing like a demo or like a one-shot game or something. But yeah. Hey there, Era. Welcome in. How are you? Only once, not twice? No, you even wrote only resend once or twice. So I think once or twice is fine. And then any complaints or issues that the pals may have need to report to the mods or to me, because only we can resolve it. That is true. So we've had some instances recently where we've heard through the grapevine that some people are complaining about certain things within the community, but nothing can be done about it because they aren't actually telling myself or a mod. They're venting to each other, which is fine if all you want to do is vent. But if you want changes, I really need you to speak to me or a mod, okay? Because that's the only way that we can resolve it. And just a reminder, the only people who can resolve that are myself, TauTassieTiger, Sweetest Stratus Edge, Radical Red Tempestas, or Sweetest Serushida. That's the only 4 people that you can go to and have this resolved for, okay? If you're going to anybody else, it will not get resolved, I guarantee you, okay? Also, please make sure that you stop. We have some pals who have been like prying into what other pals are doing or like aggressively questioning them about private information. Remember that the pouch is meant to be a safe space, which means that people who have boundaries, those boundaries need to be respected. If they don't seem comfortable or they're giving you really short answers, please take that as a hint. Some people are not comfortable with just being like, hey, you're making me uncomfortable. Sometimes they will just be really quiet or give like one-word responses, okay? And that still means the same thing. So please, if in doubt, please do not rabidly question other people or dig into their private lives, okay? Also, please keep in mind that the mods have to keep an eye out for multiple chats at the same time. So if you do contact them during stream, they may not be able to get to you super quickly, or they might have to keep the responses short. And it's not because they don't care. It's literally just because they're really busy and there's multiple things to manage. Keeping in mind that like Strat, for example, he is constantly keeping an eye on Twitch, YouTube, and Discord. And there's times that he's also clipping stuff or finding YouTube clips, or creating sound clips. And so it can take quite a while to get to stuff because he's like really working hard, trust me. And he also only has one screen. So yeah, please give him some grace. Give all my mods some grace. But Strat in particular is constantly like, he is running all over the place like 100% of the time. The mods always appreciate you guys informing them about like specific situations, and they'll never get ignored, but you do just need to be patient sometimes, okay? Anyway, thank you so much for that reminder, Strat. I appreciate it. Let me see here. Sorry, I'll try and catch. Oh, hi there, Motorhead. Welcome on in. W mods indeed, dearest cutie king. Hi there, cutie caution. Welcome on in. How are you? Goddamn, W mod. Yeah. No kidding. No kidding, Zach. Era got me a girlfriend since last time I was here. Oh, let's go, Era. That's wonderful. Congratulations, honey bun. I'm so happy for you. You want to ask something after stream? Did you want to ask a mod or just me specifically? See if we can hunt Strat on Throne to get him another monitor. Is kidding. Won't do that unless Strat ever asks me to ever. That's sweet of you, hun. Me, please. Okay. Is it something that's an emergency? Because if so, you can message me and I can check it. If it's not, then feel free to just DM me after stream, okay? Hi there, cutie T. Welcome in. You're gonna go back to sleep. Oh, good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for dropping in. All right. Sorry, I will draw now. I swear I'll draw now. We'll do the thing that we're here to do. Okay. What is the face you're making in the art? We've got, it's going to be a horror stream, but it's got to be animated. So what you're seeing are like half of the layers that you need to see. 5 more minutes of sleep. All good, cutie tea. Take longer. Take 10.
I would
take
go
20.
for your butt, probably.
I'd go for your butt. Definitely, cutie cryptid. Welcome in. How are you? Is it just me or does it look like the you in the artwork has been brushing her teeth with liquid silver? Liquid silver! It's probably because I'm shading things as I go through. But I could see that. I will DM you. My project is having its first IRL run in March at Game on Expo. Oh, that's very cool, Motorhead. I wish you the best of luck with it. I'm doing good. How are all of you wonderful people doing today? I'm doing all right, cutie pie. I'm very happy to be here with my precious, precious pals. I hope that you're doing great as well, darling. Is it all right if I make a brief resend where it's basically a tiny summary as what I wanted to say originally? If you haven't resent it, yeah, as long as it's not more than a sentence or so, sweetheart. I just got to make sure that I'm consistent with what everybody gets permission to do. Oh my god. Okay. What? Oh, Storm! Sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the voiceover demo cost. I really appreciate it. Thank you, cutie. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much. That would be amazing. I would love to get a demo made. Thank you, cutie pie. Thank you, sweetest Storm. Oh, it's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. I don't like Evie's odds after today as she's not eating or going to the bathroom. Oh, Ozzy, are you able to bring her in today? I did it to myself. I mentioned Throne. I like how if Storm accidentally mentions Throne, he's like, I gotta spend money on it. You can't afford it. Oh, Ozzy, hun, I'm so sorry. There are webs, like, I don't know if you got a Facebook, but there's a place, where you can get fundraising assistance, specifically for pets. I don't remember what it's called specifically because I haven't had to use it yet, but I follow it just in case. Yeah. Hold on a second. Fabulous Ferno! Welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you? It's great to see you, puppies. What? Oh my gosh, Bash! Sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the voiceover demo. The animation, I'm so excited. Thank you so much. 50 bucks, are you sure? Thank you, honey bunny. Oh my goodness, Bash, that is really kind. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'm so excited. I really appreciate it. You need like specific demos for specific things, and I have I am in the process of getting a character demo made and a commercial demo made, but to apply specifically for like animation rosters or video game rosters or things like that, you have to like have that specific, I don't know if you have to, but it's recommended because everyone's going to be going in there with like niche demos. And that means the world to me that you guys are contributing to the animation one. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're far too kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fabulous Ferdinand. Happy. Good Ferdinand. Also, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your dedication and support. Finally got my mic problem fixed. I apparently turned on a setting in my sound settings that keeps me from hearing my teammates and them from hearing me. Oh, I'm glad you fixed it, Try. That's a big improvement. Excellent, hun. Excellent. I was wondering, can we update some of our emotes to ones that move? Yes, when I get a chance to make them, which I have no idea when I'll have time for. But yeah, at some point I would love to do that. I'm doing well. Gonna take a shower and play some games, like maybe Power World or other games. Awesome. Sounds good, Fabulous Fano. Have a great time with your shower and with your games. I'm so sorry, Ozzy. I really hope that it's just a temporary thing with Evie, but yeah, please do look for some funding opportunities because there are a lot of people who are more than willing to contribute to pets. And of course, like the betterment of and comfort for their lives, you know what I mean? What is this? Nothing. It's nothing. I hate that I do this. Oh, no, I know what I did. Yo, my memory is so bad. I'll be AFK, stuff food, and then I think I should take a nap. I think you should too, sweetest Strat. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for dropping in. I mean, she is in good spirits regardless, but it breaks me seeing her struggle. I will definitely check that out. Yeah, please do, Ozzy. Please do. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. What?
Oh! Sweetest Sir Tassie! Oh my goodness! You guys! Holy crap! Thank you so much for contributing to the animation demo! Thank you, sweetest Sir Tassie! Thank you so much! Oh my goodness, you guys are the sweetest! I can't believe it! Thank you! Thank you so much! You guys are incredibly lovely. Thank you very much, sweetest Sir Tassie, for the amazing support. Thank you! Oh my goodness, you guys! Thank you so much. What is the animation demo about?
Oh
Zarl, it's so that I can,
What?
oh, Core! Oh my goodness! Thank you, cutie Core! It's, Zarl, it's so that I can get, I can pay somebody to, make an animation demo so that I can do some voiceover and animation. Thank you so much, cutie Core! You guys are too generous. I really appreciate it though, darlings. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind. Are we getting a short animated film? No, like a demo for me to, like, I need to pay somebody to make me a voiceover demo. So I do the voice acting and then they, you know, do all of the, they do the scripting, they do the audio engineering, they make it sound professional, and then I can give it to casting rosters and stuff so that I can be a part of animation. Yeah. Did I start a trend? You might have, Storm. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You guys are very, very kind. Thank you so much. I do not deserve your kindness. You guys are way too sweet. Thank you. We're getting Tau anime before GTA 6? Whoa. I'm not making an animation. I'm just the idea, hypothetically, is that I get to voice act an animation because I then have a demo made. Because a lot of places require a demo in order for you to, like, a lot of places won't even be like, hey, we want you to, you know, to do some one-off lines. They won't say that. They'll say, send in your demos. And if you don't have a demo, you're kind of fucked. So, would you look at the my whip in the art channel? Sure. I could see an animated short of the Tau at the campfire mini horror story. That would be so much fun, Storm. I would love to do that. All right, let me see here. Ooh, Sadu, the femme Tammy, very pretty. Okay, I have other hairstyles as well, but those are my faves. Let's have a look. These are so cute, cat. Oh my gosh, Studio Space, these are adorable. I love them. I love them. This is so cute. Oh my gosh, look at this outfit. What are you curious about, sweetheart? Because it's looking amazing. This is so cute. Oh, these are great. What awesome outfits. I love your color scheming too. Really pretty. That like pastel kind of. That's so pretty. Yeah, isn't it, Jessie? It's so cute. Imagine someone here is making a Tau animation as fan art. LMAO! Sadie, why do I feel like that's a that seems like a Sedu thing. This is beautiful, hun. I'm not sure how I can help you. It's just perfect. I think it's great. Very cute. I have no changes. Is this gonna be a rough sheet? And then is this like your mascot kind of thing? And then this is your Vtuber? So cute. Is that the happy, 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 happy? No, I don't think so. I think this is an OC of lovely spaces. But it's really cute, hun. I love it. Looks great. Okay, where is that? Oh my god, I don't even know where that went. What is? Oh, it's over there. What? Is it hidden? No. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. It's just that I'm making the lines invisible, and what I need to do is not that. I'm unsure of which will be my main. I don't think you need to choose, sweetheart. I think that they're both really, really cute. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Strat. Okay, that's empty. Yeah. Yeah, Space, I don't actually think that you need to pick. I think that if you put both outfits on there just side by side, like make the ref a tad bit bigger, I think it's totally worth it because both of those outfits are mega cute. I'll be continuing to draw Sonar as a patch pal. Please do, lovely Nyx. I can't wait to see. All right. Wait, is that? Nope, okay. All right, I need to unbald. I'll probably be doing everything myself, and I like having outfit choices, and I love drawing clothes. Yeah, well, lovely Space Cat. There's absolutely no issue with having like multiple outfits on the same rough sheet. Oh, break time. Thank you, Nyx. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Sweethearts, we gotta go to a very quick break. It's only gonna be 3 minutes this time because I don't need to do anything with the raffle or go get water. So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Hi, precious Poogie, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We'll be right back in about 3 minutes. Yeah, I love you lots and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! Certainly not. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Oh! Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Get the hell out of my face. To me in the best way that I know how, with a little video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A.
Raw, darling.
3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger. Name-ish. 41 sweet hit Feb to it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15. And fishy. Now big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Fanart idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tau streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it? God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there...
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa? Right, darling. You didn't scare me. Another report. I want to make another report about what I've been doing. What would that sound do, Will? It's extra funny when you say capitalism. Maybe I should make that another command. You have so many commands. Capitalism.
Hey there, my darlings. Welcome on back. I've missed you terribly. Alrighty. Let's see here. Oh, Ozzy really wants to listen to Lowrider. We'll be hearing that a couple of times today. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you so very much for the uppies. Yee, good, Ozzy. Welcome back, lovely uppies. Good, love. Welcome back, Sweet So Jazzy. Welcome back, Sweetheart Seti. Welcome back, Sweet Storm. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, Nick. Toast Slice, Jam Slice. Love, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you for contributing to my wonderful non-boys love. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. Lovely love. That's very kind. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Valiant Vash, welcome back. Bees for you. Yee. Good, Vash. What kind of animation would Sadie do? Nothing too crazy, just Tau screaming. Oh, yes, that's a good emote, yeah. Welcome back, lovely Layla. I didn't hear Rider the first time. Oh, it hasn't come yet, Ozzy. As usual, we still have all of the songs from last week. We still have about 40 songs from last week before we get to this week's. Also, thank you very much for the mom voice, lovely Layla. There you go. No, we're not at today's requests yet, Sweet Storm. That is correct. I got confused as someone requested Enter Sandman and that was playing. Yes, this one was actually requested, if I remember correctly. I think it was requested by Yuki last week. And Yuki hasn't been in here today, so yeah. Thank you so much, lovely love. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I can't wait. To get my gorgeous boys. My gorgeous, adorable white and black-haired boys. I'm so sorry. That's okay, Ozzy. You don't need to apologize. I have no problem with playing that twice. That's okay. I mean, Lowride is a great song, so don't even worry about it, darling. I just thought that you really wanted to listen to it twice. Love watching Tau stream. I love having you here, lovely Layla. Thank you so much. Also, excellent work on the boss, you guys. Very, very impressed. And Sweet Storm. Grab. Uppies for you, Sweet Storm. Yay. Good Storm. Thank you so much. Error. I have a song request, but unfortunately it isn't on Spotify, so I'm gonna have to sit on it for a while. That's okay, lovely Error. No worries, sweetheart. I hope that you still continue to enjoy the rest of the pals' taste in music, though, and hopefully we will get to hear something from you pretty soon. Sweetest Seti, thank you so much for drawing while you watch. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Is anyone else getting skipping audio or is it just me? Yeah, is anyone else getting... Okay, sorry, Red. Not me typing a command and I did it wrong. Oh, that's okay, honey. Wait, did you do, what, fish? That should work. That should work. Sounds good? Awesome. Happy to hear that, Storm. Happy to hear that, Layla. Thank you so much for checking on that, cutie pies. I appreciate it. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much for all of your generosity and kindness today and every day. I really appreciate it.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
lizard. Thank you, Storm, for the lizarding. Lizard. Fuck,
lizard.
It was way too early. It's really strange for me to see incoming song requests, but not be responsible for queuing them up. But at least this way, it reports back to you guys and tells you what song it's chosen for you. Whereas in my case, I'm like, I think this is the right one. And it is nice that now you guys can actually send the link as well. You can send the link, or you can send the who it's by. Either one works, as it seems. Thank you so much for the care package, sweetest space. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you. Ah, thank you also for my pal hat, cutie pie. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Very sneaky, Storm. Thanks for making me think someone's knocking at my door. I thought that was my ear popping for a sec. Nope, that's just that's just Storm scaring us all. It's time, Tao. Death comes knocking. I know it would get to me one day. Thank you so much for the mom voice, lovely Layla. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Meta? Boo-boo?
Meta? Woo! Indeed. Hey there, precious Prateo. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. I'm apparently good at timing those jumps. You are. Timer up. It's true, sadly. Best bones I used. Well, I'm so glad you like that that voice so much. I give y'all a cold air I'm in right now. Please do, Jet. I'll take that happily. Happily. Oh, it's down there. I think that's just black, so I think that's, well, you know, blue. Um. Oh, mwah! Cute kitty kisses. That's cute. Mwah! I know nearly all of you guys need it. It's true. I need cold air at the moment. It should not be 50 Fahrenheit in Chicago. That is true. I do agree, cutie caution, although I could use it better more than you. It is not 50 here. It is like 78. Oops. It's 32 Fahrenheit for me? Jet, yeah, share that with us. I'm good. Always love watching art being created. It's like a peek behind the curtain. It is indeed, Precious Paratio. We're so happy to have you, sweetheart. Thanks for coming in. How have you been? It's a phenomenon here known as false spring. False spring is literally, it's got its own name, huh? Send some rain and snow while you're at it. Our snowpacks here are a little low, and I need more for rafting later in the year. Oh my god, Talon, that's so funny. How's my chibi coming along since the last time you updated me? Oh, it's exactly where it was, Jet. I haven't gotten a chance to work on anything else for a little while. Now I'm hearing the song. I just pictured how shadowboxing. I would never confess to it, but I have definitely shadowboxed to this song. Precious Paratio, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, cutie pie. Makes sense. You got a bunch of stuff to do. I do indeed. And I've been dealing with job loss, so I'm very, very busy with not very fun stuff at the moment. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, Precious Paratio. Thank you for your support. Maybe I'll just dye this one. That's not really how my hair looks, but that's okay. I love a little bit of depth. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry, Jet. I'm very, very good about updating people when I get to different parts of their projects. I just haven't had time. I appreciate your patience, though. Feels amazing to get art from a streamer like you for real. Oh, I'm so glad, Jet. I'm sorry that I take a while, but yeah, thank you, hun. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure to draw you. Have you ever seen the original Rocky? Yeah, I have. It's got a rather unique take on masculinity that was ahead of its time. Yeah, that is true, cutie caution. I'd agree with that for sure. I got a pub-style schnitzel in the air fryer, and I'm absolutely frothing for it. It'll be mine in 10. You got this. Oh, well-deserved, Asamazi. Well-deserved. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, let me turn all these back on and let's have a look at what this looks like. I have a bunch more hair to do, I'm sure, but I just want to see where I am. I need to put some of my tassels down the side as well. Ah, hi there, Cutie Chew. Welcome on in. How are you? My patience has been formed from the amount of stuff Sedu has to make before me. Yeah, I bet. I can't remember if it was just a rumor or not, but Sylvester Stallone had to sell his dog to help get funds for the movie. Oh, that's so sad that he had to do that. He then bought it back once Rocky made millions. Oh, that's sweet, but that's so sad that he had to sell his dog. That reminds me of the new Game of Thrones show. Has anybody seen that? Night of the Seven Kingdoms? All right, let me see here. Thank you for the bleep, VX. Hi, honey. How are you? It's good to see you. I think that's probably long enough. I might do one more just behind the arm for some perspectiving. Okay. Now I gotta get rid of all this other stuff so I can see better. Can't wait to have to fucking name everything. Not looking forward to that, baby. Hello, Tauship. Hello, Valiant VX. How are you, honey? It was true. The dog in Rocky was the dog he sold. Oh, that's really sweet that the puppy was in it. Oh. Cannot imagine selling my dog. I would sooner give up on the project than sell Coda, I think. Oops. Ah. That should fit. That'll be fine. Okay. Time to color. Time to color. I actually don't know if I need to put anything on the other side. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The bull mastiff. Oh, yeah, that actually seems like a very Sylvester Stallone dog breed. That reminds me, thank you for sharing Coda's reaction to the thing he got. Oh, of course, Sweet Storm. Actually, do you know what else I got just a couple of days ago? Was I got his Dinosaur. I got his Dinosaur outfit, but I haven't gotten to put it on him yet. I am a little bit worried it won't fit him, even though we got the large one. It is stretchy, but I don't know if it's stretchy enough. You know what I mean? But at the very least, I will get the front part onto him. I don't know if the whole thing will fit his body, but we'll see.
Pretty lady. Pretty lady.
Ah! Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Dinosaur! Yeah, Dinosaur! Precisely. It was not to fund the movie, but to fund himself, since he was still a starving actor at the time. Man, that would have been what a hit. Like, I cannot even imagine how much that would have just changed his life. Like, talk about started from the bottom, now we're here. Like, you can't get much more bottom, and then you can't get much more top. Cutie Car, you're gonna head out for the night? Oh, good, darling. I'm probably going to make my leave from the pouch also. I feel like it's my time to move on. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cutie Card. I've had my fun here, but I didn't really feel like I did anything, and that's fine. Just glad I had some fun here while I was here. Oh, Cutie Card. Well, the thing is, no one's meant to, like, feel like they need to do anything in the pouch. We want to make sure that everyone is feeling like they can just relax here. But I totally understand, Cutie Car, and thank you so much for ever spending any time on this at all. I appreciate it. I wish you the best, and with any luck, maybe we'll see you again one day. Have a good one, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Ciao for now. Sly even said it in an interview that he was only making 36 a week as an usher at the time. That's crazy. Oh my God, I cannot even imagine. 36 a week? Even back then, that would have not been very much money. Not only are you a pretty lady, you're an amazing person who makes some most brilliant art. Thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite. That's very kind of you, darling. I appreciate it. Try to make it work, make it to stream now and then, but I don't know. That's okay, Cutie Cart. There's never any pressure to stick around. If you aren't feeling it, then no need to be here. That's okay. If you do feel it, come on through, but don't worry. We won't be like pursuing you or anything. Don't worry about that. you do whatever's best for you, hon. Thank you for the lurk, hun. This was still in the 70s? Yeah, which even then, that would not have been very much, surely. Let's see. I forgot I requested this. Yeah, we're still on last week's songs, I believe. All right, let me see here. Red running through. The song comes from an insanely wild project. It reminds me of some of the music in Fallout. Almost spooked myself. So Q doesn't show current song playing. No, sorry, the current song playing is at the bottom of the screen. Actually, I should probably turn off our pouch pals so that you guys can see that better. One second. Boop. There you go. Now you should be able to see what is playing, my dears. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, this does tell you what's playing. So number 1 is what's playing. Sorry, my bad. I'm still figuring it out too. It comes from a series of albums that simulate dementia. Oh. Oh, that's so sad. Kind of makes me think of BioShock. Oh, I could see BioShock for sure, Jazzy. Yeah, very similar, very similar. I've been shrimping way too long. Oh no, sweetest space. Please sit up and stretch a little. My Fallout just crashed. I just wanted to be with Paladin Dance. Wait, what Fallout are you playing? What is that? What is Paladin Dance? What is that? It sounds so happy considering it's meant to be simulating dementia. I've experienced a bunch of crashes more than usual lately in Fallout. Did they do a patch recently or something? Hence why the first track of the entire series being dubbed It's Just a Burning Memory. Oh, and then this one's called... Oh yeah, okay. It's Just a Burning Memory. That's the one you're showing us. Got it, okay. Is like the last one just like a slur of music? Just a bunch of like... kind of thing? You saved recently though? That's good, that's good. He's a companion, can romance, but he's making me break. Oh no, I'm so sorry, lovely Layla. And enjoy, awesome Aussie. Enjoy your delectable schnitzel. Yum, 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 yum. They did have an update for Fallout 4, which broke quite a few things. Oopsie. Bethesda like forced updated Fallout 4 massively. Oh, whoopsie. That's not great. I don't gotta, wait, I don't save, gotta be like Unova. Had to uninstall and reinstall all DLC? Holy fuck, oh my god. Is Fallout 4 worth playing these days? Like, I haven't actually heard of a lot of people playing it recently, but it sounds like you guys might play it fairly often.
I was so sad when I couldn't marry the Nick Valentine. I remember Nick Valentine from when I started playing for. Did they ever allow you to romance him? I feel like he's like gotta be a romanceable character at some point, no? Can be worth it to play. Okay, okay. Storm. Thank you for that. It's so fun. I love it so much. Okay, that's great. Okay, honestly, it's worth a play. All right, everyone really seems to like it then. 4 is a personal favorite. I can replay a bunch. Interesting. How does it compare to New Vegas? Why do you guys think New Vegas is so popular? And would you say personally you like 4 more than New Vegas? I wish I could explain how the final song goes, but some reactions of the last song of the project were amazing. Oh, really? No, he's so sexy. Valentine's freaking lovely. Yeah, with a name like Valentine, you have to let people romance him. That makes no sense that you can't romance him. The series is called Everywhere at the End of Time. Oh, wow. What were the reactions to it? Fallout has better gunplay, but New Vegas has a lot better roleplay options. Okay, gotcha, Nix. That makes sense. Okay, I think that might be why I like New Vegas so much, but having better gunplay would be tempting too. Never played a Fallout game. Oh, Jet. They're good. They're generally quite good. New Vegas is much more compelling story-wise, really goes the length for making you feel like, feel in the wasteland. Yeah, I was gonna say, I still remember, even though I have terrible memory, I still remember like some of the instances I had in interacting in Fallout New Vegas. And I was always like, wow, that's pretty cool. Never played New Vegas role-playing, you say? Yeah, there's a lot of options that you have to role-play in New Vegas. Why they make him sound like that if I can't smooch robot? Honestly, that's so valid. Yeah, why do they? Layla, that's a good question. I greatly recommend you don't continue Resident Evil 8. Don't worry, Jet, I am not planning to. I do not plan to continue Resident Evil 8. That shit was giving me a fucking heart attack.
That bullshit, what up? Here come that bullshit, what up? Here comes that bullshit, what up? Here comes that bullshit, what up? Watching rolling, watching.
For my little man on a tricycle. Even though I started with 4, I now prefer New Vegas after trying it. Interesting. Okay. It's a long compilation. The entire series is of 6 stages, albums, and the entirety of it lasts 6 hours and 30 minutes. Holy shit. Wow. There's a really good artist I found on Insta called Demos, does amazing New Vegas art. That's cool. Is it like in the style that you see on the posters, or is it like they're clearly just a really big fan and they do really nice stuff completely unrelated to the stylistic observations of New Vegas? I love them. Ooh, there's a very scary Goo Goo Gaga. What? Oh, Scary Baby. Yes, I did watch a playthrough of Village when it first came out, and I do remember the Scary Baby in the scary room. Very scary. Hi, Cutie Cyber. Welcome in. How are you? I've only played about 1 or 2 hours of Fallout 4. Speaking of updates, BG3 got a surprise one this week. Oh, is it like major? Is it a major update? It's my duck! It's my duck! Thank you for my ducking! My ducking, Storm! It's semi-realistic, kind of their own thing. Oh, cool, Era. That sounds really interesting, though. I'll have to check them out. Time for a Tau favorite, but... Military man, he likes that I kill stuff. He's gonna be mine. The duck go crazy. Surely there's a mod that allows you to get with Valentine now. I feel like that's only fair. Okay. me see how that sits. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's see. No idea. I came home to see Baldur's Gate 3 has been updated, and since I still have yet to leave Act 1, I have no clue what's different. Oh, fair enough, Kitty Slobber, fair enough. Are you enjoying it, though? Even if you are in Act 1 still? It also adds a bit of eeriness when the sole producer of the project, Joseph Leyland Kirby, made it under the name The Caretaker. Yeah, that is quite eerie. I am a mod. I will let you get with Valentine. You have my permission. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. If you could just like, you could just like inject some code into that game so that I could be with Valentine, that'd be great. No, for real, like I need it. He's so sweet. I know it. I don't want to just be detective partners. I want to be partners. Yeah, that's very odd to me that they don't allow that. I feel like, is that Bethesda just fucking trolling you? Like that seems like a necessity, to be honest. Oh shit, don't delete. Oops. I actually don't think that the arm and hand is gonna move enough to utilize that space there, so I think we're gonna keep it that way. And right on top of the scalp, where is it? There it is. We'll put this here. All right, let me get. That's gotta go around there. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, now I just gotta get rid of everything so that I can see better. I really should group these up, and I'm gonna say that 25 more times today, but I'm never gonna do it. That is not the way. I will ask him nicely. That should do it, right? Yeah, surely, Strat, surely. Steam is having a horse fest. Oh, shit. We gotta look at it. We gotta look at it. We have no choice. I'm so sorry, you guys. We gotta look at it. All right. You know what? Actually, I might get rid of all the rest of it. Well, I'll do this real quick. Oops. Okay. I think I've got the right placement for that. I just have to get all the hair out of the way. Maybe the scalp too. Okay. I just gotta link this up properly. I am. Let me just say, Carlette can call me soldier all day, any day. Soldier. Probably because he's a robot. We can't even marry the other sexy robot life. Not fair. Oh, no, that's not fair. I've seen some people with like 10 to 15 tabs open on Twitch, and I'm not sure any of the views count. Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's something about 2 or 3 views counting if you have them both on the screen, maybe? I turned my home machine off. I can't check it. Oh, that's okay. Maybe Google it. See what the jam is. All right, I'm gonna have to figure out where to put the.
Okay, we'll just. I like this version of the song. This is pretty. Oh, yep. It's already on my liked. The Kiss cover I requested. I like it, Cutie Caution. I like it a lot. Robots have rights too. They deserve to feel love. Just getting this out in case robots rise up. They'll know I always supported them. Cyber, that's very funny. I'll let them know. I'll let them know. I thought so. I mean, it would make sense because that would be view botting even if the account is a real one. That's true. That's true. Time to mod my weapons and run around in power armor so he can tell me nice stuff. Aw, yeah, Layla, let's go. Oh, fan art. Let me have a look. It's crashes on Liad or chapter transition fix patch. Nothing major. Oh, okay, got it. Got it. Oh, on load. Sorry, on load probably? Yeah, load. Crashes on load or chapter transition fix patch. Gotcha, okay. Okay, hold on, let me go see the beautiful arting work. Oh, that's so cute! Sorry, hold on, I actually haven't gotten to see that. Wait, 1 second. This was so cool. I love this so much. I put this on the fan art because this is such a cute picture. And I love this, and I love this. And then this is so fucking cute! I did not see that VX did this. This is awesome. I love it! Oh my god, I'm so cute! Hold on, look. What you gonna do about it, hey? That's so cool. I love it. All right, hold on. Let me go put this on the fan alerts. That's so cute! I love it! Ah! This is from VX. All right, there we go. That's on there. Isn't that cute? Let's see. Oh, and then we got Tao screaming, Rez. Oh, let's see. Ah! 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 Excellent. Thank you so much, Sadio. I love it. I love the like trembly like lips. That's so funny. It's so good. Thank you, darling. Much appreciated. I had to look back at Kirby's Bandcamp under the Caretaker moniker. He said, was a series exploring dementia, its advancement, and its totality. Oh, that sounds pretty depressing. Are you looking for lines from shows or novels or something OG for the demo? No, so the reason for the cost of the demo is because the person I would hire to do it, they work with me to determine the best voices to put into it. And then they do all of the original scripting, and then they do a live direction session with me, and then they do the sound engineering, and then they give me the whole completed version. So yeah, it's like they do the whole thing. That's why it's kind of expensive. I have plenty of clips to choose from to use as a scream. I bet you do. I scream so fucking much. He mainly does ambient music. It's really good ambient music. It's just depressing now that I know the origins of it. The cover in this song is the Scooby-Doo movie with them, in the Scooby-Doo movie with them is Straight Fire. Let me see, who is this? Oh, Santana. Wait, did Santana do a song for Scooby-Doo? That's cool, so you don't have to worry about a thing. Exactly. That's why it's expensive. Tao Scream Tiger. Exactly. All right. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see where this goes. Okay. Firemind! Hi, sweetheart. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you so much for the biddies, darling. I appreciate it. Kiss Rock and Roll All Night. Oh, okay. My goat, Carlos Santana. Carlos Santana's great. I do like. Only musician other than MJ to win 8 Grammy Awards in one ceremony. That is crazy. That's awesome. Holy crap. What a legend. Okay, good. That's looking
pretty good. I just need to see where my little helmet of hair is. Where is it? Ah, it's there. I literally am. I have it selected. I'll need to hide that behind some bits, probably. I can probably shrink it or distort it, yeah. I think that's... Okay, hopefully that'll work. Okay, that's looking alrighty. I need some ears. Let's put some ears on here. Retro! Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I'm so happy that you've been enjoying the content enough to come back 3 times. Thank you, darling. Smooth was inescapable. Smooth is such a great album. And song. I still want to sleep, but we have some construction work going on today. Can't even go out because the main gate is blocked because of it. Oh no, Strat, what the fuck? That sucks, honey. I'm so sorry. What's this art piece? VX, this is a horror starting soon screen for the channel. Because we'll be doing another horror stream at some point, and I figure it would be good to have a starting soon screen for it. You miss MJ? Yeah. Yeah. You're awesome, lovely Retro. Thank you so much for being here, honey. I appreciate you, cutie pie. And I love the 2 little cutie pies holding the 2 halves of the heart. That's so cute. Aww. Wait, I should do something like that for me on one side and a pal on the other side. That'd be really cute. Ro! Hi there, Radical Ro. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you would like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Ro, how are you? And ooh, Knight, the dog, the doggo dragoneer. You came in even before the raid like popped up. So well done to you, sweetheart. Sudasaku, welcome in. Lovely Shimigami, welcome in. You guys, this is the incredible Ro and Saku, the identical twin android mermaids who have graced us with their presence. One draws the other. Well, they're both a vibe. Okay, let me correct the maze bot on that one. One draws the other rigs. How about that? They're currently on an art kick, but don't be fooled. Democracy is at stake. Uh-oh. Are you guys trying to take away democracy? Is this an autocracy? Is this an autocracy between 2 sisters? Precious Pearl, welcome in. Fabulous Fallen Noble, Alistair, welcome in. QC, welcome, welcome. Little Mac, welcome in. Sweetest, thanks for joining the raid. Hello, sweetest Saku. And Ro, you terrific cutie pie mermaid. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Also, Ro, could we get some delightful, magnificent, incredible art text from you? DZX, welcome in. Or DZ Zen, welcome in. Zeno, thank you so much for coming in. Welcome, welcome, cutie pies. Saku be the greatest artist. Well, that is true. Saku is also a very good artist. I got some armor love. Yes, amazing. Lovely Ro, thank you so much. We did play Helldivers on stream, so that's why the democracy's there. Got it. Okay, I was like, what's that about? I still almost tear up when you call me Precious Pearl, and I don't know why. Precious Pearl, as long as it's happy tears. As long as it's happy tears. All good, Era. Hopefully we'll see you soon, darling. We'll see you later. While you actually share your art with us, sweetheart, if I may, I would love to introduce myself in your favorite way, which you probably have already memorized, maybe you're sick of. Sorry.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and Crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Welcome back, sweethearts. And oh boy, do I have a treat for you. You guys, let's have a look at some absolutely stunning artwork, shall we? We shall. Look at this gorgeous, gorgeous piece. I love the pose. It's so fucking cute. Oh my God, that's stunning, darling. Excellent work. What a cutie pie. Holy heckies. I still don't know how you breathe. Deeply and with intention, and then I just exhale it all over 1 minute of just rapid fire. Blah, 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 blah. Just started coloring, so it's mostly base colors. It's beautiful though, sweetheart. Absolutely gorgeous work. Is this a commission, cutie pie? So pretty, so pretty. Oh, I love this song. Also, lovely Ro and Saku, could you let me know when your next stream is, darling? We would love, love, love to join you. Absolutely stunning artwork from the lovely Ro. You guys can obviously tell that she is a tremendously talented artist, but have I mentioned what an amazing streamer and person she is as well? Saku as well, of course. Sorry, I'm just fawning over the artwork right now. I just inhaled food and I'm still hungry. What did you have, honey bun? Maybe you need more calories. Arcadia, it's Ro's favorite person to draw. Oh! Me? Am I the favorite? Am I the favorite? You're so sweet. We will be live on Tuesday next week. We might go live Saturday, or join a friend on Saturday. Oh, that'd be great, lovely Ro. Do you know what you'll be doing Tuesday and or Saturday, darling? You are a favorite. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I love drawing you guys too. I wish I had the time to just like do fan art. What Rose said. Neutral! Hi there, Neutral. How are you? It's good to see you as well. You guys, please, please, please do check out lovely Ro. Tuesday, Ro shall be drawing once more. Got a lot of artwork to catch up on. And then possibly on Saturday as well. Please go check them out. Like Ro and Saku are like a fucking power team. Power twins. Very cool. Very, very sweet people. Amazing, amazing streamers. Very engaging and so incredibly sweet. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, darling. I really appreciate it. You guys, look at this. Sorry, hold on. We're gonna do a slow pan. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Gorgeous artwork. Look at this. It's so cute. Exactly. Who dat? That is artwork from Amazing Ro.
Pretty lady.
Our beloved raider and total sweetheart and one half of the power team of Android or Cyborg? Android? I forgot the difference. Sorry. But there's some element of mechanicalness to their mermaidness as well. half of the twin team of Saku and Ro. You are a sweetheart, lovely Ro. Thank you so much for sharing your absolutely stunning artwork with us. We really appreciate it. This is so pretty. Android! That's an Android! I'm so sorry. I think I've been messing with Nate's phone. He's got an Android. I'm trying to fix it. And I was like, maybe that's wrong. Maybe it's Cyborg because I'm just thinking of Android because it's on, like, the operating system is on my mind. My bad, sorry. I should know this. It's rare to see both VTubers that are like twins and dynamic duo. That's so true, Neutral. It's really, really cool, isn't it? Man, I want to request a song, but it's out of stock. Oh, that's okay, sweetheart. It comes back in stock every 1 minute, I believe. Taufix and follows. I'm impressed. Oh no, it's not anything like that. It's literally just like
I'm not doing anything on the mechanical end. It's just that, like, the Android OS, I've been typing Android OS help with blah, blah, blah. Too much is all. Lovely night. Thank you so much for the head pat, sweetheart. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. I tried fixing an Android screen, ended up wrecking the device. Still, it was broken anyway, so no real loss. Okay, well that's fair. That's fair. As long as you didn't, like, ruin it, which sounds like you didn't, so that's good. How are you doing, Joyous Julius? You guys, seriously, please do check out the absolutely amazing Ro and Saku. Like I said, incredible streamers, incredible sisters, incredible twins, incredible people, incredible artists, and absolute darling sweethearts to this channel, I swear to God. Let's see here. That was so cute. Oh, thank you, Precious Pearl. I appreciate it, darling. Let me see here. How do you purr for so long? Deep breath and then go. That was a free one for you. Love your face, Radical Row. You're such a sweetheart, darling. We love being here. I love having you, lovely Saku. Thank you so much for being here. I promise to take amazing care of your lovely community, by the way, because you guys, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. You guys have been working your ass off. You guys have clearly been doing amazing work. Please make sure that you guys are taking good care of yourself. If you need to run away and go do if you need to go and do any self-care, gotta go to bed, go to the bathroom, go shower, go eat, whatever you gotta do, please make sure that you go do that, okay? Also, Awesome Ozzy, thank you for the ew. Thank you, Ozzy, for the ew. Thanks, sweetheart. I roll my tongue for purrs, but I know someone that can do it with their vocal cords. That's probably what I'm doing, because it's back in my throat. I promise we are. We are about to go eat. Yes, please do, sweetest Sako. Please do. I hope you guys have an amazing meal. Thank you guys so very much for bringing everyone in. I promise to take the absolute best care of them until you guys come on back for them. I roll my R's to do it. You can hear the difference if I go. That's rolling my tongue, whereas that's my vocal cords. I redeemed that not just for me. Tao is a French style of rolling her R's. Rah, darling. Rah, darling. I don't know what the French style of rolling my R's is, because I don't really know very much French. Only my mom knows decent amounts of French. I have always thought that I roll my R's like in Mexican Spanish, since that's the people I hung out with to learn how to roll R's and the language that I learned way back when. I didn't know you were part of the Who. You can do Mongolian throat purring. Yeah, Mongolian throat purring. Yeah. French style's the back of the tongue. Oh, French style is oh, well, I'm rolling with the front of my tongue when I do it with my tongue. That's the tip of my tongue. That is the tip of my tongue. You can roll your R's very well. I hope so. Mexican here, I concur. Yeah, cool. I promise we'll go back to working on art. Got a bookmark design and then a second one with my male persona match. Very cool, Precious Pearl. Ooh, I hope you'll consider sharing it with us in the Discord when you're all done. Or just when you got a whip. Up to you. But thank you so much for coming in, you guys. I really do appreciate it. We're working on a horror starting soon screen. Is this from last week or did you add this song? This is all from last week. We're still on last week's music. I think we still have about 15 songs before we get to this week's. You do have a whip? Oh, sure. As long as you post it in the Discord, sweetheart. We'd love to see it. Check personas? Sure. Lovely. Next, let me have a look. Let's see.
Aw, cute. Oh my god, I love his little nose. He did such a good job on his little nose, sweetie pie. I love him. Excellent work, lovely Nyx. Excellent work indeed. So cute. I feel like I missed Wash It Clean, the one I redeemed last time. Wash It Clean was the very first song we listened to when we first started today, but you did redeem it, if I remember correctly, you did redeem it, so it's also coming up in probably 20 or 30 songs additionally. While you're there, click IRL too, Finny being nosy. Okay, 1 second. Oh, he's so cute. I love him. Oh, pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Very cute. Very, very cute. All right, let's see here. Let's do yours. Oh, you posted the whip. Amazing. I'll have a look real quick. I wish you were still in the US. Wendy's has a new Frosty out. It's a Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie Frosty fusion. Oh, wow, lol, but that sounds crazy. I must confess, I am not a big, I do like Thin Mints. Okay, I do like Thin Mints, but I don't like minty things very much, except for toothpaste and gum. That's kind of the limit of my interest. Oh, Pearl, this is so pretty. Pearl bookmark, gonna make a second for Geetha, which is the male persona. The thing on her shoulder is a pipe fox, my audience. Oh, that's so cute, honey. That's awesome. That looks great, darling. That's awesome. How good. I really love this bookmark. This is super cool. I love like the vines almost. That's super cool. That's awesome, sweetheart. Excellent work. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Next is Batform Sonar, but for now I'm going to take a break. Okay, sounds good, lovely. Thank you so much for your hard work on it, though, Nyx. Great job so far. So freaking cute, right? Right? I'm drinking hot cocoa with a mint flavor right now. Oh my god, that sounds quite decadent. I'm not a big mint in things fan. I actually prefer like savory mint stuff more than I like sweet mint stuff. Personally, but I'm not gonna break the ear up into too many pieces because I think there's gonna be plenty of movement in the front end, and I don't need the ears to be going like flipping up and stuff, so we're just gonna do it this way. Love the song, me too, me too! It is break time, thank you, Nyx. Let's see here. That's okay, Nyx, you can send it just once. What was I looking for? Oh, something in IRL, right. Yes, that's what I was gonna go see. Oh, chickens! Look at these chickens! They're so cute. Look at them. All good, Nyx. Thank you, hun. These are cute. Do they all have names? They're so pretty. Cute chickens. The vines will hopefully become branches from a cherry blossom tree since I live in a fay forest. It's meant to be forever in bloom thanks to magic type thing. That's so cool, Pearl. That sounds amazing. I can't wait to see when it's all done. I hope you'll consider sharing it with us. They all have names. How cute, VX. I love. Also, VX, were you here when I saw your amazing piece of fan art? I absolutely loved it. Thank you so much. They do have names, but they keep moving that I forget who is who. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. All right, let me see here. One sec, I gotta move all these back. Wow, what in the fuck? Oh, it's all because it's behind here. Where's this one piece of hair? Where has it gone? Oh, it's there. Okay. Now, let me finish doing this, like the line art for this ear, and then we'll go on a quick break, okay? For those of you who came in with the amazing Saku and Ro,
please note that we go on a 3-minute break every hour. And that is just so if you cannot afford to subscribe and therefore miss out on those yucky, nasty, icky ads, or you do not wish to subscribe to miss out on those yucky, nasty, icky ads, you don't have to worry about that here because we take that break. And during that break, I stand up and move around because it's healthy. And then I recommend that you do the same because that is also when I will run those ads so that you miss out on having to miss out on content for the rest of the stream. Okay, so every hour we do that, and we are just about to go into that. I do set up a little stream avatars boss battle as well. If you would like to participate in that, you can, but there is no pressure. Let's see here. That's super weird that it was like you've posted a link. That's the idea. Oh, good. It's still queued up for you. Okay, that's good. Sorry about the Julies. Okay. Let's go on that quick break, sweethearts. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling sisters, I'll see you meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah! I'm gonna call it now. Strata's gonna add something like exclamation point, hide the weight. Just do every. What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got, and then we got this guy that we were born with. Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the brain. Okay, cool. We need exclamation point fork. If we do that, I'll be like, oh no, he's barking, but only one time, and then I'll glance over. Crazy dog, he is a crazy dog. He's my little baby, my little crazy baby. I think it's probably because Nate just got home. Okay. Sorry. The guy in the meantime, don't get hit by the fuck. I got hit by the ew, release me. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Oh! Thank you for the pallet tap, lovely. Long live TauTassieTiger, the one true Vtuber. That's right. You tell all the other Vtubers that. Save the. All that dog. All that dog. What did you say? I hope someone clipped that. The bell would never betray me. Murder? We will. The timing on that. Literally during like the one section, like literally 1 second where there was like a downtime between dialogue and music. Another report. I want to make another report about what I've been doing. What was that sound you moved? Here's this cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's. Jesus Christ. So sorry. That was so creepy. Boom.
Shadow identified.
Hello, 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 my
darlings. Welcome on back.
Hi, Cootie Patooties. Hi, Cootie Patooties.
Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, my darling. Abby's for you.
Good, Aussie.
And Nick's Matos /Jam Slice. Abby's for you.
Good, Nix.
Also, excellent work on the boss, you guys. Great job. Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Lovely La. Welcome back, Abby's. Good lap. And Valiant Vash. Abby's for you. Good Vash. Thank you so much, sweetie pies. Okay. Let us continue. I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. I do. I do. Are we supposed to paste the link in there? Yes, you are. I mean, you don't have to. This is a new experimental thing that we're doing, Julius, but it seems to be working for the most part. I'm not sure why it singled you out. Because everyone else is doing the exact same thing. I don't know why it singled you out. That's very odd. I don't know if you watched the shows / movies, but ALS claimed Eric Vale. Oh, I'm sorry. That's so sad. I actually don't know Eric Vale by name. What kind of stuff did he direct? Welcome back, lovely Layla. Welcome back, precious Pearl. Welcome back, sweetest City. I am trying to go get some sleep. Didn't get even an hour last night. Please, please go get some sleep, sweetest Strat. That's awful. JJ, hi, wonderful JJ. How are you? I'm a bit under the weather right now. How are you, Tao? I'm doing well. I'm with you guys after all. How are you, lovely JJ? Besides a bit under the weather, and hopefully we can help with that at least a little bit. Thank you so much for coming in, cutie pie. It was because the link was posted directly, not in the art redeem. Oh, is that what it was? I thought that it was posted in the art redeem. Hold on. Yeah, no, it does say art song request, and then it says Julius posted that in the art song request, and then it says, sorry, you posted a link, which is very strange. No one else is getting that. Yeah, that's very, and it's doing it, it did it again. I'm sorry, Julius. I mean, at least it's like, I'm glad that it's coming, it is going through, it is getting put on the list. But that's odd. Yeah, posted in the redeem, got timed out. It got queued up. Yeah, I'm glad it got queued up, but that's very strange. That is very strange. Eric Vale was a huge anime dub actor. Oh, was he? Oh, that's really sad. Doing good. I think it was something I might have ate. Oh no, I hope it's not food poisoning. Oh, I'm so sorry, JJ. Are you at least able to like relax and take it easy for the rest of the morning, afternoon, or evening? It shows me it's directly posted here for some reason. No, like on mine, this is, here's what it says. It's right there. So like redeemed art song request and Julius. I'm not sure why it's saying that's what it's doing for you. Whereas Piranha, let me see, Piranha's got no problem with it. Done the exact same thing and not getting removed. Very odd. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Julius. That's very strange. Eric Vale was Yuki from Fruits Basket. Oh God, really? An American from Hetalia. Okay, yeah, I do know Eric Vale then. Oh, Jesus. I'll see myself out. I've embarrassed myself. No, why? Ozzy, don't worry about it. You're okay. On mine, it doesn't show as an R redeem. That is really weird. Very strange. I'm so sorry about that, Julius. Maybe it's a subscriber marking? Confusing. Yeah, I don't know. Very, very odd. I am just not really able to eat anything. My stomach rejects anything and everything. Oh, JJ, I'm sorry, sweetie pie. Oh, it's not Eric Vale. Oh, it's Eric Dane. Oh, okay. So Eric Dane is not a voice actor then? Eric Dane is a director? Oh, got the wrong name. Oh, that's all right. No worries, hun. You don't need to see yourself out. We all make mistakes. That's okay, hun. By the way, Tao, not sure if you saw, but I found a really cute and cozy and short game. It's called Venba. You make South Indian food. That sounds so cute. That's adorable. Glad to be here. We're so happy to have you, lovely JJ. Thank you so much for coming on in. Eric Vale is Sanji from One Piece, and he's one of my favorites. I nearly had a heart attack. Oh, laugh. I'm sorry, hun. That's okay. Everyone makes mistakes there. You're okay, Ozzy. You're okay. Don't worry about it. That's okay, cutie pie. You're all good. That's still really tragic that someone has died of anything, to be honest. But, rest in peace to Eric Dane. I wonder what he's directed. Oops, hold on, what am I doing?
I swear I click fast and one day I'll click on the one redeem. Ah, Cyber's getting it too. Does it have to do with subbies? Hold on a second. If that's the case, let me see if I can do something about that, because I'm literally asking you guys to do this. So it should not be, I don't want you to be like getting timed out every fucking time. One second. Let me see, what is this about? Hold on, bear with me, guys. I'm really sorry about that. I promise it's not going into any, like, file or anything. You're not getting warns or anything. There's a chance that Twitch just starts flagging accounts? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out. One moment, please. One second. Where is this thing? It's a point redeem command, so it shouldn't have anything to do with subs, but I think it is, because Cyber and Julius, with neither of them being a sub, I wonder if everyone just so far has been subbed. Yeah, Storm's not getting hit. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, no, like, sorry, I definitely don't want that to happen. All right, one second. Where's the okay, even the block hyperlinks thing is unchecked there. Hold on a second. Let's see. Is it? Sorry, cutie paws. Give me a sec. I'm just looking for this. Why is that not? It's not showing up. I feel like it should be in settings, and it's just not there. What the fuck? Why is it not? I don't even know where to look for this thing, to be honest. Sorry, cuties. Hold on a sec. You would think it would be in moderation, but I don't see it in moderation. I don't even have block hyperlinks like selected either, which is also kind of odd. Wait, is it maybe is it Streamlabs that's deleting things? Hold on, yeah, let me go. It's probably, oh, I bet it's not even on Twitch. It's Streamlabs. Hold on a second. That's what the problem is. Let me see here. One sec. I gotta find this. I'm sorry, little Mac. Hold on a second. I'm just, I'm gonna go fix that. Hold on. I'm working on it right now. Very, very weird that it's not letting you do that. It is also kind of strange that it's like, I don't care, I'm gonna put it on the list anyway. Okay, hold on, there we go. Okay, link protections. Very odd. It actually does let me choose between like, I can put regulars. And it's already on regulars. So I don't know. We have them blocked by Streamlabs, but it doesn't affect point redeems. Links are blocked for all in general, even if you have a sub. That's so weird. What the heck? Yeah, that's very strange. Yeah, that's a way you can do it as well, Julius. That's one of the ways you can get around it for sure. That does work, but yeah. Really strange. Wrong song, but that works. Oh no. Hold on, I'll fix that. That's why I'm here, so I can supervise the program.
Let's see. To offspring. Uh-huh. All right. That's queued up, hun. Sorry about that. Send me a Songify screenshot of the settings page. Sure. I'm not sure which section of the settings page you want though, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different spots. But it doesn't say anything about, I specifically let it, I don't think that it's Songify. I think it's Streamlabs because the restriction is coming from Streamlabs. So, and I do have the option included on here that allows people to send a link. Mazebot would be a horrible DJ. Damn it! Sorry, Little Mac. I'll look into it. Okay, all good. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. By the way, I don't reckon it's gonna do anything from Twitch's end because it's not a Twitch. It's Streamlabs issue. It's not a Twitch issue. So I don't think that you're gonna be getting, you know, hurt by Twitch for it. Yeah, sorry, cutie pies. I'll let Strat keep on working on that. Yeah, I'll let Strat keep working on that, and we'll keep on drawing. But there's a couple of ways around it. Either one, if you don't mind getting timed out for 20 seconds, you are welcome to just submit the song request link. If you don't want to do that, the other thing you can do is, as long as you give it a precise song name and artist, in like plain English, without sending the link, just, you know, overthink from link click or whatever, it'll come up. We should feed it more of the mutated corn we have. Do we have links blocked on Twitch? No, I mean, not according to my settings on Twitch. I actually have permit hyperlinks, so I don't think so. Yeah, sorry, cutie pies. Well, we shall work on that. This is just some growing pains, I reckon. Yeah. Yeah, like that. That works, Cyber. Still, sorry about that, darlings. I know it can be a bit alarming to get timed out. Is it role-based permissions at all? Like how Discord handles that kind of stuff? No, I just went and looked and it doesn't have, I do have default permit hyperlinks for mods on Twitch, but since I don't have hyperlinks blocked anyway on Twitch, it shouldn't do anything on Twitch's end. And then on Streamlabs, I have regulars checked. Like I want regulars to be able to post links. And that's still not working because I would definitely consider Cyber and Little Mac and Julius. Those are all regulars, so I don't know what it's doing. I think it's definitely food poisoning. Just looked at some symptoms. I'm so sorry, JJ. Food poisoning fucking sucks. It's one of the worst possible things. Honestly, so yucky. So yucky. I'm sorry, sweetheart. If you're able to hydrate, please do, but I totally get if you can't bring yourself to do so. All right. Whoa, holy shit. Hold on.
Me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn! A big with nuts. It has to do.
Thank you for my song, Joyce Julius. Kay Walters Art, have a good night. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much for larking, sweetheart. I appreciate you very much, darling. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait, Sedu, hold on, sorry. Kay Walters, thank you so much for coming in. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. That's weird though. Sedu has both VIP and and a sub. That's very strange. Very strange. What I like about the person I just requested is that she was in America's Got Talent, made it to judges' houses, gets sent home, posts music to YouTube, gets invited back for AGT as a guest performer. That's very cool, Saliva. Sedu, you've requested some stuff, but have you not used the hyperlink one? Tickles me that some of the people's first experience to Sigur Rós came from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I've never seen that, actually. Should probably watch it sometime. Can't play Corn from the Shucked musical anymore. I'm sorry, Little Mac. Yeah, I don't want to have anything over 6 minutes anymore. I have a conclusion. It's haunted. Sedu should be able to post even regular links. Yeah, that's true. I sent one earlier and it didn't do that. Oh, you sent one with a link, Sedu, or was that when you typed out Soldier Poet King? Yeah, that's really strange. Okay. I wonder what's up with that. Let me hold on. Hey, beautiful Bubbling. All right, you want to return? Hold on. Let me go get that set up. Bridger. Sorry, just gonna bring this over here. Okay. Alrighty. Excuse me, can you not do that? Hold on. Alright, give me just a second. Yeah, so it's working for you, Strat. But you're a mod, so that makes sense for you. How may I give you a Storm Psych epic hug? Always open for huggles. Streamlabs must be picky about its links. Maybe, but it's really strange because as Sedu said, they have previously done one of the links and it was not an issue, and now all of a sudden it is. 1 second, let me get my sorry, I'm doing way too many things at once. I'm not keeping track. Let me just focus on one thing at a time. Oh hi, it's me. 1 second. Hold on. I will pause this. And then I will get rid of this. And then I will bring up this. And then I will do this. Oh, it's me. Okay, hold on. And then I will okay, hold on. I gotta just put myself in the right spot. Yay, okay. It's time for the return. Let me see what Storm said here. A sudden wind whips up, increasingly in intensity until suddenly a cloudy storm psych flies in at around Mach 2. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna get obliterated. Tackling Tau and enveloping them in a misty hug of tempestuous proportions, lifting them off the ground in a ferocious embrace. As the winds lessen, storm psych lowers a bedraggled Tau back to where they were. None the worse for the storm psych epic hug TM they just experienced. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Huggles for you, sweetheart. And Otaku, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. I am not a good test subject to try the link. No, I don't reckon. Beautiful Bubblin's giving it a shot. Okay, Bubblin's working. Why is you have literally the exact same markers as Sedu. You're sub and you're VIP. So what the heck? Is it just glitching out right now? Do you want to try again, Sedu? Macebot favoritism is unhealthy. This is true. Thank you for my ultimate storm psych massive hug. TM.
I wonder if it's web versus mobile? Maybe, but very odd. Having a cup of Joe. How is the Joe Otaku? It's so good to see ya. You're on web, Julius. Okay, okay. It's working for you too, Aussie, huh? Wiggly Tao, I am wiggly because I have no arms or legs in this form. That's really strange. I'm really sorry, guys. I have no idea why it's like randomly picking on people. Julius, I mean, if you aren't comfortable with doing it again, that's fine. But I am curious if it's like repairing itself or something in the background. I have no clue what's going on. I'm just copying and pasting from the Spotify app. I think everyone is, though. Joe tastes great. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Who's Joe? Tao killer stole Tao's legs. Ah! She did, though. It's true. I'll get him back. Mark my words. I'll get him back. Oh, the slot has to open up. Oh, fair enough, Julius. Fair point. Fair play to you. Ooh, that reminds me, speaking of playing and fairness, we have our on-stream community game night tomorrow. If you'd like to join, that'd be awesome. Just a reminder, we won't be doing anything that like involves like linking up online or anything. Oh God, Sedu, it's working for you. What the fuck? There's a question mark in the URL on the ones that don't pass? Looks like there's a question mark in Sedu's as well, no? What the fuck? What is happening? Oh yeah, but we will be doing stuff that allows you to participate like in chat and possibly even Gartic phone if you would like to join us. Mine is copied from a browser and doesn't have it. Oh, weird. If you just remove it, does it still take you to the right place? Now that I pointed it out that it's haunted, it works, so that means I was right. Beautiful Brennan, welcome in. How are you? Sorry, I'm literally waving my hands, but you can't see them at the moment. Hi, hun. How are you? Thank you for the care package. Streamlabs is having an issue, I guess. I guess so. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Oh my God, Julius, no! I am so sorry. Oh, boo, boo. I'm sorry, hun. That's really fucking odd. Should we compare these things? Julius, do you wanna literally copy what Sedu sent that got through and just try it that way? I have no idea. I press share and click copy link if that helps. You could switch the link block to stream elements. I suppose we could. Let me try that. Hold on. Why does it keep doing that? That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? Hold on. Very weird. I don't know where the... No! What the heck? Give me the role of bot supervisor. I do have you as the moderator. And I don't know if yeah, it says manage user permissions for bot commands, and it says you're moderator, Strat. Thank you for the lurk, beautiful Brennan. I appreciate it. Mazebot just hates Jules. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry, Julius. The question mark doesn't seem to have affected. That's really strange. Thanks for your patience, hon. I really appreciate it. Posted something silly in the Tau fan art just for the lols. Okay. Let me have a quick look. Oh my God, that's so scary. Tau EXE, that's so terrifying. I can't fix the bots with mod role. I need bot supervisor. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Wait, I have an idea. Let me try this. Okay, what about that? I gave you super moderator skills. Let me know if that works. Oh no, Shimigami's also getting hit. What is happening to this thing? I'm so sorry, Shimigami. It's on there. It's on the list though, but didn't queue up the song even though I thought it worked on web. Oh, it didn't queue it up after all. Oh, hi, Precious Politely. You are beautiful. You're the beautiful one. How's that working, Strat? You made Strat more powerful. Yes, absolutely. I forgot y'all made the bot talk like some squire or something. Yeah, it's the Pouch Pal Kingdom. Now that Tau EXE definitely makes me think of a creepypasta. Love it. Yeah, it's Streamlabs. That's yeah, it is Streamlabs. Strat, is that working for you? If so, I might leave it to you to to try and get it to because I'm having trouble finding the spot for that. I only have bot language English DMs. All right, hold on a second. One sec. Okay, hold on. Sorry, one second, you guys. Okay, one sec. Oops. Oh my god, this fucking thing. Alistair, no, not you too. I'm so sorry. Oh. Okay, wait, like this strat? Let me know if that worked. It just gave me the link for it. Did that work, I hope? Sorry, Alistair. Streamlabs is sensitive as a Karen at Kohl's or Walmart. If you guys, like I said, I think that you being timed out doesn't necessarily do anything for your, to your account or anything. It's just a Streamlabs thing, which is not Twitch. But if you would like to avoid that, if that's bothering you, feel free to just type the song and who it's by, and it seems to be pretty good about that. So the bot actually responds to people. That's something I've never seen in any stream before. Yeah, it responds to people. You did it! Now give me a bit to fix the bot. Thank you, Strat! Okay, I'll continue working on art while you work on that. Strat, thank you so much. The only reason they wrote it into the episode was because the actor literally had to be caught eating cereal while driving once? Okay? Are people copying and pasting the link from the web browser or using the share button in Spotify for the links? I don't know for sure, Storm, but Julius just gave it a shot, and that is so fucking weird that it's okay for you. Julius did just give it a shot and copied exactly what Seru put, and Seru did not get timed out, but then Julius did. Let's Strat, Sayu, do all the work, Tau, Emily. Thank you, my personal Sayu. Let's see. Hey, Mazebot, what are your thoughts on Tau? Oh, what does Mazebot think about that? That's a good question. Oh, is it not gonna answer you? Hold on, I haven't reinstated the Frosty tools for a bit, so let me try that. Ah, yeah, let me just reconnect it. One sec. The voice actress of Anna from Frozen has been cast for Amy in Sonic the Movie 4. Oh, shit. Okay, interesting. Didn't know that. Okay, it says it should be working. Try again, maybe? Idina Menzel? Wasn't she, not Anna, the other one? Elsa, yeah, that's it. There we go, yeah. It's old school Tau. It is. Actually, I need to see, this is supposed to be on for 10 minutes. I need to just see where how long ago the redeem was, because I took 3 minutes to do this. Oh, actually, we're just in time now. Okay. All right, I will get back. Oh, thank you for the lurk, lovely Nix. I appreciate it. 1 second. I will disappear. Oh, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me bring back our the form that you know and you love. 1 second, please. Bear with me. Oh, wrong one. Props. I'm back. I have returned. I'll just go down here. There we go, MazeBot. Oh no, Shimmy got me. Sorry, hun. Oh, geez, Streamlabs. Oh, Stream Elements just timed him out for 300 seconds. Can we hold on? Is there a way to like untime out? Oh God. Hold on, untime out. Shimmy got me. 1 second. 1 second, darling. There you go. You're back, sweetheart. Sorry about that. 300. Yeah, it's because Strat's messing with Stream Elements to try and get it to cooperate better than Streamlabs, and I think that's probably just the default. So don't worry about it. We shall just untime you out. Sorry about that. Sorry guys, this is our scuffiest stream. It's 5 minutes. Yeah, don't want you guys to have to deal with that. It's the rules, fam. Sorry, cutie pies. Can we scold the bots for their insubordination? Oh no, Julius, fuck. Okay, at least you're only out for 10 seconds now. That's not too bad. By the time I untime you out, you'll be back. So we have realized the bot can respond. Yes, he is able to respond. MazeBot. I have told him to only respond during ad breaks, but it seems to be hit or miss on whether he does that or not. I didn't even bother. I'm sorry, Shimigami. I'm so sorry, sweetie pie. Shimigami, it did add your request though, didn't it? I hope it did. Sorry, like I said, this is oh, it didn't. Oh, it didn't add it. What the fuck? Wait, did it? Hold on. Oh no, raise up your bat is on there. Okay, cool. No, I just had to check. Putting yeah for you one, so our queen, yeah, at the end did not work. Shock. Sorry guys, yeah, this is just, I think these are kind of growing pains. Again, if you guys don't want me to use Songify in the future, we don't have to, but I just figured it made sure that it would confirm like when you guys request stuff, and to be fair, for the first like hour and a half or so it was working great, but now it's, I don't know why it's like timing people out for sending links. But yeah, if you guys don't want me to use it anymore, that's totally fine. I just did it because I know that there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to know what the queue is. I want to know, you know, I want to know if you got my song and stuff. Did you get the right one and stuff like that? And this way, at least it does it. But I'm having the same issue with Stream Elements. Unfortunately, both bots are having an issue when it comes to timing out. Damn it. Okay. Well, why don't we just, I mean, everybody knows not to click on links, right? Like, maybe we should just, should we just remove it, Strat? Remove the restriction on people from posting, because we do already have a slow, we have a slow mode. So if someone with bad intentions came in here and we don't recognize them, then we can automatically time them out. Not automatically, we can quickly time them out, right? Yeah. Oh, hi right, it was Tao as our queen. I'm so sorry. I cannot see. I cannot see. No, Yudari, welcome in, hun. How are you? It's good to see you again, darling. Welcome, welcome. And Vegeta, thank you so much for the care package. If it ends up putting the wrong song, would a wrong song command to remove it be at all possible? I don't know about that, but if you would like to, oh, we got a PNG request. 1 second. If you would like to let me or a mod know that it's the wrong song, then, or put it on TTS, that's the wrong song, Tao, then that is totally fine. That we can work with. All right, 1 second. I will become invisible. Whee! And ta-da! Wait, where am I? There I am! Hello. Hey, Precious Patricia, how are you? Drawing the horror piece. Yes, you are correct. So last year around the same time in Feb, Townsville got flooded. It flooded in places today as well, just not as bad. The wears are almost under 2. Jesus, please be careful, Asamazi. I say better to have it limited to typing the name and song instead of taking the risk, because some links can be very dangerous and not just a spam or troll. That's true. Okay, hold on. I will go and modify the rules on that real quick. Hold on. But it's just strange because it is still letting people through, and that kind of concerns me because it seems totally random as to who it's letting through. 1 second. Okay, these.
I would go for your butt,
Song,
probably.
Name and who? Oh, and artist in this field. Please say, please do not paste the link. All right, and if it's, and that way, if it's the wrong one, you can just like tag me and be like, hey Tao, it's the wrong song, can you fix that? And I would go for your butt, definitely Incredible in Fairness. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you sent an update on your art in the art channel. Let me have a look, hun. Let me see here. Oh, that's so cute. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, darling. I love the multiple outfits. That's so cute. Very cute. And I love the little ears. Oh, so cute. I think I like this one with the darker background. Feels very space to me. As there was no art stream last week, I have 2 models to share with you that are in art. I will have a look. Thank you so much. Most likely you will get the right one. I sent a few with just the name and they seem to have gone fine. Okay, sounds good. I know, isn't this cute, Vegeta? So cute. Prateo, not sure if people care, but a new species of Spinosaurus has been discovered today/yesterday. However the time zones work. That's so sick. Prateo. I almost said Paratosaurus. Prateo. Where was it? Where was it located? So you have a lot going on today. I did a 2,000 mile 2 weekends ago. A 2,000 mile? What does that mean? You weren't walking that much, surely. But yes, we're just having some issues, growing pains with our new song request thing. Let's have a look at Patricia's artwork here. Very nice, very nice. I love the modeling as usual. Cool, very cool, Precious Patricia. I really like it. I love all of the little details. I love these little things up here too. Very cool. Excellent work. Excellent work. Oh, I should also go wee, 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 and wee. And then the next one from Precious Patricia. Very cool. I like whatever these are. That's sick. Ooh, are those is that like the turbines or something? Very cool. Does it actually roll as well? I like this decal. Nice, darling. Well done. Excellent work. Very, very nice. Let me see here. 2,000 mile drive. Oh, 2,000 mile road trip in the US. Oh man, in fairness, how was it? Spinosaurus is very cool. Estoy contento de poder ver esto, no puedo dibujar. I'm so bad at Spanish now, dude. It's been so long. I don't know what any of that means now. I am glad I can watch this. I can't draw. That's very funny, Storm. That was the engine. Oh, little things at the front of the first one are the exhaust pipes, and the one at the front at the first was the radial engine. Very cool, darling. Very, very cool. Excellent. Well done. All right. Let me see here. I gotta do... the other ear now. Can I ask a strange D&D related rotting question? Sure thing, sweetest so Jazzy. Prateo, I can't say the name of the country as Twitch will probably ban me instantly. It's in Africa. Midland starts with N, but it's the first time another Spinosaurus has been discovered outside of the first. This one has a notably thinner skull structure and has a large predominant head crest, similar to what a Parasaurolophus has, but a bit smaller. Interesting. That's cool. I love a new species. Any suggestion on how to practice backgrounds or environments by themselves? Definitely try and reference pictures, like photos for that. Anatomy for like people and animals is something that you can learn through, you know, musculature and like muscle illustrations and stuff like that. But for backgrounds and environments, you definitely got to just kind of look at environments and see how the composition sort of naturally looks, and then practice rendering, you know, the different textures and stuff. I do. Thank you, Patricia. Some pretty unsettling stuff in fan art. In fan art, what's going on there? What do you mean, hun? Oh, okay. Thank you, Strat, for that. I'll do that. Hold on. We will get rid of that one. Let me see here. I'm DMing for a group of friends, and the god that one of them follows has more or less become a force the party is on board with, which is great. But I'm getting very close to revealing that the nearby comet is the actual body of their god soaring by, and they are very much dead. If you were in their position, is it more concerning that you're still able to work magic and feel a connection to that god, or that there's something out there that's killed your god? Ooh, that's an interesting philosophical question, hun. Very interesting. Let's see. I would probably say, for me personally, I would be concerned that there's something that killed my god, probably. I think that my perception would be that if I'm still able to work magic and feel a connection to that god, maybe there's like a sliver of their soul, like whatever soul a god could have, maybe. But yeah, I think the thing I'd be concerned about is that something could kill it. The country is near Nigeria, and it is spelled like a very bad word, but it is not connected. Oh, that's interesting. Yikes. Oh, that's unfortunate that there's a country by that name, I guess. The EXE photo, I didn't know you had seen it. I just found it unsettling. Oh, it's just like, I understand the reference. If it's disturbing to you, we can probably delete it, but it's the same kind of thing as like Sonic EXE, so I kind of figured that since it's just a meme, but if that bothers you, then we can get rid of it. How long will we be streaming for today? Strat usual time, so we'll go for about another 2.5 hours or so. I learned what killed it and start worshiping that instead. Cyber, what a power play. That's incredible. Cool. That helps me decide which direction to build things in. Oh, I'm glad. Okay, all good, Chazzy. Sure thing. You get the reference? Okay, don't delete it. You got it. It was made for a joke. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously, though. Yeah. I kind of figured that, VX, but yeah. Okay. Let us continue. Let me see. What was I doing? Oh, ears. I gotta remember to do those. That's important. Okay. That goes right across, kind of like here. Oh, fuck, that's a really thick brush. Hold on.
Okay. Is that about the same? No. Okay, where's this thing? Alrighty, let's put some flats on those ears. Okay. All right, now we can pull out the thick brush. For those interested in its scientific name, pending, it's is Spinosaurus mirabilis, whereas the ones you have seen in Jurassic Park are Spinosaurus aegypticus. So very exciting to discover for the paleontology world. That's really cool, Precious Parateo. Thank you for keeping us abreast of all the cool dinosaurs. Let us know if you find out more about it or anything. That is actually really cool, though. I do quite enjoy the fact that there are still things on this planet that people have not seen before, and that people are still discovering, and of course it gives me hope as a Tasmanian Tiger that maybe there are more of me somewhere and not just in fossils. We wouldn't really be fossilized at this point, but you know what I mean. Like, oh, well, we clearly haven't, we didn't find this Spinosaurus until 2026, so maybe we haven't found the other Thylacines until 2026? Okay. This should be able to go there. Okay, and then this one will go behind there. Again, let me see how this looks with everything else on front. Oh. Wait, where is my hat? There's my hat. I have some hair behind the ears, which I don't want. I want those to be in front of them. Let me see here. Little Mac, if you would like to know the next 5 songs, you can do !Q if you want. Fuck, Julius, I'm so sorry, hun. Oh my god. Sorry, darling. Like I said, if you want to not be timed out, you can just type the actual name and artist, but if you don't mind, you can keep posting the link there. Unfortunately, Jurassic Park has ruined most people's understanding of dinosaur size, so everyone thinks a Mosasaurus could grow up to 40 to 50 meters long, whereas max it could get to 20. Oh, which one is the Mosasaurus? Is that a predator? I keep imagining paleontologists going, Dinosaur! Around new discovery, that'd be so funny. I tried to copy a link to song feature. It did not work. I'm so sorry, Julius. I have no idea what's wrong with it. Yeah, got a new system. Hopefully it works out okay. I'm on break and I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so sorry, cutie cat. I hope that things are going okay besides being tired. Oh, they're the fish dinosaurs. That's a big one in the sea. Ah, thank you, hon. Thank you. Little more, welcome in. How are you? Was gonna shout and make you bald randomly. I'll wait. Maybe ruin now. Maybe go next stream. I will return in my full 3D glory in about 5 minutes when we go on break.
Raptors were smaller than they are in movies, right? Disappointing. Disappointing. Even though technically it's not a dinosaur. Oh, what is it technically? The real life T-Rex roar sounds more like more terrifying than the ones in the movies. Like it sounds like a demonic duck. I think I've heard that actually. It's a marine reptile. Oh, interesting. Okay. As in kind of like a, do we have marine reptiles? Are crocodiles and alligators considered marine reptiles or not really since they get on land too? Even though it's not hot, my phone is still very hot and is actively stopping from watching stream. No, I'm sorry, precious Patricia. I'm sorry. I'm just running on very low battery, doing what I can, but it is what it is. Gotta work. And seems like I'm going to be doing more hours in the coming weeks that I'm really not looking forward to. Oh, I'm sorry, cutie cata. Hopefully you will pull through and make lots of good monies. That would be good. This can go in front of this ear. And then that one, I think that can stay back there. Yeah, that'll stay back there. Now these ones though, any of the ones in the, is it this? Yeah, that's one of them. That should go in front of here. Don't like the tuft there though. Actually, I wonder if I move it down and then move that back actually. Okay, hold on. I can't make up my fucking mind. 1 second. Oh, no. Go back, 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 back. Okay. Let me move that down. Actually, that'll be I think that's fine. That there's more volume that way. Yeah, we will reorganize these layers on at a later date. Let's see. I'm back. I had chicken nuggies. Yummy! Delicious, Sudaseru. What is your dipping sauce of choice for your chicken nuggies? Crocodiles and alligators are crocodilians, their own separate branch of reptiles. Oh, I see, I see. Let's see. I'm in the mindset I don't care about the money. I'm more concerned on my health and my exhaustion issues. That makes sense. I think I'm close to burnout, but I can't tell at the moment. It's fine, I'm fine. Oh, cutie cata, can you tell them that you literally can't do that? You can't work more than you already are? The ocean dinosaurs and sky dinosaurs are both separate types of reptiles that are not related to dinosaurs at all. Think how snakes, lizards, and crocodilians are all reptiles, but not the same things. Right, okay, interesting, okay. Mantis shrimp can punch crab's shells. That is like an explosion that is hotter than the surface of the sun. Mantis shrimp are fascinating to me. I have seen them like blow holes in like divers' gloves and stuff. Crazy. Have you done any art for any manga? I have done some graphic novel commissions, but I have not had any like ongoing roles, if that makes sense. Like I've done like temporary things that people have hired me for, but ketchup and mayo, also known as Thousand Island. Aha! Very good, sweetest Sadie, very good. Dinosaurs also aren't lizards, but are in fact their own separate thing once again. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever considered dinosaurs lizards, but I would definitely say they're reptiles. Don't have much choice. The other two have unis, so their classes obviously take import. So I just get the days that no one else can do. I swear, I have a couple weeks doing like 30 hours. Oh my goodness, cutie cata. I'm so sorry, honey. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. Oh. All right, darlings, we gotta go on another break real quick. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! My baby. That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with persona. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I'm so confused about Vtuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my god! I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, amazing Aspen over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my god. Thank you, fucking holy shit. Thank you for the power tap, lovely. Thank you for the power tap, lovely. Thank you for the power tap, lovely. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Oh! Thank you for the power tap, lovely. My dear lady. That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with persona. Moments ago, glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sun. Yet, sorry, my gut is Bereth Vine dinner. I'm gonna call it now. Strat is gonna add something like exclamation point, hide weight! Just do every SSP cost of nuke skills. Put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes! Why not? I'll give you hearts. And fishy, now big fishy, yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, we're stuck. No, I'm invisible. It seems you've been detected. No, not me. Not me, certainly not.
Hello again, my darlings. Welcome back. I have missed you. Welcome. Look, I'm in this form. I'm in a three-dimensional form. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Cutie Pie. You beautiful being. Abby's for you. Good Aussie. Lovely love. Abby's for you. Good love. Sweetest so Jassy, welcome back. Precious Patricia, welcome back. Uppies. Good Patricia. Sweetest Storm. Grubby. Ah. Uppies. Also well done on the boss, Cutie Pies. Let me see here. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Uppies for you. Good Bubbling. And Cutie Katta, welcome back, Ubbies. Good Katta, and welcome back, Sweetest Saru. Alrighty. I think we can start working on the braid. What is going on here? What is this? Oh, that's part of the ear. I see. Hold on, I'll have to fix that. Welcome back, lovely little Mac. Welcome back, lovely lab. It was nice coming in and hanging out as always, but I think I'm gonna head out now. I'm not gonna be able to come in for tomorrow's stream aside from like 2 minutes to keep my streak going. All good, Precious Patricia. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping in, hun. Always appreciate ya. I feel like we're going to get always thus to Tyrants back to back. That's probably true. Hi, Coda. Hi, Bobby Doo. Hi, come here. Okay, or leave me be. Okay, bye. So mean. Macepo was clearly paid to say that. What, you don't think that I can be a good queen now? Hi, Magnificent Maid. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome. All right. So let's see. It's this ear. I need to get rid of some of the what is that? What is in the way here? I love this song, dude. Oh, good. Okay, is that... Nope. Oh, I have to name these fucking layers, dude. Holy crap. This one? Okay, there we go. Alright, now I can clear out the problem areas. I will texture it a little bit like so that when it's moving around it won't be much of a problem, but code. Hold on, guys. He wanted to come back in and now he knows that I'm still streaming, so he wants to leave again. I'll be right back. Sorry. Puppy, puppy doo. I'm so baby. Hi, I'm back. Okay. How superstitious are we? Loch Ness, Megalodon still exists, etc. I mean, the ocean is vast, right? Like, I guess I'm not terribly surprised. Hi there, Hazy. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you, cutie pie. Welcome in. Welcome back again, Ozzy. Sneaking on from work. Hope you and the pals are doing well. Doing great, Magnificent Maid. I hope work is going well for you. All is well. Happy to hear that. Terrific tactic. This is the first Glass Animal song I really heard. It was actually mine as well, like years and years ago, Dustin. I'll go sleep. Sorry, I'm too exhausted to function today. No, absolutely. I will look into the stream stuff after stream as well. The link stuff. That's okay, Strat. No, don't worry about it all, okay? Go get some good rest. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Get good sleepies. Go sleep. Go sleep. Don't make me ban you. Played during a friend's art session this morning. I love it. Wait, you've never heard it until today? Really? I feel like I've probably put it on the list a number of times. But maybe you haven't been here during those times. But that's awesome. I'm so glad that you like it. Yeah, Glass Animals became my favorite band ever, like several years ago, and that was one of the songs that I was initially like, damn, that's fire. I think I heard Pools first when I was going through Beat Saber mods. Oh, yeah, I could see that, Jazzy. Yeah, 100%. Strike, go to bed. Okay, let's see. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. And then I can do the shading, and then we will be able to animate. So it's a long haul project, but we got this. You wouldn't ban me. Definitely not. Right? Right? Strat, if you stick around, I will ban you temporarily. I'll time you out for like 2 hours so that you have to sleep for 2 hours minimum. I requested it today because of that. It probably played in here, but between the chatting and my focusing hard on my own work, I get a bit oblivious. That's more than fair, Dustin. More than fair. But I'm glad that you like it so much. It's such a banger. It's so unique, that sound. I really find that it's quite relaxing for me. Okay. Let me see. Put this back here. Okay, toothaches. Toothaches. All right. Okay. Alrighty, now I can focus properly on this braid. there, Premium. Welcome in. Long time no see, bud. How are you? Oh no, what's happening to Tau? Horror stream. Okay, Commander, see you. If you are still streaming once I wake up. Sounds good, sweetest track. Go to sleep. Uh-oh, Storm. What the fuck? Why is it? Okay, so now it's suddenly decided that Storm also can't post. That's so stupid. I'm sorry, hun. Looks like it still did get requested, which is good, though. Now it's nailing Storm? I know. I have no clue what's going on with it. Sorry, guys. Like I said, if you want to avoid that, you can do song and then artist, but it still does go through, even if it does time you out for 10 seconds. Been a while. I was taking a break. Oh, fair enough, Premium. Everything okay? Azure, welcome in. Thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. That song's for Coda. Thank you. I will tell him about it. We probably have plenty of time till the next horror/FPS stream. That is true. It's just a matter of whether you guys keep on voting to work on this, which I do quite enjoy working on stuff like this. Most of the time I do a lot of like really cute stuff, but honestly, the roots of my art are very edgy rather than like, as in I first drew edgy things and then I had to learn how to draw cute things. So I'm actually quite in my element when you guys have me, when you either commission me or encourage me to draw like edgier, darker stuff. That's actually very much my comfort zone. Let's see. Doing okay right now. Had some unfortunate things happen, so needed to chill. Oh, I'm so sorry, Premium. That's really... Oh, darling, I'm really sorry. But I'm glad to see that you're at least back in a minor way, perhaps? Like, are you just kind of trying to take it easy now? From Junji Ito to now, basically, Cutie Caution, basically. I wish that I could show you this, I wish I could show you this, incredibly old piece of art I did of this dragon. It's really, really fucking cool. I still really like it. It's like 15 years old, but I don't know where it is. Gonna be a while until we see Tau play Luigi's Mansion 2 for the next horror, right? Yeah, well, you guys will get to vote on it. Oh my god, I just, by reflex, I started copying Julius's song request, but that's already on there now, which is great. Yeah, you guys will get to vote on it. You guys will get to vote on what you want me to play next time. Yeah, 4,000 followers, we get to do another horror stream. Only mangas I've read in recent memory were Ito and Berserk. Oh, really? Interesting, Caution. Oh, hey there, Itagram. How are you, hun? If it isn't the most beautiful, kind, hearted, and wonderful Tasmanian Tiger who makes crying babies laugh again just with her golden smile. Thanks, Cutie Pie. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. It queued up the karaoke version of this song? Oh, of that song? Oh, okay, hold on. I'll fix it. 1 second. 1 sec. That's very odd, because when I just copied and pasted it, it was like, oh yeah, we can do that. Without the fucking karaoke version. That's really strange that it shows that one. That's all right. I have queued up the correct one, hun. I don't really have time to consume as many things in book form, but I try. No worries, lovely Julius. I'm really sorry about the fuck about with the links earlier. In a range of 1 to 10 for horror, what would you rate Luigi's Mansion 1? Honestly, I'd probably give it like a 3, maybe. It was great. I had a great time because it was a 3 on the horror scale. Maybe a 2.5. I had such a good time. I am more than happy to finish that one. We're at the final boss, so I'm happy to do that. Doing pretty good, actually. Thanks. Hope everything's fine for you as well. Oh, I'm happy to be here with you guys today. We'll put it that way. I'm glad you're doing well, Itricum. Hope you're doing good. Artwork today, I see. Yes, indeed. Amazing Azure. Yes, indeed. Doing some horror stream layers for the animation. So maybe we play Dead Space for the next one? Maybe not. You guys get to vote on it, but I discourage it greatly. I knew it was only gonna get crazier from there. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I remember reading the first Berserk book and being blown away. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Nath loves Berserk. Big fan. He's a big fan. I can't read those books, and I can't watch the anime either, but I'm glad that everyone likes it so much.
Would you rather face Dead Space zombies or Left 4 Dead zombies if you had to choose? I must say, in fairness, I actually don't know the difference. I haven't played either of them. The first page was a clear indicator that it ain't shonen. Yeah, I don't like shonen very much either, but I also just don't like the content, the subject matter in Berserk. Flashbang effective at first page, yeah. Of course, I do say that I don't like shonen, but then I'm like, oh, I've really been enjoying Hell's Paradise. But no, I can't, like, oh, I've tried so hard to get through Jujutsu Kaisen. I am at the beginning of season 2 and I am not engaging with it, man. I cannot get into JJK. It's so quintessentially shonen. Nothing wrong with that if you like it. I just can't. I cannot get into it. Probably Left 4 Dead. They're still horrifying if they were real, but oh, real life necromorphs? Necromorphs. Is that like a beastie? Like an undead beastie in the game? Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. I've hit my layer limit. Oh, I need to start season 2 of Hell's Paradise. Yeah, it's good. It's really quite good. I like it. At least they're slow. I feel like, I feel you. JJK, in my opinion, is very overrated, but I think it got big as there wasn't much else quality-wise at the time. That's fair. That makes sense, Baratheon. But I don't know. Again, I understand, like, clearly there's something there that I'm just not able to experience, which I'm a little bit jealous of. I kind of wish that I could join in on that cultural phenomenon, but I can't get myself to enjoy it. Just had some late night foods. Yummy! Sweetest Space, I'm happy to hear it. What did you have? Let me test and see if the system gets mad at me for requesting via a link. Red, it won't get mad at you because you're a mod, I think. So mods won't get angry at mods, but I only have 2 mods, which is you and Strat on Twitch. So give me the Capcom zombies from Dead Rising. Hi there, Missing Alistair. I ain't one to talk. My intro to anime was Naruto. Yeah, no, that's fair. See, Naruto's another one I couldn't get into. That was another, like, cultural phenomenon. A horror screen gets drawn, huh? But stream ending is already horrifying nightmare because Tao is gone. Oh, AJ Graham, you're so sweet, honey bun. No, don't worry, I'll be back. Necromorphs, so they reanimated dead in the Dead Space, and the designs are proper disturbing. Ooh, yucky. Which I expected. Nothing yelling at me. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Yeah, good. Mods are above bots. To be fair, I was 7 at the time when I started watching Naruto. I tried it when I was like, oh shit, it had been out for a bit, but I think I was like 11 or 12 when I tried watching Naruto, and I just couldn't get into it. How do you feel about Dantadan? I love Dantadan. I love Dantadan. It borders on some topics that I'm not comfortable with, but because of how they handle it, I think I'm okay with it. Oh, it's such a fucking awesome show. It's so fucking insane. When people ask me, what is it about, Tao? I'm like, I don't know how to tell you. Basically what I tend to say, I'm like, it's about a guy who believes in aliens and a girl who believes in the supernatural and the insane adventures they go on together. That's pretty much what I say. And they're just like, oh, well, that doesn't sound super odd. And I'm like, oh, please trust me. Watch the first episode. If you can get through the first episode, you can get through any part of it. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. My Hero Academia Vigilantes has been great. Oh, has it? I kind of liked My Hero for the first like 2 seasons, and then I very much fell off. But is Vigilantes similar or different, or how would you say it's different from OG Hero Academia? I love Downtown too. The romance is so cute. It's like the most like realistic romance I think I've seen in anime, which is ironic because it's all about like supernatural, crazy, blah, 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 blah. OG Dead Space still has one of the creepiest teaser trailers ever made. Ooh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I've only seen the first episode. Me, when I try to describe what JoJo is. See, and I haven't gotten into JoJo, but to be fair, I haven't really given it too much of a chance. I tried to watch it and I couldn't like take it seriously enough, and so I just fell off. Feels a little more darker than MHA. Oh, interesting. Okay, I like that. It has some really rough topics, but it's been my favorite recent anime. The characters are all great. They are. They're really, really good. And they seem so... Again, it's so strange to me when an anime focused exclusively on, like, supernatural and demons and powers and ghosts and spirits and aliens and stuff has, like, some of the most human-feeling, rationally... Like, you can understand where the characters are coming from kind of characters. Relatable. That's what it is. Relatable characters. There was a cute girl in the heroes party, so I tried confessing to her. It's been really fun. I love all these really fucking long names for anime recently. I think that might be a hot take because a lot of people are like, Jesus Christ. And I don't make fun of it, don't get me wrong, but I actually kind of think it's really funny when there's like a paragraph of a title. That's the thing, Tao. The show isn't meant to be taken super seriously. JoJo's? It's not? I don't know. It's also the style. I don't really like the style. All this talk about TV, I'm going to go watch some. Okay, all good, Sweet of Space. Thanks for coming in. That's what I got from the author. Oh, the author actually said that? Don't take it too seriously kind of thing? Let me see here. I need to... You know what? I can get rid of that. Mario! Hi there, Magnificent Mario. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Mind not the fan arts again. Let me have a look. What have you got in here? Cute. Let's see. I like the tongue. Blah, 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 blah. Ah! 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 So good. Excellent work, Sweetie Pie. Well done. That's very, very funny. Oh yeah, some people's deal breakers of JoJo, how Araki's art style evolved. Yeah, it's just such a strange style to me. Like, don't get me wrong, it is beautiful in its own way, but it's almost like I don't necessarily want to watch an anime of it. It's kind of like, and I actually did watch a movie about this, like, that was done this way, which was really cool, and I can tolerate it for a movie, but I don't think I could watch a series of it. It was like Vincent van Gogh's, like, I think it was literally called Vincent. Anyway, and it was animated, but every single frame was an oil painting. It was insane. It was incredibly cool and so much work. And it was all done in the style of Vincent van Gogh. Not AI though, don't worry. It was done by the studio, but really, really amazing. But I by the end of it, I was like, wow. It's almost like if you eat like a giant piece of cake. Kind of. It was like so decadent that I was just like, I really don't want any more. Like, that was really incredible and I don't want any more. Thank you so much for the pal hat, Incredible Ideas. Thank you. I haven't worked up to the scrumph to poke at JoJo's yet. Kind of like One Piece. It feels like there's just so much of it. There is a lot of it too. Gachiakuta is basically shonen mixed with Mad Max. I loved Gachiakuta. I am caught up to that and it's really fun. That's a really, really good one. Hi there, our fish fat. How are you? It's good to see you again, darling. Welcome. And Cookie, have you played Puppy Playtime Chapter 5 yet? I do not play horror. I do not play horror. Do the Homer scream? Oh, I forgot how to do that. Loving Vincent, that's it, Cutie Caution. Thank you. Yes, Loving Vincent, that's the one. Loving Vincent was completely rotoscoped. I know, it's amazing. It's like so much fucking work. I have a lot of Tao clips that she screams to choose from to use for the sound effect. It was rotoscoped. I think rotoscoping is still far better than AI. Like, there's a lot of really amazing things that you do with rotoscoping. Hi there, Terrific Trout. Welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you, darling. Welcome. Yeah, it is leagues better. Exactly. It is infinitely better because it still requires an awful lot of art, like art. And like the frame rate, crazy. If you want a great rotoscoped anime, I recommend Flowers of Evil. Flowers of Evil. I haven't heard of that one. Is that one like, that almost sounds like it's in the same vein as Devilman Crybaby. Was that it? Devilman Crybaby, I think. That was such a strange show. I don't remember if I really liked it or not. I think it, I just remember one scene where stuff gets on the entire ceiling. That was, that's all I need to remember, to be honest. I don't know if I need to watch it again. Hey, Sweetest Seller, welcome back. It's good to see you, Dawn. Welcome, welcome. No, it's not that weird. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's not that weird. That's good. That's good. Mind if I drop a friend in here? Oh, please, Sweetest Solar, please bring some friends by. We love solar friends. JoJo is sort of an acquired taste. I get why people aren't into it, whether it's the art style or how the series is structured, but to each their own. Yeah, that's fair, Cutie Caution, that's fair. I'm going to explain the plot of JoJo from 1 to 7 in a simple sentence. Gay vampires want to take over the world, but a gay, not so gay guy stops them, and they have a whole family tree to fight each other. That sounds crazy, Seti. I have found myself suddenly dealing with an unpleasant person in real life. It is better returning to visit the stream. I'm sorry you're dealing with a yucky person, Terrific Trout, but thank you so much for trusting us. I appreciate you. Same reason why I did not like Food Wars. No, I did not like Food Wars either. I couldn't get into that one either. This song's pretty. I'm gonna add it to my like. I literally could not finish the pilot episode. Yeah, no, I'm the same. I'm the same. I watched JoJo and finished it. Well done, Seti. Very impressive. Again, there's a reason that, you know, all of these anime are, like, there's so many different anime. It's made for so many different people, and that is more than okay. I am just one of the people that, I don't like some of the more, like, well-known anime. And that's not me being like, I'm a hipster or whatever, but, like, because I still, you know, I love Gachakuta. I'm keeping up with Trigun Stargaze. Like, these are mainstream ones as well, but I don't know, like Jujutsu Kaisen and JoJo's, I just cannot wrap my head around. Dan, love it. Let out my balded mate. Welcome in, or welcome back. I have returned from girlfriend call. I wanted to check on art progress. Welcome in, lovely Lyra. I hope that girlfriend call was fun. Thank you for the balding and then the lurk. Okay. Oh, bald. Yes, I have been balded. Little more has made me bald. Let's see. There's a difference between one not enjoying something from their assessment, and it's another thing to be a snob. Yeah, exactly. How is the new Trigun so far? Oh, it's so good, mate! I love it! I love it! I need more. I need more. Asher, thank you for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm loving it, Magnificent Maid. It's so cool. It's so dramatic, so theatrical. It's very fun for that reason. The combat is amazing. Choreography is always incredible, though. We mostly yapped a bit. Her voice was still a bit hoarse from the concert she went to. Mostly I listened to her talk about her fixing her guitar. Aw, that's awesome, lovely Lyra. I hope that you had a wonderful time. I'm sure it was heavenly. Even if all you did was talk about those things, I'm sure that just listening to her voice was magnificent. I'm convinced. I'll have to watch it later. Please do! Please do. I know that a lot of people didn't like the first season of Trigun Stampede, but if you liked that season, you will still like Stargaze. If you did not like that season, I don't know what to tell you. You might not like this one. Ooh! Thank you for feeding me, lovely Lyra. Sometimes icky just happens. Those safe spaces help a lot. I do appreciate the pouch already, but extra right now. Oh, absolutely, Terrific Trout, absolutely. That's not even going through the timeline reset. Huh? Wait, what do you mean, Cutie Caution? I'm glad it was, lovely Lyra, excellent. Ooh, heights! I must catch hard on hand. Delicious! Thank you, lovely Lyra, for sticky hearts. I've only watched the original, but I'll still watch it. Oh yeah, I must confess, like I don't get crushes on like fictional characters almost ever. But specifically Vash from Trigun Stampede. Yeah. He's so cute, dude. He is so cute. And honestly, it makes sense because he's very much like Nath personality-wise. So I guess that's a reinforcement of my love for my fiance. But yeah, man, he's so fucking adorable. I can't even handle it. I'm just like, oh yeah, I just finished this episode. Let me go watch it again. How does the new Trigun compare to the original series? I only recently got around to the original and it quickly shot up the ranks of favorites. It's kind of different. It's pretty different. I would say it kind of lands between like the manga and the original in like, yeah. You'll recognize characters, but if you watch the first 2 or 3 episodes and you're like, I don't really like this, you probably will not like it. It doesn't get better than those first 3 episodes, in my opinion. But I really liked the first 3 episodes, so I was like, fucking banger. Part 6 of JoJo basically resets the universe. Oh my god. Y'all are so sweet. You're sweet! You're sweet. I do gotta rewatch Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Oh yeah, Cyberpunk Edgerunners was good. I also been planning to watch, on watching the new Trigun. I need to finish Stampede first. Yeah, you should, sweetest Eddie, you should. Yeah, no, you should. I recommend it. But yeah, don't push yourself to, because there's a lot of people who also just don't like that 3D art style that Studio Orange does. And I get that. And I'm kind of picky about my 3D anime, but I'm not nearly as picky as some people. Nate's quite picky though, and he does like it. So I am not sweet, I am savory. Savory Storm. No, I don't think I want to call you that. What does clouds taste like? Wet. 3D animation made me think reboot. Why did we capitalize it? Is that a show? Is reboot a show? Moist. Yeah, wet, moist, watery. It's a show. Oh, okay. Sorry, cutie caution. I'm like, is that a show? Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that one. It was one of the first shows to use 3D animation. Interesting. Do you know what my first exposure in anime was to 3D anime was Ajin. Do you guys remember Ajin? Did anyone ever watch that? I don't know if it was actually any good, but at the time I was like, this is fascinating. Ajin's a really interesting show. The concept, I mean, is very interesting. I don't know if I remember being like, wow, that's a good show, but yeah. It certainly does look like it, but I loved Reboot. Okay, Red, you recommend it. What is Reboot about? I do like the 3D art style they did, though. They're so expressive. Like Tao! Whee! I'm anime! It is anime. The only other ones I can think of are is Donkey Kong. My first anime was Fairy Tail. Oh, okay. I never finished it, but yeah, actually, I remember liking the plot. Oh, Ajin? Yeah. If you want, you can skip this song. Oz Justy was not what I had requested, and the Songify thing mistakenly put it in. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. If you want to let me know what you intended instead, I can pop that in there. Naruto, Inuyasha. Yeah, I think I'd probably put Inuyasha as like my main first anime, I guess. Like if you don't, Pokemon was technically my first anime. I watched that when I was like single digits, but Some people don't really consider it anime because they're like, oh, that's not, you know, that's not. Oh, actually, I think Elfen Lied was probably my first real anime. No, it would have been Inuyasha, followed by Elfen Lied. That was a choice. That was a choice for preteen me. Of anime that low-key messed me up when I was a little bean was Rosario Vampire. Yeah, one of my best friends really loved Rosario Vampire, and I did listen to it. I watched it, but I couldn't really get quite into it. Yu Yu Hakusho! I loved Yu Yu Hakusho, actually. Spirit Gun, so good. Watched it for the first time last year. It still holds up. It's really good. My first anime was 80s Astro Boy. Oh, damn! I haven't seen Astro Boy. My introduction to 3D was Transformers Beast Wars. Ooh, that's cool. Some of the earliest anime for me was Pokemon, Naruto, and Evangelion. It was quite the spread. Yeah, that's pretty good, Jazzy. Good spread. I wonder why they really enjoyed it. Ooh. Which one? Which one? Oh, Rosario Vampire. And then I ran into Vampire Knight. My little sister was really into Vampire Knight, and I could not get into that because I was like, this is Twilight. This is Twilight. Oh man, she was obsessed, dude. She had like posters of fuck, what's his name? White-haired dude, gray-haired dude, voiced by Vic Mignogna, I think. Whatever his name was. Oh, she was obsessed. Obsessed. After Astro Boy, it was the classic trauma anime, Princess Tutu. I never saw Princess Tutu, actually. One of my first animes was High School of the Dead. Oh my god! High School of the Dead was not one of my first, but I did watch it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I know how I feel about it now. I don't really like it, but the boob dodge is still in my brain always. I think my first anime was Lost Cities of Gold. I've never heard of that one. Bruh, Vampire and I was so weird. That's not even touching the sibling stuff. Yeah. Literally, I heard of Vampire Knight, but never saw it. So it's just Twilight, but Animu? Oh, no. That was just my perception upon initial watch as a kid. It's a little more than that. It's a little bit more than that. I don't think I'm gonna watch it, like rewatch it, but yeah, it is it's a little more than Twilight. Basically, it was at the time of Twilight, my sister was watching it, and it had vampires, and it had, you know, non-vampiric girl character that the vampires wanted, and it was weird. It was not all that Twilight-esque, but when I was a kid, that's what I thought. Let's see. Want to take some time to say thank you to Tau, Mods, and every single one of you Pouch Pals. You all contribute to making the safest spot on the internet. The safest spot on the internet. Also, want to extra thank a few Pouch Pals who have helped those who have been a bit down on the dumps. You know who you are, and never stop being amazing. I fucking love you all. Aw, thank you, Ozzy, for the sweet words. We appreciate you, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Teens taking on Cortez to stop him stealing the Incan treasures. Oh my god, that sounds really fun. It was nothing like Twilight. The first anime I saw was Gundam Wing back when it aired on Toonami. Oh man, I never got into Gundam until IBO, and then I fell back out. But Iron Blooded Orphans is easily in my top 10 favorite anime of all time. So fucking good. My first proper trauma anime would either be Full Metal Alchemist OG Run, or D Gray Man. Yes. I loved FMA, the original, for many years. Yeah, the supersonic boobs is by far the most iconic thing from that show. It is. It really is. The number of GIFs, dude, that have been made of that and shared of that. My only memory of it now is just a gray-haired dude flashback being bathed, and it revealed some wound on his back. I remember that. Makes sense since Vampire Knight was anime Twilight. It was fun back in its time. They ended up being able to fly all over South America in a Golden Eagle ship. Was it like intended to be educational at all? Or sounds like there was potential to be educational. As for trauma, I didn't see many traumatic things in anime viewings until way later, but watching a dude literally blow up because of a microwave beam weapon hitting him was grotesque, and was the first thing I think I saw in anime that made me wince, back in Gundam Seed. Yeah, Elfen Lied will always be the trauma anime that got me. That first episode, I was like, whoa. And then I just watched it all the way through, dude. Made AMVs of it and everything. And then at some point I got back into anime. Cowboy Bebop is phenomenal. Cowboy Bebop will be something that we can You can show that to people in 300 years when English has evolved to something else and people will still understand and love it. Zoids was awesome! Oh, Logger Zero. Love Logger Zero. I loved Zoids as a kiddo. Yeah, no, I would like more Zoids. More Zoids, please. My favorite anime will be Samurai Champloo. Champlu's very good. Samurai Champloo's very good. No, wait a minute. My first anime wasn't Astro Boy. There was an older one. It was like the Christian Anime Superbook. What? What is that? Christian Anime Superbook? I love this anime talk. You guys, this is so much fun finding out where you guys come from as far as anime and stuff. Very good. Let me see here. Sorry, I swear I'll also like draw a little bit if you're lucky. If you ask nicely, I'll draw. I think Eva still takes the trauma award for me. I was way too young for that. Eva. Oh, Evangelion? Yeah, fair. Fair. It was a loose fiction based on several French writings. It was originally screened in 1982 and was a collab between French and Japanese animators. Whoa! That sounds cool! Huh. My very first was Death Note, followed by Code Geass, only because they were on ABC3 after Good Game. Yo, Death Note, banger. Code Geass, banger. Yo, I think that Code Geass was probably the first piece of media that I was like, I think I like anti-heroes. I'm shocked. How is this possible? I'm not cheering for like the hero. I'm cheering for like the anti-hero. That's crazy. Yeah. It was also the first time I felt cool playing chess. Because at that time I was very into chess. And I made money off of chess. So I was like, oh my God, relatable. That's where the relatability ended, but still. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just catching up. I've always thought that the Old Testament was as an animal would be insane. Thank you, Storm. Also known as the mysterious cities of gold if people are looking for it. Interesting. Code Geass! Code Geass! I will forever call it Code Geass. I've yet to watch an anime with a better ending than Code Geass. It was a fantastic ending. I agree, Precious Purato. I really liked it. Evo's my introduction to the flesh mecha concept. Yeah. My first anime was Brand New Animal. I haven't seen that one, Lav. What's that one about? Superbook was a show where these kids find a special Bible and they're able to travel into it and witness Bible stories. It was very well anime for the time it came out. Interesting. No, I watched VeggieTales. That was my exposure to biblical stuff. It's an anime about furries. Oh, Brand New Animal? How does it relate to or does it relate to hello? What is the soul? Beastars.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Fuck, I was so close. Fun fact for Pacific Drive, I live less than 200 miles from the real world location the game is based off of. Very cool, Shadow, very cool. Yeah, before Beastars. Is it not related at all? I cannot hear VeggieTales without hearing the song. Dun, dun, dun! BNA is one of those ones I need to actually sit down and watch. Beastars too. Yes, I don't think I finished BNA, but I did finish Beastars, and I did like that. DN Angel, brought into the line and last by the cold exploding sun. I was granted freedom to become the chosen one, or however that song goes. I loved that fucking I think I did finish DN Angel. It didn't leave an impression on me, but the song, I loved it. Oh God, Jesus Christ, Storm. Lizard, Rhino, politely. Rhino, did Code Geass try to make teens look sexy or something? I don't think that I would call that, I would not say that they make them look sexy. I would say that that is probably one of the strangest art styles I've ever seen. And no, Code Geass was not terribly fan servicey. There were a few bits, but it was nothing like, you know, Overlord or anything like that, which is why it's so high in my memory, I think. But Code Geass was so, I don't know. I haven't rewatched it for quite a while. Don't get me wrong. But at the time, I did actually perceive it as being a pretty intelligent show. Like it knew where it was going with stuff, but it wouldn't let the audience in on things until it was like necessary. And at that point, it made sense. It wasn't just like they pulled it out of nowhere. But again, I think the last time I watched Code Geass was like eight or 10 years ago. So it's been a while. Have you watched the anime Ergo Proxy? I have. It's been a long time as well, though. I forgot the space is my bad. Surprise Automod didn't slide me. Oh, no, you're a good Magnificent Maid. It happens too often in anime for me to remember. It'd be interesting to see a Mario anime. That would be interesting. One of my first exposures to avant-garde anime was Bobobo. I don't know if I know Bobobo. Since it wasn't based on manga, no one could be spoiled of the ending. Oh, true, Precious Parateo. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yay! Thank you for my Maxwell song. The main character is a human who was in a freak accident and was given a blood transfusion. But the blood wasn't human blood. It was blood of a humanoid-like animal. I forgot what the anime calls them, but they're like hybrids. So the main character became an artificial hybrid. Interesting. Not the same, but for some reason that reminded me of Parasite. Parasite was a great show. That was very interesting. Quite grotesque, quite horrific, but really, really good. The full name of it is Bo. Parasite the Maxim. Very, very good. I really enjoyed that one. It's because the Code Geass characters were drawn by Clamp. That's it. Who loved drawing the characters like they were the family members of Slenderman. That's true, they did. But it was such a great story, I didn't mind, you know? There was a Mario show where they switched from live action to animated. I had it on VHS when I was a kid. It was the only way I could sleep. Oh, that's sweet, Cyber. That's very sweet. I remember hearing about it. Body horror. Yes, very much body horror anime. If you don't like body horror, don't watch Parasite the Maxim. But if you don't mind it, it is good. It still holds up. I think it still holds up. I shouldn't say that. I haven't watched it for 5 years, but I remember it being good. You love Parasite, Lovely Lab. Excellent. Why is there an apology? Oh, you put it in your butt. Oh shit, Storm! Thank you so much for single-handedly hitting the level 1 Tangia party. Let's fucking go. Thank you, thank you. Oh god! Ah! Think of the song across, sweetheart. Oh shit, party time! Look at these dogs! Look at them dogs! Whoa, what is happening, yo, with the music, too? Thank you so much for the party, Sudastorm. Is this a Tangia thing? That is nuts. Yes, it is a Tangia thing, Awesome Aussie. What on earth? In fact, there was a Donkey Kong animated arcade where they got Peter Cullen, aka Optimus Prime himself, to voice Mario in the show. How the fuck does Optimus Prime, Mr. Register below the general populace, ever voice Mario? These happen anytime the Tangia levels up. It does, it does. Precious Delilah, do that breakdance, baby! Actually, probably one of the most satisfying animes to watch from beginning to end that I've seen. Oh, Blood Plus! Yes! I did like Blood Plus. I remember enjoying that. It's about these twin vampires who are constantly at war with each other. Yeah, I remember them. Dance Party with Tao would go wild. Let's go! There was also a Pac-Man animated show. Interesting. The Pac-Man Christmas movie? There was a Christmas movie of it? That's so funny. That's so funny. Oops, wrong button. You're good with darker shows. Paranoia Agent was shockingly good. Oh, was it Liar Game? Was that the one that's is it Liar Game? No. Yes? Radio did the opening. Oh, it was so good. Fuck. Like helping people trying to decide whether they go to heaven or hell or limbo, I think. Maybe there was a third one. But God, that was a great show. But Paranoia Agent, what's that about, sweetest Sweet Jessie? Mario, Pac-Man, and whatever other games had a show or nothing compared to Sonic Boom. Never did see Sonic Boom. Hold on, I gotta see if is it Liar Game? Is that what it's called? Liar Game. No, sorry, that is not it. What is it? Flyers. That was from Death Parade. I'm so off, sorry. Death Parade. That was a great anime. Absolute banger of an anime. Yo, I'm so disappointed that they didn't keep going with that. It was so good. Have you guys seen Death Parade? It is like actually excellent. Highly recommend that if you don't mind a little bit of it's a bit dark, but like it is so good. Excellent anime. I would say that genuinely Death Parade is probably a 9 out of 10 for me. It's really good. I cannot understand why they didn't do another season. There were a lot of cartoons based off video games, but Sonic is one of the few 90s characters to keep getting shows to this day. Interesting. Oh. I think one of the most insane anime clips I've come across was from something called, Higurashi no Naku Koroni. I loved that show as a kid. It's fucked. That show is fucked up. Was it the needle scene? Was it the needles in the cookie scene? I started watching Carmen Sandiego in French yesterday. Oh, that's fun, sweetest space. And started learning French on Duolingo. I just watched an episode of Carmen and completely forgot I was watching it in French. Oh, that's good, space. Well done. Yeah, it was always a nail one. Oh, I hated that part. Yeah. There's a few bits that are supremely fucked up. There was a Donkey Kong 3D animated series, but the 3D animation is so dated that the characters look like they are action figures being melted and twisted around. And that show made it canon that Donkey Kong's hairstyle on the top of his head is a part of his head. Interesting. Strat! Go to sleep! I'm gonna time you out. You think I'm fucking with you? They should have made more. You can consider watching Hotel Inhumane as well. Or is it Inhuman or Inhumane? Where is that one? No, don't tell me! Go to sleep! I love that Politely's like, politely? Sleep well, Strat! Sleep well, Strat! What was even the context of that? What? The needles? The fingernail one. Good lord, it's fucked up. The nails one? Torture. Yeah, literally torture. It was yeah, it's a very fucked up show, that one. And they do not shy away from the fact that all of the characters are like, you know, between 6 and 12 years old. They're like young children. It's fucked up. Fun fact, the creators of When They Cry went on to write the story for Silent Hill F. Oh, that is very fitting. I could so see the resemblance there. I could definitely see the resemblance there. I should go to bed as well. Absolutely, sweetest space cat. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a Kirby anime with the one introduction, never give Kirby a speaking voice. That was mostly thanks to his creator, Sakurai. Interesting, okay. Is the whole anime about torture? Basically. There is an actual backstory regarding like curses and the town being cursed and the young people being cursed, but it's basically all torture and like, yeah, it's pretty horrifying. I want to trust me, but it's too noisy with all the drilling. Strat, no. Strat, you are getting very sleepy. Pay attention to the imaginary swinging object in front of you. And sleep. Thank you so much for the lurk, sweetest Cyber. Every time you stream late for the UK, I stay awake until 6 a.m., which is in 10 minutes. Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry, cutie Cyber. I'm so sorry, darling. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Tell the UK when you wake up I say hi. Uzumaki was also about a cursed town, and it didn't need kids being tortured to get the point across. Yeah, listen, I haven't rewatched Higurashi no Naku Koroni for a long time because I still remember how, like, fucked up that was. I don't know if it was quite as fucked up, like, objectively as Elfen Lied, but I think it was more disturbing because of how much they drove home how young the kids were. And that, like, even when I was, like, a teenager, that freaked me out. I was like, this is really strange. Thank you all for being entertaining and, as always, encouraging my art. Of course, Sweetest Space, of course. That was so creepy. I love it. Sleep. My first ever anime was, funny enough, Sonic X. Oh, nice, VX. Nice. Keep on sharing your beautiful art with us, Sweetest Space Cat. Thank you so much. The extreme violence in When They Cry genuinely raised the suspense so much in that show, and the character writing was so good. You genuinely cared about all of them. I think in my case, I was unable to care about all of them, but I was always like, it was like a train wreck. It was like watching a train wreck, you know? I was just like, shit, this child may die. I'm struggling to describe Paranoia Agent. It's a supernatural psychological thriller largely about trying to catch a killer who uses skates and a baseball bat. It starts relatively grounded and ends up absolutely wild. It does the blending of what's real and what's not very well. Interesting. Okay. Wait, did you guys watch Monster? Did you guys watch Monster? That one was crazy to me. I was like, oh, this just is, it feels like a really disturbing live action, except it's anime. But Jazzy, that'd be interesting. I'd be willing to watch that. Is that dubbed? I have seen Death Parade. I've forgotten about it. Rewatch it. It's so good. It's really good. It really does hold up. Very, very good. Yuta Higurashi is what Rosario Vampire is to me. Wait, really? Interesting. I mean, I think that Rosario Vampire wasn't whatever it is to you to me because I was the age of a lot of the young people when I watched it, probably. But yeah, I feel the pain in your memories. Oh, truly. Yeah, I think it was because, like, at that time, I was like, I want to say I was like 14 or 15 when I watched it. And I was like, these kids are younger than me. This is like horrifying. Most anime I was of the right age for. I was like, oh yeah, sure. I would be interested in this 750-year-old vampire when I was 14. Why not? But Higurashi, I was like, these are actual children. I'm so freaked out. Which one is Monster? Think about it as though it's about a serial killer, very grounded. This is very grounded serial killer. You haven't yet, but it's on your list. Ah, yes, okay. Do you want to watch a romance anime? You may like Love Through a Prism on Netflix. It's about artists. That's interesting. I might be willing to watch that. You know what I do want to watch? I want to watch Tamon's B-Side. I'm not a big romance anime person, but it looks really fun. Pretty sure Paranoia Agent is dubbed. Is it on Crunchyroll? Do you know, Sweetest Jazzy? Paranoia Agent is the only anime series that Satoshi Kon made. I don't know who that is. Sonic X has 3 seasons, but due to the fact while Sonic wasn't very popular in Japan, it was very popular in America. Okay. Mirai Nikki was pretty good. I did like Mirai Nikki. That was, when I think of, like, yandere, that's, like, the quintessential yandere anime. That's the reason it got a 3rd season. Okay. I was not the target age range for Rosario Vampire. That would be why. Yeah. No, I was the target age. So I was like, yeah, it's fine. I totally get this. It's great. Like, whatever. But yeah, man, When They Cry, oof. My favorite anime is 30 years old and has almost as much movies. Detective Conan has over 1,100 episodes, even has specials and crossovers. That's awesome, Littlemore. One of my exes was like huge into Detective Conan. I never quite got into it the same way as him, but yeah, I know the passion that goes into that being your favorite anime for sure. For sure. All right, let me see here 1 second. Let's do a little stripey here. It didn't hit me until I started middle school to realize what the hell I saw. Paranoia Agent is on Crunchy! It still comes with a lot of content warnings. I feel like I should put that out there. All good. Thank you so much, Sweetest Jazzy. I will need to write that. You know what? I might write that down someplace, actually. Paranoia Agent. Hold on. Actually, you know what? 1 second. I'm just gonna steal my phone. I'm gonna just freaking freeze for a second. I'm just going to I'm just gonna go over to Crunchyroll and just add it to my list, my watch list. Paranoia Agent. Detective Conan has over 1,000 episodes. Yeah, that's what who said that? Yeah, that's a little more said. Over 1,100 episodes. Crazy. Let's see. Paranoia Agent. You're not in Australia, are you, hon? I'm not seeing it, actually. I have, for some reason, Lee's Detective Agency is coming up, but not... You heading out, sweetest Solar? Yeah, absolutely, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, cutie pie. Huh. I wonder why it's not coming up. Oh, I didn't think of that. No, that's okay, hon. That's okay. That's just so annoying. Fuck. Bureau of Paranormal Investigations, Paradox Live, the animation, Battle Girls, Time Paradox, Hell's Paradise. Yeah, it looks like it's not on Australian. That zags. Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry. Ow. Oh, hold on. I broke it. Okay. Hold on, it's still... Ow! With my... Okay. Alrighty. Let me see here. 1 a.m. is my limit. Oh, absolutely, sweetest soul. No, of course, absolutely. Please, please, please get some good rest, okay? Thank you for coming in. Have you seen The Outcast? I have not. Going off of Google, it looks like you would need to hunt down discs or more creative ways to get the show. Oh, that's okay, sweetest TauTassie. Maybe it'll come by at some point. Who knows? 1 second. I'm not sure what's going on with my model. There we go. That's it. Can you see if it's available for you? Is it on Crunchy for you? Is it called The Outcast? Actually, Strat, do you mind just like DMing it to me and I can check on it? Did you shock yourself? What was that? That's I have like a little like gorilla what is it called? Well, this is called a Neewer, Neewer, a Neewer T30. It's meant to hold cameras, but oh my. What the fuck? What is this? What is my head doing? Sorry, I'm falling behind because my... Why is this... 1 second, I'm gonna restart the app because it's not tracking me properly. Ow! fucking Mike! Okay, are we good now? I think so. Yeah, okay, good. I don't know what happened. We're back. Recommend Magic Keto 1412 for any that like Conan. Okay, interesting. Thank you so much for the DM, lovely Strat. I appreciate it. It wasn't until last year that I saw Spirited Away for the first time. Spirited Away is so good. It's my favorite Ghibli movie. All right, let me see here. Okay, this goes behind here. All right, let me see. I can finally start doing the shading, I think, which is a relief.
Yeah, okay. I think that the shading can happen now for this segment. I do have the other segment as well with the hands and the arms and stuff, but there's not enough layers. There's too many layers for that. Hoping for bald Tau art someday. My favorite from Ghibli is probably Grave of the Fireflies. That is a very good one. You guys, we normally I would say we don't need to go on another break, but I need to go take some antibiotics. So we will probably do that right now. Satoshi Kon is like one of the big anime creators. He's up there with like Hayao Miyazaki in terms of fame. What? He also did Tokyo Godfathers, Paprika, and Perfect Blue. Oh, I have seen all of those. Okay, interesting. Spirited Away may have slightly traumatized my family. They got flashbanged. They expected something along the lines of Disney. Oh, no. No. I'm so sorry, sweetest Sir Jazzy. Yike. That's not ideal. I'm laughing right now because every time you look down, it just looks like your model is looking down at your chest. Ooh. Okay, you guys, let's go on that quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen, I love you lots, and I'll miss you terribly.
Hi,
And
hi.
Eon, hi, darling, welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the resub. Thank you so much, cutie pie. 33 months. That's amazing. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, cutie. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness and support over the years. I really appreciate it. All right, darlings. I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you lots. See you soon. Mwah. And fishy. Now big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, we're stuck. No, I'm invisible. It seems you've been detected. No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's Wait, someone is gonna cut off my head? What? That doesn't happen anytime. I don't think that's in the game. Is it? Is it? Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Vtuber, let's go! Thank you so much, excellent Ember. I appreciate it. Thank you, sweetheart. Loving the vibes here. Riddling, that makes me so happy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm already getting good vibes from you as well, so I hope that you'll continue to stick around and spend some time with us. Riddling, you've actually come in at a really awesome time. Hold on, I got a vine on my face. Ah! Okay, I fixed it. Don't mind. Problems. Not the way. Everyone, I love you. Thanks for the suggestion. Say hi to stream. Hi, Pouch Pals.
Hi, stream. Hi, stream.
Hi, stream. Ooh, Will.
Ooh. I can't do that.
Oh, wow, that was pretty good. Everyone says hi, cutie pies. All right, I must away, but good suggestion. Ciao. Mwah. I'm gonna call it now. Strata's gonna add something like exclamation point. Hide, wait. Just to every other guy in the meantime. Don't get hit by the look. I got hit by the ew. Release me. My lady. That's how you say pretty lady.
liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with Persona.
Hello, 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 my darlings, and welcome back. Also, welcome into Sweetest Snow Sheep. Hi, honey bun. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. You guys, this is the lovely Snowy Sheep VT who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a Just Chatting stream. This sleepy chic VTuber with no goals but games brings a variety of content based on their mood. From casual MSQs in a Ravelry barn to box openings at edge of eternity, sorry. Snowy's streams are as unpredictable as they are entertaining. Sorry, I can't read today. Keep those notifications on fleek, my subjects. Hello there, amazing Argent Rogue. How are you? Thank you so much for joining in with the raid. Sweetest Snowy Sheep, welcome back. Welcome in. How was your stream, darling? Also, awesome Aussie Abby's for you. Welcome back. Boop, boop, boop. Lovely laugh. Abby's for you. Yee. Good love. Welcome back to you. Sweetest Snowy, it's so good to see you. Sweet Shadow, welcome back. Precious Politely, welcome back. Beautiful Bublin, welcome back. Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Cutie Caution, welcome back. I actually made some really good hits from the box pulls. Oh, let's go. That's awesome, honey. Congratulations. Well done, well done. Excellent work. Hey, Snowy, would you like to let us know when your next stream is? Oh, and what you will be streaming as well. Pulled 7 value cards worth $131. Oh, wow. That's amazing, Snowy. What a return on investment. That's great. I've recently been wondering if you guys would want me to like do some card openings, like booster packs or something of Pokemon or something. That might be fun. I don't know anything about them, but Neon, hello there, excellent Neon. And darling, thank you so very much for the care package. I just saw that. Thank you so much. I am doing well. How are you, Cutie Pie? Probably tomorrow night. I'm thinking probably MSQs or more Last of Us Part 1. Oh god, I love Last of Us. So good. I love both parts. Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous community in, sweetheart. We haven't shown our little intro video for a little bit, so if that's okay, I might show you that. But you guys, please do check out Lovely Snowy, who will be streaming tomorrow night. Either MSQs from Final Fantasy or more Last of Us Part 1. Now, in the meantime, I would love to introduce ourselves to you. Mwah!
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Fully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! It's a pleasure to have you, darling. Thank you so much for dropping your lovely community off with us. I really do appreciate it. Do you collect then? Please do. But if you don't, then it may not be as satisfying. I actually would like to start collecting cards of some kind, probably Pokemon, just because the reason for that, by the way, is not completely random. I was trying to get my mind off of the whole having my job stolen by AI thing, and I revisited with the Nintendo Online thing. I revisited the Pokemon trading card game from like the 90s. Oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. The Game Boy Color version. I love that game. It was so nostalgic. But yeah, it's so good. Cutie Pie, think they're talking to you, Snowy Sheep. This is true. And I'm glad you're doing well, lovely Neon.
That was well done. Did you like it, hun? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I can't tell you how many takes it took to to get that all right. If you picked up Magic, I could try and teach you to play Commander. It's a really creative and fun format. Is it? I know nothing about Magic. I at least know the first couple of generations of Pokemon, but that's probably changed a lot too. If that's the case, I suggest getting the game Card Shop Simulator. That would be fun. That would be fun. The GBC, Game Boy Color version is great. Very glad it's on the Switch. Me too. I was so hyped when I saw it. I'm like, oh shit, I loved this game as a kid. Commander is awesome, but Magic is expensive. That's fair. That is fair. Welcome back, sweetest Seru. But Raiders, Sweetie Pie, lovely Snowy. If you guys need to, like I said, raid and run, that's all good. I'm sure that you have been working your ass off with streaming. So if you need to go to the bathroom, go to bed, go grab yourself something to eat or drink, whatever you got to do, please make sure you're taking good care of yourself. Practice that wonderful, wonderful self-care. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Okay? You get to own a card shop and get to draw cards too with no actual cost. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Oh no, that still has a bunch of AI artwork in it. Oh no, does it? Oh, yuck. Okay, no, I really don't want to be playing a game that involves that. Tabletop Simulator is only 20 buckaroos. Ooh, tempting. Gonna play some video games with my wifey. Absolutely, sweetest Snowy. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. Have a great time with your wifey, and we'll see you soon, darling. Thank you so much again for the raid. Speaking of, I should probably think about actually, I'll give it like 10 more minutes and then we'll turn off raids. Just make sure the card game's something you enjoy, rather it's to play or just for the artwork, because it can get expensive. Yeah, that is very fair. That is true. Next, uppies for you. Eee, good mix. Disgusting AI art. I know. Yeah, yuck. Fucking yuck. Also, AI coding is also fucking yuck, because that lost me my fucking job. Don't let it discourage too much, Tao. They're aware of it and was actively planning to replace it all because it's placeholder, but fair enough. I would probably wait until it is replaced to play that game then, but it does sound fun. Like, the concept sounds really fun. Okay, let me see here. Yes, AI, yes. All right, I got an idea. I think we're gonna start with the base here, which is the face, because the face will give me direction on how and where I'm gonna shade everything else. Although I do need all this other information real quick. Like that. All that is important. Okay, I don't need these at the moment. Oh, need that. Left you something fan art after I heard something about bald and shad. Okay, let me have a look. Little more, are you here? This is exactly what you wanted, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is exactly what you wanted. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. VX, that's so good. That's grand. Incredible. That's so funny, dude. Excellent. That is exactly what I look like when you guys bald me. That's so funny. Oh, beautiful blue. Thank you so much for the care package, honey bun. I appreciate it. Ow. Thank you so much. The art looks pretty good. Well, bedtime, so have fun with the art and have a good night. Thank you so much, beautiful blue. I really appreciate you coming in, sweetie pie, and hanging out with us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for being here. Like, I have cards that I got just for the art, but it was a fairy tale base. Right, that makes sense. What about the Witcher card game or Slay the Spire 2? Actually, Nath ordered me for Christmas, I believe it was. He ordered me the the Witcher Deluxe card game, which is awesome, but it still isn't here, so I don't know if that's gonna come through. But I would love that. I would love that. Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you? Hope you're still going. Yeah, we still got about an hour left, sweetie pie. Posted a pic of the schnitty. Oh, okay. Let me have a look. Let's see. Did you say an IRL? Oh no. Food pics? Ooh, yummy! Look at this. That looks good, hun. That looks real good. Excellent. Bald Tao is like having a furless cat VX. That is such a thing to say. That's really funny. Oh,
Hi,
Ram,
I'm alone
darling.
because I'm in a shitty mood.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry that you're in a shitty mood, darling, but you have definitely improved mine. Thank you so very much for the 5 months. I can't believe it's been that long. In the best possible way, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate your amazing generosity, dedication, and support, sweetie pie. Thank you, lovely. It means the world, and I hope that you feel much better. I hope that you enjoy your lurk as much as you can. Thank you so much for being here, though, honey. Jerry, hello there, Joyce Jerry. How are you? It's good to see you. Just came back from Bon dance practice, but doing well. What is Bon? What is that style of dance? Oh, you hadn't out, Little Mac. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later. I want to get you some custom tarots, or we could just make our own. How about a tarot card design contest? I actually would love to do a tarot, and I've thought about it before. I would love to do a tarot card like illustration series, but it's just like finding the time, you know? But I would love to do that. I'm good. Hope you're having a good day. I am, lovely Jerry. I get to spend it with you guys after all. Thank you for coming in. I hope that your day continues to be good. Alrighty. Let's get some shading up in here. Oh, I'm on my 60 limit. Ah, fuck! I hate this. I hate having the limit. Hold on. Let me see if I can crop this and get a couple more layers out of it. I think I probably will be able to crop it on the sides because I've removed the hands from this one. Those are on a different one. Yeah, okay, great. Oh yeah, we can crush this in a little bit. Cool. Okay. Give me more layers. Give me more layers! Sorry, booty. Okay, let me try that again. I gotta get rid of all this shit again. Oops, I need that. What is this one? Wait, where did the... Oh, that got left behind. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Sorry, hold on. About an hour, Strat, about an hour. You have seen Cardcaptor Sakura, right? I didn't really get into Cardcaptor Sakura. I found it to be too, like, at the time, okay, I was one of them. I'm not like other girls' things, but I really did think there was way too much pink. I didn't like how much pink there was. If you really want to buy cards, I know where you can buy them online. If there's a set, I get mine off of the website and pay it in 4, so it's a little less expensive. That's cool, Raya. Thank you, hun. The Japan Obon dances. Places vary on dances, but ours isn't too complicated. That's cool, obtuse. Interesting. Ooh, I should look into that. That sounds really fun. I hope you had a blast. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, wait, there's still hair. There's still hair! What? Why is that? Oh, that's why. There it is. Get rid of the ear. Okay, now I can focus on this. Let me see. I think I was shading with red, pretty sure. I mentioned it because the card designs in that anime, they are top tier. Oh, cool. Okay, I gotcha. That does sound very cool. Got some videos of practice dances on my Discord. Oh, very cool, obtuse. Very cool. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Let me do my artsy thing and be like, okay, so we start with the middle. That's where there's the least amount of
But the nose is here, so there's a little bit of light there on either side. And actually, it goes in here as well. Comes out there and around. Okay. And other side. Whoops, hello. If you want, I can send you the website. I will reach out, Lovely. Once I do need to figure out finance stuff. It'll probably be another month or two before I can figure out if I even have the money to do something like that. But yeah. I was wondering how much it would cost us to print Tau-inspired decks of cards. I have seen many print custom card decks, the regular playing cards. I actually don't know, Strat. That's a good question, but I would love to do that too. That would be super cool. Okay. Whoops. Hello? Oh, yeah, hold on. I'll just blend this out a little bit. Oops. Okay. Blend all these bits out. I'll blend that out a little bit more too on the nose bridge. Okay. Now, let me get some hair in here so that I can see how the shadows are going to cast on that. I don't want to make it too specific though, because I'm going to have some shadows on the actual hair to move around. By the way, can we do the wax seal thing for the anniversary? You mean like just do another pressing with the same stamp? It is an interesting thought for a stream. Tau React PO that explains. I'm so sorry, Storm. What do you mean? Sorry. That is a concerningly long shadow. Oh yes, isn't it just? Isn't it just? Yeah, sorry, Storm, what do you mean? It is an interesting thought for a stream. Tau React PO that explains. Sorry. I'm sure that it's something that everyone else is understanding, and I'm not. I'm sorry. Towel reacts to a video that explains the Magic and Gathering lore. Oh, you must be doing, talk to text, huh? A video that explains Magic the Gathering lore. Got it. Yeah, I got you, Star. I love the way you run your skin. Thanks, sweetheart. Also, Rajanka, welcome in, hun. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, thank you.
Actually, this blood needs to get some, yeah, there we go.
Bye-bye.
Who's leaving me? Swedish Shadow! All good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. I love tarot cards. If you ever make a set, I definitely will buy. Oh, thank you, Ryo. That'd be sick. I would love to do that. Maybe that can, if you guys want me to, we could make that our next big project. Remember how we spent like literally 8 months on our Pouch Pal portrait? If you want to, we could just like determine that we're gonna do tarot cards from here on. Valiant Vash, thank you so much for the babby bow wow talk. That would be awesome. Would you guys like that? So no more working on some of the other stuff on stream. We instead will work on the tarot. Tao sings isn't available currently, so can you sing this, please? You can make it available if you want. You just got to pick redeem the pick a week long redeem. If we design it, then we can even get them printed. That's true, Lulu. That's true. I think we can put a poll up for that in Discord, so we could do that. Okay, actually, I do need to put some shading behind the eyebrows. So I got to take away the wall of the hair again. Oh my god, not again, Uwu. Not again, Uwu. If you build it, they will come. Yes, Uwu! Precisely, process politely, Uwu. What I heard them say. Welcome to the Hotel California, Uwu. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Okay, Uwu. Gotta put this. God said will too. We will vote on it. Hold on, I must understand. Wait. That set was... Oh, that set was it. We will vote on it. Woo, woo, woo. Definitely down for it. I have so many. Woohoo! We love some tarot in the chat, woo. Maybe I can learn how to actually weed tarot, and then we could weed tarot with the Tau deck. Is that narcissistic, woo? What do you think? Would that make me a narcissist, woo? By the way, guys, if you like the tarot cards that I'm using, woo, you can get your own right here, woo. I was just checking. There are plenty of places that print them. All you need is the image. Very cool, woo. Do they all have the same general size requirements, woo? Not at all, woo. What were you talking about? I'm talking normally. You are talking normally, sir, woo. I understand everything you say, woo. I mean, why not? Many have their own custom tarot decks for sale. That's true, woo. Sounds fun to me. Ooh, woo. That would be very fun. We could have some darker cards and some cooler cards, woo. Card reader use their own cards they made and sell. Whoa, that would be pretty cool, woo.
I already sent you a wink, and the size seems to be pretty much the same. Thank you, sweetest Sweat. I appreciate it. I will definitely have a wookaroo. Oops. I fucked up the nosy woo. It's okay. I'll fix it, woo. I fixed it, woo. You can't tell a woo, but it will be fixed. Also, timer's up. Thank you so much for the lava woo baby talk redeem Valiant Vash. I appreciate you. All right. Let me see here. Gotta get some more shadows here. Okay, let's see here. Blend those little side bits out. And let's see here. We'll also do the pink color here for any highlights, which we will put. A scared Tau can have a broken nose. We will still accept you, Tau. What's unacceptable is you having 4 ears. I don't have 4 ears. Sometimes I only have 2 and sometimes I have none. Time is up. So much detail in your art. It's really amazing, even if it's not done yet. Oh, thank you, Ryan. I'm so glad you like it, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for such a kind compliment. I do get really bogged down in details, but I enjoy doing it, so I figure I might as well. Ah, I see. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I think that was the solution I was looking for. Having the highlight instead of trying to blend out a shadow. I think that'll be fine. That'll work well. Okay. Just Googled it. Turns out Tau is the 19th letter of the Greek alphabet. Isn't that interesting? Exactly why we accept you. Yay!
Yay! Those details are amazing. There's so much death. Thank you, Ryo. Yeah, I do kind of, yeah, it can get a little bit more scary than I intend initially because I do wind up being like, oh no, there would be like blood here and dry skin here and this and that. But a lot of the details that you see right now kind of get blended back by the end of the process. What was I using? I think I just literally used the normal lighting. I don't like it. Probably add is fine. Add will work. Okay, and then another layer, and then let's do some more darker shading around here. Okay, we got more light coming from that side a little bit, so I'll just darken this bit, and then this. Is this song fitting for the drawing? I want to work on your Easter egg clip, but I started this RE clip and I haven't stuck on it because it moves a bit too fast and I can't figure out a way to make it make sense without it looking like it's two different scenes. Need to figure that out tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, Strat. Oh, no, you know what you need to do tonight? You need to get some sleep tonight, buddy. Please, get some sleep tonight. You don't want to end up looking like this version of me, where she's gonna have the biggest fucking under eye bags you've ever seen. I might need to head out after the next song so I don't miss Wash It Clean again. Is it coming up here? Oh yeah, Wash It Clean is literally on now. On right now, yeah. Oh, you need to go to work. Oh, okay. Well, here you go. Here's Wash It Clean. Good timing. I resemble that. My eyes are always packing their luggage. Said Jazzy, no, get some rest, sweetie pie. This is after sleeping a full 8 hours. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking like that right now. I don't even know how the heck I'm awake. I need food. No, you need sleep. Speaking of which, what's your tarot card? Is there a way to tell? I have returned from my game practice to be here. Your art is looking amazing. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Do I look appropriately terrified? Let's see here. There's a birthday thing with tarot cards, and apparently mine's the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, do you want to send that in the media channel, maybe, sweetie? I really should make like a spot for us to put like, I don't even know, like personality quizzes and shit like that. That'd be fun. But I'm not. Again, I don't even know what to call that or where to put it. Man, I'm looking beat up in this, aren't I? An info and quiz channel? Well, see, that's the thing. I'm afraid that could be like misconstrued. I'm trying to think of what the best name for it would be, or placement, or if it should be like a thread in the media channel, maybe. Hi there, Miyuki. Welcome in, darling. It's so good to see you again, sweetheart. I am doing well. How are you? It's so good to see you in here. Hope things are going great for you. Sorry if you hear the fan. I'm just, yeah, you might be hearing it, but beat up. I was thinking distressed. Oh yeah, maybe a little attitude. We got some blood. We got some. It'd be good to have a thread for that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, we could do that. You know what? Maybe I'll do that. Oh shit! And I forgot to put the. I told you I was gonna put that on there, but I haven't. The movie night. The movie night. The movie night poll. I need to put that up. But first, before I forget, let me indeed make a media thread real quick. Let's go with personality quizzes / fun. What else? What should we got? Personality quizzes / fun. Fun something. I don't know. Personality quizzes / fun. I'll just put personality / fun quizzes. How about that? Fun. Fuzz quizzes? Fun quizzes. Yay. Please post any links to fun, personality /
Tau question of the day. Do you have any indie animations you like?
Do you have any indie animations? Oh, I had a bunch of them actually. I can't think of any off the top of my head, to be honest, but I did love a lot of indie animations. There were a few that I watched over and over and over a few years back. Please post any links to fun personalities / which character are you, etc. I'll say / similarly light-hearted quizzes here. Yay, lovely love! I'm so glad you got to come in, sweetie pie. All right, personality / fun quizzes thread is in the media channel now, darling. Also, what was I gonna do? Death Parade is indie? Oh yeah, but I think that Nyx is probably talking about literally like 1 or 2 people working on it, I'm pretty sure. Does Happy Tree Friends count? I don't know. Actually, maybe I should let Nyx decide what they mean by indie animations. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to turn off raids. You're absolutely right. Boop. Thank you very much, Strat. Let's see here. Yeah, new poll for thank you, Strat. Yeah, new poll for the movies also. Okay. So let me see. What have we got here? I need to type out. All right, movie night. Let's go. Okay, Monty Python. I won't put multiples on there. I'll just put Monty Python, and if that gets decided on, then we'll vote further. Pacific Rim. We've also got Ratatouille. Ratatouille, I think. Not Tatatouille. I don't know why I accidentally typed a T instead of an R. Jumanji. I liked that one when I was a kid. Jurassic Park / World. I think we have watched Jurassic Park before, but if you guys vote for it again, we can. The Castle. Jimmy Neutron. That's a fun one. We got Howl's Moving Castle, My Neighbor Totoro, Spirited Away, or Real Steel. I'll put Ghibli film, okay, and then we can expand upon that if you vote for that. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter. Nimona. Oh, I love that movie. That was so much fun. And there you go, telling me to get some sleep when I would, what would I do if not remind you of stuff? I could figure it out, or I'd take responsibility for when I fuck up. Oh, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I don't know if we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's 6, is it 14 or 16? But The Incredibles, Kung Fu Panda, Ip Man. That was a really good movie. Idiocracy. Okay. I hope that will be okay. I'll put the poll in the same place, actually. What should we watch for movie nights? All right, let's see. We got Monty Python. We got Pacific Rim. Let me see how many I can actually add here. Hopefully these all fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh shit. We're gonna have to get rid of a couple of these actually. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to go back actually and look at what got upvoted. So this is why upvoting is very important, because now I can narrow it down and definitely keep the ones that... Okay, so Pacific Rim has not been upvoted. Monty Python's... Ozzy basically has said yes to that with Storm. Okay, so Monty Python, I will put plus on that one. Pacific Rim, I don't see anybody. Jurassic Park, that's got some hearts on it. Let's see here. Jimmy Neutron, nope. Okay, Ip Man got a plus on it. Okay, so we definitely need those three. I'll start from the bottom, I suppose. Let's see. So we'll get rid of Idiocracy. I can only do 10 is the problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yikes, we have to get rid of so many of these. Okay, since Struts suggested 2, I'll get rid of Kung Fu Panda. We'll put The Incredibles on there. Everything Everywhere All at Once, we can keep that. Alright, don't see anyone who's interested in Harry Potter, and since Ozzy already agreed with Storm over Python, then we'll do that. Let's see. The Castle always gets like no votes, so we will get rid of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, I only need to get rid of one more. Let's see. I know some people have a thing about Jumanji, so maybe we'll get rid of that one as well. Okay. Let me put these on there instead. Sorry, guys. All right. Monty Python. All right, we got Pacific Rim, Ratatouille, Jurassic Park / World, Jimmy Neutron, Ghibli, a Ghibli film, Nimona, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I can't type. That's not how you spell everything. Let's see. The Incredibles and Ip Man. The Incredibles and Ip Man. Oh, hello. Ip Man. Okay. Awesome. I'll give you guys 3 days for that. And I will allow multiple answers. There you go. And I'll also tag anyone who's interested in we do have like a what are our roles? do we have like a movie role? No? Do we not have a movie role? For some reason I thought we did. Wait, do we have something that polls. Hold on. Okay, event roles. Let's see. Watch party. Oh, it's watch party, not movie. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Hold on. Thank you, Aussies. Hi, cuties. Please vote in the above poll. Sorry, we had too many suggestions, so they wouldn't all fit. Okay. Perfect. It's posted. Yeah. There we go. Thanks for your patience. Cool. Would love to know what you guys think. You can vote on multiple ones if you would like as well. Sweetest Sarashira, thank you so very much for contributing to the community game night challenge over on Discord. Much appreciated. Take all the time you need to. Thank you, sweetie pie. Thank you very much. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. I think we'll also put... I have an idea. Uh-oh. Apparently mine's the magician and Wheel of Fortune. Oh, wait, I do want to see... Actually, yeah, you shared that quiz, didn't you? I wanted to see what my tarot card is. One sec. Uh-oh, I can't figure out how to drink water. Excuse me. Verify that I am human. Don't mind if I do. I am the star, strength. Nice! Very cool, that's my birth card. Here, I'll take a screenshot. Excuse me? I was beatboxing! Was it successful? Here you go, this is mine. Oh, thank you for the care package. Much appreciate. I am the star, strength. Do you agree or do you disagree? Lies, you are a superstar. Yeah, you tell him, Strat. You tell this app. Read about these tarot birth cards. Oh, I can read about them. Woohoo! Okay, hold on. Let's go see. It'd be great if this would like... Oh god, please. Leave me alone. Stop the pop-ups. Okay. Let's see here. Your path is about compassion, strength and vulnerability, and resilience in the face of challenges. Strength is not just about outward physical strength, but often points to your inner strength. This indicates an ability to have compassion for others and an emotional maturity when dealing with challenging situations. Through difficulty, you are able to grow your sense of courage and resilience, knowing that you will be able to handle any situation thrown your way. Because you understand what it feels like to go through challenges, you've also developed a sense of compassion for others going through similar situations. The star is a tarot card of healing, inspiration, and serenity. There is a great wisdom developed from facing difficult situations, and with each challenge you face, you strengthen the inner star within. The star encourages you to embrace your individuality and creative spirit. Your story is unique, especially your triumphs and tribulations. This is what they call building character, which increases your own star power. Together, strength and the star tarot birth cards invite you into universal connection with all beings and open you up to receive with a willing heart. Aw, that's very sweet. That's very sweet. Yes, sweetest Strat. Go have noms. Thank you for coming in. Also, Resonant. Hi, Radical Resonant. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And thank you so much for my little pal hat, Radical Ryo. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Thank you. That's cute. I can't wait to see what your guys's are. It's good to be here and to see you all too, and thank you. Yay! I'm so happy that you're here, lovely Resonant. Thank you for being here. Nah, that needs to go there. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I got an idea. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna merge all of these things together, kind of. Okay, I'll put that on the face, and then I'll actually merge this one as well, and I'm gonna put a highlight for blood that I can drag. Like that. And then I can turn the overlay on there. Actually, probably add. Yeah. And what was this? Oh yeah, that's the secondary deepening shadow. The star card fits you well. Aw, thank you, Ryan. I'm so complimented that you think so. Is everyone well tonight? I'm doing about as good as I possibly can, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Motivational Tao, what are your words of wisdom? Hang in there. Keep going. You got this. You are the cutest and the sweetest and the smartest. Yeah. Glorp. Hi there, lovely Yummy. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Scary. Tao explaining herself. No, I would never do that. Would it be effective to have that animated? Probably not, actually. Nah, it's fine. That's fine. I feel like I'm making a really scary, like, skin mask. Where's the card link under? Ryo, if you go to the media channel on Discord and then go to threads, there is a fun personality / quizzes thread in there. All right. I need like a good blend mode that's gonna really show off that like redness, but it looks too orange. That ain't it. I'm gonna pretend I didn't. Hear your real name? No, I didn't say Gatha. Oh, disclosure, one of my earlier influences. I do like this this music. This is good music. Too bright. Does give it a little more dimension, I guess, but I feel like there's got to be. Hold on, let me fuck around with the hue and saturation real quick. I suppose there's not any harm in actually leaving it like that red. Although it looks like a sunburn. That's not the goal. Maybe, you know what, maybe I don't do that. Maybe I do make this a really vibrant red, but let me do a more focused highlight here. By the way, I want you all to know that this is exactly what I look like when you guys vote for horror games. I got Death and the Emperor tarot cards. Ooh, the Emperor and Death tarot birth cards invite you to step into your power, providing support for others and being able to rely on your own authority. I love that, Eon. See, you gotta be more authoritative. I'm gonna steal this for my morning drive. Ooh, as you should, lovely Jazzy. The Emperor of Dev. Okay, maybe that'll be a little bit better, especially if I can put like a slight highlight here, maybe, and I blend that just the taddiest bit. Oh, I like that. Actually, that's looking pretty good. We'll put another little bit here. Ah, how dare. That's okay. I think I can work with this. Ooh, yeah, dimensionality, baby. Yeah, read yours, lovely Seti. Oops. Okay. That is not gonna do anything for me there. Maybe, actually the darker, why? That's ironic. What about linear burn? Actually, that might work. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. I love the first sentence for mine. The chariot is fueled by ambition and willpower, followed by the tower is typically associated with destruction. Oh, no. Oh, well, I mean, you could have ambition and willpower to destroy things, I guess. Your path is all about resourcefulness, power, and using time to your advantage. Love that. Also, Anon, thank you ever so much for gifting that sub out to Rockspot. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. I really appreciate your generosity and kindness. Thank you so much, Cutie Pie. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I'm hesitant to flatten that. I kind of want to... Oh God, hold on. It's glitching out. 1 second. I gotta crash it. I've got to crash it. Oh, and you know what else I need to do? I really need to make sure that I capture this and put the exact same shading strategies on the hand version. So once I finish this part, I'll do that. W add-on indeed. Thank you so much, lovely Ram. The more flattering breakdown is your path is all about embracing change, activating your willpower, and fueling yourself to go after your goals. I like that for you, sweetest so jazzy. That sounds more like it. I love seeing that 1086 out of 950. That is amazing. I really appreciate it. That's how we rate Tao. 1086 out of 950 is so sweet. Thank you. Cutie Queen Shita. Hi, lovely queen. How are you? It's great to see you. I guess we will. All right. Let me do some shading of the. Okay. Time for the little booby window. So we'll start with this. Gotta make sure I don't fuck it up. Booby window gets this bit first. And oh, actually. Okay, I think actually that needs to be multiplied, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what that is.
And then a secondary, wait, hold on. Oh, Jamie, sweetie pie, thank you ever so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Absolutely awesome. Thank you for your dedication and support. And Cutie Queen, hoi! It's been a while. It has. It's so good to see you. No booby window, no bloody window. Correct. Unacceptable. We must have the booby bloody window. The bloody booby window? Ooh. Don't want my boobies to bleed. They're just sunburned. Don't worry about it, guys. They're just sunburned. Oops. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Ah. Say that 5 times fast. Booby window, no bloody window? Like that? Booby window, no bloody window. 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 That's something that's like so out of context no matter what you do with it that no one will have any fucking clue what I'm talking about. Even those who have just been here this entire time, they'll be like, what in the fuck are you talking? What is this? What is this shit? Whoops. Hey, that actually needs to be darker. Oh, it's not. I don't like it. Ah, that's better. Boobies. Shading bloody boobies. Scary work. It's scary work, you guys. Okay. So that's that part. And then I need to do the clothings. Which... What was I using? Oh god, there's so many fucking colors. I should have probably logged this. You saw the new Toy Story 5 trailer? Are you kidding me? They have a Toy Story 5 now? I had no idea. I had no idea. Oh, I see what has happened.
Allow me to count to 99 in Egyptian hieroglyphics. Hoop 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 hi.
That's kind of funny, Alex. I like that one. Welcome in. How are you? It's about that time, 2 a.m. Have a good main all. Thanks for the stream, Tam. My pleasure, sweetest Sir Jazzy. Thank you so much for your company and coming on in and your generosity and your kindness and your everything. I appreciate you enormously. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. Bonnie is turning into an iPad kid. Who is Bonnie? I got the lovers and the devil. Ooh, that's cool, Raya. Ooh, what does it say about you? I still ain't seen the 4th one, but need to. Damn, nearly broke TTS with that one. Hoop, 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 yeah. Just got done watching some horrible histories, the awful Egyptian segment. Oh no! Bonnie is the girl Andy gave his toys to. Oh, I thought Bonnie was a character in like Five Nights at Freddy's or something. Okay, let me see here. I will have to pop my head off in a moment. Oh, hello? Okay. Oops, shit. Wait. Okay, yeah, now I gotta pop the head off. Get rid of it! Scowy. Ooh, scowy. Whoa, this is like the most epic version of this song I've ever heard. Ba 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 ba. Bonnie is a FNAF character. Aha!
I assume not the same character as Bonnie in Toy Story, but who knows with the lore? That's true. Good point. Valiant Vash Darling, thank you so very much for coming in, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for your amazing support and kindness and being so wonderful overall. Thank you for the power tag, lovely Jamie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Vash. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you later, okay? Tau, is there a if there was a movie about you, would it be called Tau Story? Yes. Yes, it would. That's quite funny. I like that very much. Remove the boobs. Blend the boobs. That needs to be a multiply again. Let me see how that compares. Shit, I have a lot of saturation there, don't I? We will make this a little bit darker then. Okay, and then I need to do the, I'm gonna keep that like that so that I can match that up, because these are supposed to be on the same, they're not on the same layer, and they're not actually technically supposed to be on the same layer, but these are supposed to be connected to the same thing. We must beware those boobies. Wait a moment. The boob window needs assistance. Booba! Booba! They are not sexy, Booba. They are being squished and I'm dying. Please don't look at the Booba objectificationally because I'm dying. Believe it or not, you still have boobs when you die. I'm dying. This is what I'm telling you, you guys, this is what happens when you vote for horror streams. This is what you get. This is how I look. I'm at the computer like, ah! Bloody booba. Bloody booba. Sorry, multiply. Okay. Honestly, that's not too bad. And there's gonna be a lot of covering up, so I'm not all that fussed. We gotta do the whatever, that color. The fucking bright ass color. Actually, hold on, I gotta put the markings for where the head is, and then I gotta take the head off again. Whoop! No more heads. Whee! This is gore of my comfort character. I'm so sorry, Nix. I'm having too much fun. I'm having too much fun drawing myself dying. Anytime they are uttered like that, I just think of that acid trip of a kid's show. Wait. What? What kid show? I'm sorry, Nix. I promise it won't look... Okay, we'll probably still look quite horrific at the end when it's all done. But I promise I'm okay. And the only time you ever have to see me suffering is when you make me suffer because you vote for horror games. Besides that, I promise to keep all suffering in front of you to a minimum. This is actually very good. I get to do vent art. I get to do vent art today. Thank you for that. Booba, wait, Booba was an actual kid show? It was this insane kid show I found when I was little. Oh my god, are you okay? Sounds horrifying. Let me put that on here too. Okay, let me see. Okay, how am I gonna match that? Color match. Color match. I should probably actually start with this one. Fuck, what am I gonna do with that? Add just makes it very pink. I guess the pink could work, but I would really like a really vibrant red. Actually, that could work. Actually, the color one may work. I want to give them a high fives and say, great taste. Who requested this song? That's a good question. But it is a good song. It is a good song. Okay, maybe I'll do color. Color might work. Okay. All right. Okay, now I can probably save that out. 1 second. I'm just gonna drop this into the other file so that I can get the hands working as well. 1 second. And I can get rid of the eye bulbs and stuff on this one too. Hold on. God, that's fucking haunting. It's so scary. So fucking scary. We'll just put this in a corner. Yeah, in the corner. And then I can let you guys see again. Hold on. All right. Whoops, wrong one. Whoops, wrong one. I don't know where I am. Okay. Hi there, sweetest Silver. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. Banger followed by a banger. Let's go. Let's go. Remember that one Kids Next Door episode with the bra, or as they call it, battle ready armor? Yeah, good times. I didn't watch as much Kids Next Door as I probably should have, but I do remember enjoying it. I returned to the comfort of Tau. Yay! Precious politely. I'm so happy to have you, cutie pie. I gotta get the hands right here. Look at all those fucking layers. That's a one hand. Fuck. I actually probably need to get rid of the all this stuff up here, I reckon. I think. Oh, I got some hair there too. Who's got the hair? Oh, it's all up here. It's up here. Get it? Sorry, that was dumb. Where's my fucking arm? What? There's supposed to be an arm here somewhere. Oh well, I guess I can do the arm. I don't have to worry too much about the arm. The arm is a second most important. It was more of a trip, if anything. Felt like I saw a kids show that was written on LSD. Copy and paste the short of it. The lovers and the devil represent themes of freedom, self-love, and making choices that align with your values. Tarot birth card pairing offers you the lifelong lesson of self-love and to prioritize your needs so that you can reflect that love to the world around you. Embrace both your light and shadow to come into your full power. That's so cool! I love that, Ryo. That's awesome. Can I be a layer? Sure, politely, we'll give you your own layer. Let's put the politely layer. This is a politely layer. Yay. Sorry, I have garbage handwriting. Name every layer a pal's name. Oh my god, can you imagine every single one of these? I'd be like, fuck! God damn it, Sedu! That's not even where you're supposed to be! Beautiful Bublin, I thought you had a claw on you! Alright, let me see here. Okay, that's the right, yeah, that's the right one. Where do we want to start? I guess here. I guess on this one. Let's see. Actually, I think it's probably gonna go like that.
I doing? Multiply. Is that gonna be about the same color? Not even, that's not supposed to be the darkest one. One with Tau's art. Yes, yes. I need to color match. I think that's right. Shit. Actually, how many layers am I even able to have here? Let's see. Layers. 22 available. Yeah, that should be fine. Hopefully that'll be fine.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Whoa! They totally did!
They made the save icon in real life!
Thank you, Cutie Pies. I appreciate the save. The wonderful thing about this app is that, like, it basically saves after every single stroke that you do. But you know what? Boop! Definitely save now. Thank you so much. I'm missing a thumb! Nah! Okay. You guys, we actually probably need to start thinking about finishing up. I just realized. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Damn, they cut a thumb off. Rude! I always hate how tarot cards are right at times and likes to throw things in my face. Yeah. It is pretty good. Capitalism! Indeed. Indeed. Raw, darling. Raw, darling, indeed. Let me see here. Who's doing some arts we could do? Ooh. Sorry. You know what we haven't gone to see for a while is Rosie. Rosie's the bard. I don't think we've rated her for a while. Let's go see her. Cutie Pies, thank you so very much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. Let's head over here real quick. My darling pals, just a quick reminder, as Sedu very kindly reminded us, we actually do have a stream tomorrow, and you should come on in because you will be participating directly. You will get to decide what we are playing within reason. Again, this is just so you know, anytime we do a stream community, an on-stream community day, it generally means that we are going to be doing stuff that allows you to participate, generally speaking, through chat. We won't be playing things like FPSs or like community games where like I don't even know how to describe this. Games where you have to download something or pay something. We endeavor to make it always free, and not available for any kind of trolling. We do play Gartic Phone as long as Strat or a mod is available to approve the visuals and requests and stuff. But I'm very excited to see you. That's gonna be at kind of an odd time, just so you know. It'll start about 3 hours ago tomorrow. So whatever that time is for you, it starts about 3 hours ago, but tomorrow. Okay? Whatever time that may be, I would love to have you. Dear Sir Connors, thank you so much for being here, hon. Thank you all so much for being here. We are gonna go raid the absolutely glorious Rosie, who is a true treasure. And Cutie Pies, if you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I genuinely hope it is the best ever. And thank you so very much for joining me today. It means the whole entire world. I will see you guys tomorrow. Please make sure you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you.
Pretty lady.
On that note, you are all pretty ladies or handsome gentlemen or attractive non-binary folks. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Pretty